Station 650 The Bet.
Sports Radio 610 presents Seth Payne and Sean Pendergast.
We coming to H-time. Let's get the work in, man. Let's go.
Great day, great day. Oh, give me some juice, baby.
Hey, what's happening, everybody? Happy Thursday to all of you. Nice to be with you. One day closer to Texans-Panthers. We'll be talking plenty about that today. Sean Pendergast, Seth Payne with you. Good morning, Seth. How are you, my friend?
I'm good. I'm getting ready for an actual football game. That's how I am. It just occurred to me yesterday.
In a while, man.
Oh yeah. It's Wednesday. You're getting ready for the Carolina Panthers, an actual football team. I don't know if we haven't really heard the whole like, hey, could Georgia beat you know what? Could Ohio State beat this year's Carolina Panthers? Could a C.J. Stroud-led Ohio State beat this year's Carolina Panthers?
Yeah. That's a really good point because we've heard it all years with covering the Texans in 2021 and 2022. We've not heard that about the Panthers. I was thinking about that this morning. The Panthers, they're the only winless team still left in the NFL, and the Texans are they're a favorite in this game. I've seen a few people picking the Panthers this weekend just because they're not like a horrific 0-6 team, and yet you look and they are losing by like an average of 8 or 9 points a game. It's not good, obviously. But the biggest thing I think about, Seth, with this game is that, okay, this season with the Texans is, to me, the biggest thing with the Texans this season is restoring hope with the fan base. If they happen to make a run into the playoffs, that's gravy to me. I was not expecting them to be a playoff team this year. I think they can be now. But restoring hope and belief in the franchise, to me, was like the biggest agenda item this year for me. And they've done a great job of doing that through 6 games. If the Panthers were to pull off an upset, like what's the snapback? You know what I mean? Like what's the vibe going into the Bucs in week 9 if they lose this Panthers game?
Right. Well, I think they're like the Texans right now are kind of at a crossroads in terms of, all right, are you going to be a team that's better than expected and plays above your pay grade in your weight class a little bit, but you're still just you're a mediocre to sub-mediocre team. Sure, you've scored more points than you've had scored against, but you've also played some bad teams, this, that, all the other thing. Or are you a genuinely solid football team? And I think the couple things holding them back right this moment from being a really them to beat a winless football team are the rushing attack, which I know shouldn't matter as much in the modern NFL, but it does on this team.
Matters when you're horrible at it.
It matters. Yes, exactly. That's exactly right, John. It matters when you're horrible at it.
Yeah.
That puts a lot more stress on your quarterback versus good football teams.
Yep.
When they face genuinely really good football teams, it's going to get tougher and tougher the longer the Texans can't run the football. And then the other side of it really is the pass rush. Like, the pass rush on the Texans' defense is the one thing that I think has room for improvement without an influx of talent and without a complete restoration to health, because some of the things they're doing are a bit undisciplined. Like, realistically, Will Anderson should have at least 2 or 3 or 4 sacks right now. He's missed some opportunities where he just let the quarterback get away from him. But there have been other moments where there have been either the ball comes out too quickly or the pass rush itself, like because nobody else is rushing well, the pocket's too clean. So, like, that's the one thing that I feel if it were a little bit more consistent, actually getting the quarterback on the ground. Yeah. It's nice to get pressure. It's nice to have that ESPN pass rush win rate. They got to get the actual quarterback on the ground more often. If they could just tweak those little couple things, the rushing attack and getting the quarterback on the ground, then I feel like, okay, this is a bona fide football team.
Well, the good news this weekend is they're going against a quarterback who, if they just breathe on him heavy, if they just just blow, then he should just tumble to the ground, like an empty soda can or something like that.
The offensive line is playing the way you would have expected the Texans' offensive line to play with all of their injuries. The Panthers look right now the way the Texans, frankly, did in Week 1.
Yeah.
Which is an indictment on Frank Reich, who demoted himself from play caller. He's not the play caller anymore. Thomas Brown, never been an NFL play caller, is now the play caller. But when you watch the Panthers offense, some of the things that plagued the Texans in the first couple of weeks, like hot receivers not realizing they're hot. Not just things flat out. Some of them are physical deficiencies, like the wide receivers simply not winning and not having a bona fide deep threat. All of those, like, I don't know how much they can fix those, especially when you consider that, all right, well, Frank Reich and boy wonder Josh McCown, aren't these guys supposed to make it easier for a rookie quarterback? How come they look so lost? How come the offensive line looks just so clueless? I don't know.
Who is this guy?
Yeah, dude, I'm so glad Josh McCown is with a winless team right now. I'm so happy about that.
We haven't had that situation in Houston. It's been the opposite. It's been like, wow, they're scheming up some protection here despite offensive linemen that aren't that good in the first several games, and now they're starting to look like an actual offensive line.
Dude, I got to tell you, I did radio in Charlotte yesterday. We'll hear some of it a little later on in the show because they asked me about Deshaun Watson. It was so nice to go on in another market, and our football team is the one that's the envy of the other side. You know what I mean? Like, you and I have done so much out-of-market radio over the last couple years. Most of it, we got trotted in like we were some sort of circus oddity to ask questions about Jack Easterby or why Deshaun Watson doing whatever it is they're doing that particular week. It was really nice to go on and talk about a normal football team. And like, we feel like we got the coach right, and the quarterback is the story of the rookie class. And things are pretty good right now.
That's why I'm not. That's why I'm not invited on in many places anymore. Because when they would try to have me come on and they would ask me about Jack Easterby, I would try to explain every little facet and all the dynamics about everything going on with the Texans, which you can't do in 15 minutes.
You can't
do it. You certainly can't do it in 12 minutes.
You can't do it in 15 episodes.
Right. Yeah, it's like you guys invited me on to basically give you a podcast series in 10 minutes, and that's not me. I'm sorry.
It's not going to work. The big story yesterday, Dusty Baker. He is retiring. It'll be official today at 11 o'clock, press conference-wise. They're going to have a press conference at 11 today. Jim Crane, Dana Brown, Dusty Baker over at Minute Maid Park. The expectation is that'll be Dusty Baker announcing his retirement and discussing it with the media. I had thought he might wait till after the World Series. As you learned, am an idiot. Dusty telling Bob Nightingale of USA Today yesterday, no, I'm going to retire, and the team's doing the press conference today. So that's so.
Well, Sean, don't beat yourself up too much. I think you were thinking about it in like, okay, if Dusty were planning this out. But I think the fact of the matter is he'd told enough people that once Chandler Rome reported that he had told multiple people that he was going to retire, then it just turns into the opposite of of trying to avoid a distraction. Then there's all these rumors swirling for a week until after the World Series is over.
Good point. I'm still you.
For independent reasons.
You're right. In a vacuum, I'm still an idiot. Right. So now we get a managerial search, and this will get interesting because Jeff Bagwell. Let me say this. As long as we're talking about Jeff Bagwell. This quote from a Brian McTaggart column got a lot of people worked up yesterday. Dana Brown, who was hired as GM just before spring training, will have a say in who's in the manager's chair, but owner Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, the team's senior advisor to ownership and baseball operations, will oversee finding the next Astros skipper, end quote. Reaction.
It'll be somebody with an impressive back of the baseball card.
Yes. Yeah. A square chin, that look in his eye. What are all it's text in 713-572-4610. What are all the cliched, non-analytical things that Jeff Bagwell is going to look for in a Major League Baseball manager when they go to hire?
God. Yeah. He's definitely a guy that ideally smokes a cigar. if he smokes a cigar and kind of talks down to people that haven't played the game. Yeah. Ideally, it would be an ex-player. Like Dusty himself, Dusty couldn't help taking a shot. Like our new favorite Astros curmudgeon, Mike Mitchell, yesterday, he pointed out that in Dusty's closing remarks, he basically said, he's got a lot of experience still to offer, much more than people who have never played the game. Which
come on, man,
feels like a shot at analytics. I suppose,
100%.
But it's hilarious because the reason he won a World Series was because he had a roster chock full of dudes that Jeff Luhnow and a bunch of other NASA scientists put together.
A bunch of quants put his roster
hired
together.
Jeff Luhnow almost directly out of the textile manufacturing industry by way of St. Louis and the Cardinals, and then Sig and all these other engineers and scientists are. are apparently what's wrong with the Astros right now.
Yeah.
My biggest thing, Sean, like, because I'm all like, you got to find a balance, you got to find a blend, and like analytics is one of the MLB owners called it. He said it an arms race to nowhere, which is the exact right analogy. Because like in an arms race, kids, for those of you who didn't live through the Cold War, the problem is both sides just start stacking up weapons upon weapons upon weapons, more than they'll ever need, and yet you got to keep up with the other side to the point where all of a sudden you can't spend money on anything else because you're accumulating all these arms. That's what's happening with analytics now. These teams have like 200 people on their analytics staffs, and it's like so they can gain like an infinitesimal little edge. So you got to find some balance, but like. Sometimes you don't need to go back to the caveman days.
You're right.
It doesn't. I'm tired of seeing people when they talk about the NFL say things like, "Well, a computer can't tell you," and then they'll say something like that a computer could do like 30 years ago. You can't tell you how the weather factors into it. Like, no, I'm pretty sure like computers from before you were born could tell you how the weather might affect.
That is funny.
Stats.
People act like the iPhone is the first ever computer. You know, like no, they were here before 2007. We had computers.
Computer can't tell you about the injuries. I'm like, what the hell are you talking about?
Yes, it can.
The reason you know about the injuries is because a computer sent them to you.
Stop pissing off the computers, okay, and telling them what they can't do, because you're going to be working for them someday.
Yeah. So I think that's what a lot of people worry about right now. No, you don't have to be a soulless AI of a team, but you've got to have some balance and blend between it. It does feel like Luno and Crane have some vendetta against the nerds.
Bagwell and Crane.
Yeah, what did I say?
Luno and Crane. Luno definitely not a vendetta
Luno
against
definitely
the nerds.
not. No.
Yeah. But the names that McTaggart floated, the sauciest one, soap opera wise.
A computer could never tell you were using the wrong name.
That's right.
Sorry.
Yeah, they could. Brad Osmus.
So the names.
Brad Osmus. Well, just some of them. D-backs bench coach Jeff Bannister. Obviously, Joe Espada is the first name mentioned in any of these articles.
Yeah. The Osmus one is interesting because obviously we all remember the good-looking and intelligent Brad Osmus, but it's not like he's fondly remembered in the places that he's managed.
No, he hadn't been a super successful manager. That's what I'm saying.
Right.
Like, he's buddies with Bagwell. That would be saucy as hell.
Jeff Bannister. Jeff Bannister's from Houston. Listener to Sports Radio 610, Mike Meltzer and I learned from back in the day.
All right, well, now I'm rooting for him to get the job. I mean, purely selfish reason. Hire Bannister. All right, we're off and running on a Thursday. Payne and Pendergast. A lot of getting you ready for Texans and Panthers on Sunday. Noon kick here on Sports Radio 610, including up next. C.J. Stroud met with the media. Talked about his relationship with Bryce Young. Gave his thumbnail sketch of Bryce Young, the basketball player. And Frank Reich, you want to hear what a guy sounds like who's talking himself into the quarterback that they drafted? Stay tuned. It's next. But first, Berkeley Eye Center. There's no talking yourself into anything here. I'm going to tell you what you need to feel about what I'm going to say here. Feel good about it, because if you're looking to get the LASIK procedure, Berkeley Eye Center.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, good to be with you, Payne and Pendergast, Sports Radio 610 on a Thursday. Texans-Panthers Sunday, 9 a.m. Texans countdown. That's me and Seth. Noon kick.
Yay.
That's the Texans and the Panthers. And then following the game, it's me and Clint Stoerner. Noted Texas Rangers honk Clint Stoerner on the post-game show with me.
I switched John McClain over. I saw on Twitter yesterday.
Yeah, you converted him.
He should be rooting for Brent Strom.
Yes.
Not to mention Jeff Bannister, Houston area native.
Right.
And potential coaching candidate. He's the bench coach for the Diamondbacks.
Yep.
And young Yuli. Lourdes Gurriel.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yuli's baby bro is on the Diamondbacks. Those are good reasons to root for the Diamondbacks, I would say. So good job converting John McClain yesterday. He admitted it too. He tagged you in it and everything in the tweets. Like, Seth Payne converted me. I'm rooting for Brent Strom.
I'm gonna baptize him in the Trinity River.
I can't wait.
We're gonna be wearing Diamondbacks colored robes. Which is like a battleship gray and a depressing maroon.
They're ugly
almost
uniforms.
like the worst version of the Astros' worst version colors.
Yeah. Those are not going to age well. They're going to look back. They're going to have like badass uniforms in 6 years, and they're going to be like, I can't believe we wore those in the World Series. Ugh. No wonder we got swept. Quick Texans news. Hassan Ridgeway, his practice window has been activated. So a little more depth on the defensive line. Laramie Tunsil and Tank Dell both practicing yesterday. We'll get into that in headlines in the next segment. But let's start digging into this matchup. And the talk of this game since the time the schedule was released is the quarterbacks. Bryce Young, number 1 overall pick. C.J. Stroud, number 2 overall pick, as predicted yesterday, Seth. C.J. Stroud, anytime asked about Bryce Young, that's his brother. I grew up playing against him. I grew up playing football against him and basketball against him. You can't get CJ to say a bad thing about anybody, unfortunately.
No, but I think inside he has that part of him, that element in him where he does want to squash his opponent, even if it were his brother or something. I do think he has that. Of the Jim Harbaugh versus John Harbaugh dynamic, haven't you always gotten the sense that Jim would totally do anything it took to beat his brother John?
Yes.
And, ultimately, obviously, John beat Jim in the Super Bowl, but still – I feel like CJ is the Jim Harbaugh in that relationship.
I do
just
too.
in that element, the cutthroat element. He wants to win that desperately.
He's more of an assassin, a low-key assassin, but an assassin than.
Yeah.
I mean, honestly, Ben, give us Bryce here. You tell me this is an assassin right here.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Yeah, I mean.
Yeah.
All right, so the two of them ended up talking.
That was him talking to actual convicted assassins.
That's right.
He was like, hey, guys,
let's go.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
Hey,
everyone good?
You gonna go assassinate some people? Okay.
Prison, like he goes in for a prison visit, and the inmates mistakenly think it's, and they just start yelling at Bryce Young. You think you can handle it in here? You'll be somebody's girlfriend in 3 seconds flat. They're like, no, sir, this is the NFL quarterback that we told you about.
Right. Yeah, he's just coming to visit and say, hey guys, how you doing? Yeah. So they ended up talking, CJ and Bryce, I guess both, in their press conferences yesterday. They wound up talking about basketball, it felt like, as much as they were talking about football. I didn't see CJ's press conference live. I got the push notifications from everybody who's at the press conference spitting the quotes out from CJ, and I'm like, okay, like, did they accidentally ask him a bunch of Rockets questions? Like, what's going on? But CJ talked about hooping. He and Bryce Young played basketball against each other back in the day. They're both from Southern California, so they've seen each other a ton in competitive situations before.
Right. Well, Bryce had made the point too when I watched the press conference that like the middle school sports just aren't as big a deal as they are in some other areas of the country. It's all club sports, football, basketball, all that. So they ran up against each other a lot. At least, well, I think I do think CJ's or Bryce's perception is skewed a little bit by being an elite athlete. Like, I think in his mind, like, everybody just plays travel league and everything. Like, but they saw each other a lot because they're in those same circles.
Right. Here was CJ, and CJ, a really good basketball player in high school, by the way. And I'm assuming Bryce was too. Here was CJ on hooping with the diminutive Bryce Young.
We hoop all the time. Bryce is somebody that, like, because we go with our quarterback trainer, we train with the same people in the off season. So our trainers tell us not to guard each other other because we like because it gets crazy. He'll get me on the day, I'll get him on the next. So it's very like back and forth. So no, he can hoop though for sure. He's quick, man. Like you can see it on the field. Like, he's super quick. He has a really good jump shot. He knows how to create space. He's a sneaky like fouler. Like so he'll like hand check you, and when you try to go up, like he'll just move his hand. So you think his hand will be there, you'll get the foul, and like throw your jump shot off. He talks a little bit. So a little bit of everything, but nah, he might be small, but he's pretty strong. He's low to the ground, so he's able to kind of hand check you. And
no, I'm letting him. I'm letting him go
to the basket, but I try to put him in the post, and sometimes that doesn't even work. So we often are just going. He has a really good handle, and I have a decent handle too. So like that's usually where we try to get each other.
What's his comp? Who's he most compared to?
Well, it sounds like the word that I got from all of that, if I had to sum it all up, was conniving.
Yes.
So if I were to summarize it, if I were to put a headline on it, if I were on Pro Football Talk, they would probably encourage me to put the headline: C.J. Stroud says Bryce Young conniving.
Cheater,
sneaky. Use the word sneaky.
Yeah. He's a sneaky fouler, is what he said.
Yeah.
So there you go. So there's a deep dive scouting report right there on Bryce Young, the basketball player.
Yeah, so you're prepared if you ever play Bryce Young in a game of basketball.
Cheater. Yep.
Yeah.
Cheater. Here's Bryce Young. He was asked about playing basketball with C.J. Stroud.
We have different games. Like I'm more of a point like shooter. Like he can shoot. He's got a strap. He's a shooter off the catch type of player. I'm more on the ball. So like, but he could hoop for sure.
Okay,
so he's selfish is basically
ball
what
hog.
Bryce Young is saying, ball hog. And then he didn't even do them the honor of comparing him to like James Harden as an insult because he's saying, he's good off the catch.
Yeah.
He didn't say he could create for himself. He said he's good off the catch.
Yeah.
Like some cut rate replacement for James Harden or something.
That's right. Yeah.
So he said he's so Bryce Young calls C.J. Stroud selfish and a subpar James Harden wannabe.
Yes, a chucker.
Yeah.
Called him a chucker, basically. So there's that. So Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, meanwhile, reveals that Bryce Young, cheater and conniving's a good word, Seth. I like that. Yes, he's a conniver. He's a conniver, this Bryce Young.
The one thing that I got out of watching Bryce Young's press conference was, again, and this is where I'll go back to, I do feel like CJ has a little bit more of like a inner demons-driven competitive edge to him. Bryce Young could not stop giggling and laughing and smiling the entire time when he talked about his Kumbaya buddies from the University of Alabama or C.J. Stroud or just pretty much anybody in general. This is him talking about C.J. Stroud and Will Anderson and all his friends from college and high school. And then a reporter noting just how, golly, isn't it awesome?
It is honestly, it is really surreal. Like, just going over the scouting report and watching film, just seeing people that like I know and I'm cool with and I'm friends with, and like watching them, play when I'm watching film and watching us in like NFL uniforms. Like it is still surreal.
I don't think I've seen you smile in an interview this much ever. I mean, you're clearly very excited about this matchup. Did you have this circled on your calendar?
It hasn't been something that I thought about a lot. It's just now that I guess we're talking about it, it's cool. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people on that team that I'm really close with.
Can you imagine? Can you imagine if Will Anderson has like 3 sacks and C.J. Stroud is just dealing in that game, and the Panthers are all over there on the sideline. They're all PO'd, except for Bryce, who's like smiling and he's super
so happy. They're having a good game.
He's super happy for his buddies.
I'm so happy for these guys.
Will Anderson sacks him and pulverizes him to the ground, and then Bryce Young pops up and like hits him on the helmet and like celebrating.
Job, Will.
Good job. I know you. We played together, and you're doing good right now.
Of all the people I would want to take out my left kidney, you're first on the list.
Number 1, buddy.
I'm just so happy. I'm so happy for you,
And in fact,
Will.
I have a list right here. It says you, Toa, Christian Harris, John Mechie, if he got on the field, if they put him in at safety, maybe. That's my list of people who I'm super, super, super happy for. How you doing, by the way? Hey, guys.
What's up, guys? How we doing?
It's either that or it's a kid that's having a rough time at summer camp, and he's going to try to keep it together and not cry when he sees his parents on Parents Weekend. I have knowledge on movies I watched in the 80s. I've never
Right.
been to like a long time sleepaway camp or anything.
Go-
but I get the sense that there are a lot of kids that were just like, all right, keep it together for Dad.
Yeah.
Because he's a busy stockbroker, and I gotta let him know I'm not a wimp. So he's gonna be fighting back tears of loneliness. He's been stuck in this mid-Carolina city with no offensive line, no good wide receivers, basically a coach who's like a kinder, gentler version of Bill O'Brien. But it's not going well for him at summer camp.
Okay, let's hear from that coach right now. Here was Frank Reich yesterday. I'd imagine Frank. This has got to be the week
Recently demoted offensive coordinator Frank Reich.
That's right. He handed play calling duties over to Thomas Brown. Here was Frank Reich telling the media in Charlotte that we got the guy we wanted in Bryce Young.
Yeah, I mean, we got the guy we wanted to get, and couldn't be happier about that in every way. And I would say this: I'm happy for CJ. That he's had 6 good games, and I have no doubt he'll have many more good games. But I know this: when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks or any position, it's years, not weeks. You can't put a label on a guy after 6 weeks or even a year.
There's Frank Reich.
He used the C word in that.
He's straddling the line.
Hell,
We can't play that clip
how about
anymore.
That? That's a little bit. He used the C word in the same way that remember when George Springer that one time was itching his face and he had his middle finger extended, and George couldn't possibly be trying to sneakily give the middle finger. But I think there was a little bit there, a little Freudian slip there by Frank Reich calling C.J. Stroud the C word. Yeah.
That jarred me. We're going to talk to Kyle Bailey in a couple of hours. He's the afternoon host on our Charlotte sister station, and I'm curious. Like, what do people in Charlotte? I am curious what people in Charlotte how they're feeling about Bryce Young. I am curious what the conjecture has been about whose pick that was. Like like Dave Tepper himself as the owner has tried 8 different times to get a quarterback for his team, and I feel like a hedge fund billionaire would really buy into something like the S2 cognitive test, like something numeric that says that this is our guy right here.
Right. Yeah, we're going to find some edge, and we're going to go outside the box. I do feel like, and I felt this all along, I think with Bryce Young, like whether he ends up being a good NFL quarterback or not, I think there are a lot of nameless, anonymous GMs or former NFL scouts or what have you that in their minds could very much see, oh, yes, I would do the revolutionary thing of taking the 5'10" quarterback who weighs 170 pounds. And I would do that. Yes, I can think outside the box when it comes to reality and what you would hear from people that had seen Bryce Young in person. They said it's jarring and alarming. I believe it was Daniel Jeremiah. He's not like a hot take artist or anything. He said it's kind of jarring when you see him because you've never seen a quarterback quite as tiny. You've seen short quarterbacks, but not tiny quarterbacks like him. And then when I'm watching Sean, and I'm watching him take hits, like he's taking hits that C.J. Stroud hasn't taken.
Yeah.
And they look that much worse because he's so small.
Ooh.
He doesn't have the awareness of C.J. Stroud.
No.
Like C.J. will get rid of the football. Bryce sometimes is not aware of free rushers coming at him, and then they hit him, and it's an alarming look. So, I do wonder if Dave Tepper, the guy who's still relatively new to football, it was a lot easier for him to look at Bryce Young and be like, oh, yeah, look at this. Like, yeah, all these other idiots out here thinking about these caveman things like body size, where I'm hedge fund manager Dave Tepper.
Yeah. Well, and I mean, I know the big talk with Frank Reich was, well, he's always had 6'4", 220-pound quarterbacks, blah, blah, blah. Well, it's like, yeah, I mean, because that's what most of the quarterbacks have been in the NFL. Like, it's hard.
He wasn't choosing most of the court, right?
Right.
He never had an opportunity really to work with a shorter quarterback.
He's saying all the right things, Frank Reich, but I don't believe him. I just don't.
You know what I think has happened with Frank Reich? I think some people forget or didn't even know that he hasn't been a coach for that long.
Yeah,
he was out of football and was full-time dad basically for a long time. Yep. He doesn't have necessarily as much as experience as his salt and pepper hair would suggest.
Yeah.
And he might not be any good at picking quarterbacks. When he talked there about how it takes that disrespect, we get hung up on the C word. Like when he talks about how it takes more than 6 weeks to figure out, like this is the guy who endorsed Carson Wentz.
Mm-hmm.
This is a guy who's in Carolina because he sold the Colts on Carson Wentz as a quarterback.
That's why he's on his
he's been
second
duped
job.
before.
Yep, that's absolutely right. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon. Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble for a Thirsty Thursday. So the guys are out on the northeast side today. Go check them out. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site, and stick around after the show to watch the Thursday night game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. Headlines are next.
Zadok Jewelers is right now. If you're starting to think about the holiday season and what you're going to get for somebody special in your life, it's simple. You go to Zadok Jewelers, where if you're like me, you don't always feel like the most confident person on earth when you go to seek out jewelry. That's why you are going to love Zadok. The Zadok family have been jewelers for 7 generations. This is in their blood. They know this business. This is what they do. But most importantly, they've been working with customers for 7 generations. So when it comes to working with the customers, or perhaps even more importantly, hiring the staff that's also going to work with the customers, they get nothing but experts who love jewelry, but also who love the customers. And that's why you're going to love your experience at Zadok Jewelers. Check it out online at zadok.com and tell them Seth Payne sent you.
Nick Caserio talks Texans run game exclusively with Payne and Pendergast.
Press conference. So Dusty Baker, Seth, calls it a career. He is 7th on the all-time list in wins in Major League Baseball, and all the other managers who are in the top 12, well, actually like top 14, are either in the Hall of Fame or still active. Or were active this year, because one of them's Terry Francona, who's also calling it a career. Dusty Baker, Bruce Bochy, he's 10th. They're in the top 14, all in the Hall of Fame, which would have made it a really interesting candidacy for Dusty Baker if he didn't get that World Series championship last year. I feel like the World Series championship sort of rubber stamps him for Cooperstown.
Yeah, I feel like as a coach, being a compiler is it's less frowned upon.
Yeah,
and should be, I suppose. Like, okay, you're a compiler. Yeah, you're still coaching on into your 70s, and then winning the World Series when you're in your 70s. I feel like that should count for more than just a normal World Series too.
Yep,
you defied expectations.
Absolutely.
Or you could frame it different ways. But in terms of how the Hall of Fame committee will look at it, Sean.
Right. If you're doing it at an age where you have actuarial tables out on the table right next to all your baseball analytics, you've done a hell of a job, Dusty Baker. I guess the thing that, once we're done celebrating Dusty's career today at 11 a.m., we look ahead now to who the next manager will be. Joe Espada seems to be the favorite right now, the bench coach since 2018 for the Astros. That would be the easy one, just to slide him into that role, continuity's sake, and so forth. This quote this excerpt from a Brian McTaggart article yesterday had Astros fans maybe understandably concerned. Dana Brown, who was hired as GM just before spring training, will have a say in who's in the manager's chair, but owner Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, the team's senior advisor to ownership and baseball ops, will oversee finding the next Astros skipper, end quote. So this quote makes it sound like this is a Crane and Bagwell show, and they'll get the input of the GM on this.
One of our listeners yesterday told us, "Hey guys, let's not act like this team is a disaster. They did just go to Game 7 of the ALCS," and I think that it's a fair and accurate point, and one that I've made to a certain degree. But I think to pretend that this team was like some of the previous teams, that would be just look at regular season win totals alone. It's like to pretend that that games 6 and 7 playing out the way they did don't matter, and that this is just like any of these other championship-run Astros teams, I think you're in denial at that point. So I think it's very, very fair to wonder and worry, okay, when Jim Crane fired the general manager who had just won a World Series last year, and as Bagwell has taken on more of a public-facing role, and they do seem to be actively distancing themselves from some of the more analytical stuff that did build this franchise, you should be nervous. It's change, and you got to change to stay relevant and to stay good. Bill Belichick has done a good job of changing various things throughout the years. It just, I think that you expect the owner to be involved in the manager search, of course. People are just nervous because they don't necessarily like the trajectory of where the team's going.
Yeah, it's Bagwell's involvement that's concerning to people, and it's concerning to me. And I like Jeff Bagwell. I love him as a player. I think Jeff Bagwell's a really good dude. I think that baseball-wise, he might be behind the times. I think he understands the analytics. I just don't know that he believes in it. So that's the part that concerns me. Look, Jim Crane hired Jeff Luhnow. Jim Crane hired A.J. Hinch. Like, Jim Crane has made good hire. He hired James Click, who in retrospect, now that you look back, like you look at some of the moves that got guys in here on the margins for this team. Like Mauricio Dubon was a trade that James Click made. You know, some of these other guys were James Click moves. So I don't think Click was a bad GM. I just think he didn't get along with the ethos of Jeff Bagwell in the building over there. That's what scares me is the Bagwell part. I think Crane's made good decisions before with this
I would say, as far as Crane goes and just how he might feel about analytics, I think that, yes, he would appreciate and understand everything that Jeff Luhnow did, except wanting to find that balance to where, okay, how do we keep from going over the top? Remember, like Brian McCann was the old crusty veteran on that Astros team that was an old school baseball guy in a lot of ways. I mean, he used analytics himself, but he was the guy, like he was the human that was trying to get people not to do the sign stealing schemes, right? And I think there's probably, I would expect if you're Jim Crane, there's a part of you that's like, all right, how do we balance out the human side here and have a few more Brian McCanns and a few less of the cutthroat, win at all costs, no human feel for it side of things.
Yeah, no, that's striking the balance is a big key, no doubt. Texans, as we roll through headlines here, back at practice this week for the Carolina Panthers. They're back on the practice field today. Hassan Ridgway, defensive tackle, had his practice win going off of IR. That's good. Big body back on the defensive line. Laramie Tunsil, Tank Dell, both back at practice on Wednesday as well. So that's good news on the injury front.
Yeah, I think Hassan Ridgway can make more of a difference than you realize, just because they are lacking in guys who are just flat-out, big-bodied, run-stuffing types of defensive tackle. Khalil Davis, when they started playing him, like he's a big-body, wide-body guy who made a difference in the run defense. Mm-hmm. So in various packages and in certain situations, I think it just gives them more versatility.
Yep, we'll talk more about the Texans and the Panthers at the top of the hour. Rockets started their season off last night. It was close midway through the third quarter with the Orlando Magic in Orlando, 63-62 with a little over 7 minutes to go. They lost 116-86. I didn't get to see this game last night, Seth. I had an event last night, and I checked the score when the event was over because I was planning on going and watching at least like an abridged version of the game at home.
Yeah,
I'm legitimately excited to watch the Rockets with Udoka as the head coach and with the young team, Kevin Porter Jr. out of the building, maybe a real point guard in place now with Fred VanVleet. But I saw the final score. I'm like, nope, I'm good. But I didn't realize this game was close in the third quarter.
Sean, it was 63-62.
What the hell?
Fucking young Rockets had fought their way back.
Oh my
God. And then Orlando went on a 24-7 run. And right at the end of that run, Jonathan Isaac blocked a Jalen Green attempt at the rim. That it was pretty emphatic. Jalen Green went down. Look at Bryce Young playing football almost. like he was too small for the NBA.
Jalen Green going to the ground looked like, that scene in Die Hard where Hans Gruber falls from that view of him falling from the building, like from the Nakahumi Tower, and he's got his arms and legs kind of like waving, like backstroking as he's plummeting 100 stories to his death. That's what Jalen Green looked like after that.
Jalen Green looked like he'd had guy wires digitally erased from him as he's going down there. Yeah.
So, yeah, 116-86. I'm excited to watch tomorrow night. They play Victor Wembanyama and the San Antonio Spurs. A couple other quick notes here. James Harden rejoined the Sixers. Oh, this should be good.
Well, for a little bit he rejoined them, yes.
Did he?
Until they said, okay, but you don't have to travel with the
That's
team.
right. He rejoined the team so he doesn't get fined $390,000 or get his game checks taken away. Yeah. Thank you, Seth. They sent him to their Camden, New Jersey practice facility, and they said, we'll meet up with you when the road trip's over in Philly, James. We'll meet up with you in Philly.
Yeah, it's looking like, and I would imagine if I know people from Philadelphia, they'll be totally cool with the team buckling to James Harden, the malcontent, and allowing them to just stay at home while still getting paid and not being fined. Yeah. If there's anything I know about the city of brotherly love, it's they just want everybody to be happy and to get their fair share.
Yeah,
I'm sure they feel great about James Harden having Daryl Morey, the guy who it would seem the guy who was hired almost just to one day bring now Daryl Morey is being held by the cojones by James Harden.
It's unbelievable. It is. That's a wild story, man. It's a wild story. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's circle back to the Texans. I was on our sister station in Charlotte yesterday talking about this matchup. It was fun to be talking about the favorite in a matchup in another city. It was a question about Deshaun Watson at the end that I blew up their text page in the very next segment. They asked me about Deshaun Watson. I gave them an honest answer. You'll hear it next.
Sean moves the needle in Charlotte. Everybody knows that. I'll tell you another thing everybody knows. Kirk Holmes. You want a custom home that's
Sports Radio Stay here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you into the 7 o'clock hour we go. 8:23 on the show today. Kyle Bailey will join us. He's the afternoon host on our sister station in Charlotte, WFNZ. He does a nice job for the folks in the Carolinas there. They are reeling.
Does he do a solo show?
He does, yeah. He's got a... That sounds delightful.
That sounds so nice.
Jerk. He has a producer who's like kind of a very interactive producer.
Yeah.
Like it's the Kyle Bailey show, and his producer talks a lot like
Kyle
Ben.
Bailey and Chad.
Right. I think his name is Smoke, actually.
Nice.
Yeah, it's a good name. He's a lot like Ben.
Does he have like a hillbilly accent?
No.
Kind of like a...
No, he doesn't have a hillbilly accent.
Smoke from the Smoky Mountains.
He should. That would be great if Smoke was...
moonshine and hound dogs are what I'm into.
That's
and
right.
a little bit of football.
Mm-hmm. Here and there. Yeah, a lot like Ben. Ben won't shut the hell up. Ben's that kind of producer. How many words?
He's into moonshine, too.
How many words has Ben said in the last 3 weeks on the air? 4? Ben, how many words have you said on the air in the last 3 weeks?
I haven't been counting.
Yeah, okay. You just exceeded the number right there. It's now you're now up to 10.
I win.
Get your hillbilly ass out of here.
That's right. We love Ben Gary. All right. So I was actually Kyle and I did like a little home and home. I was on his show yesterday afternoon talking about the Texans, and he's going to explain how people are feeling about the Panthers in this game coming up on Sunday, a game you can hear right here on Sports Radio 610. He, at the very end, Seth, because Deshaun Watson's name came up in one of my answers, maybe, like I think it was probably along the lines of this is the first time the Texans have been favored on the road since Deshaun Watson was their quarterback, that kind of thing. So that's how Deshaun's name came up. So Kyle just decided to toss this little question in at the end, like, oh, so what do people think about Deshaun down there? And here's my answer to him.
Sean, forgive me, but since you mentioned it, I mean, I have to know. Looking up to Cleveland so far this year, watching Deshaun there, and all that money they spent, what do you think about that?
We laugh and laugh and laugh every day about it. I listen to our sister station in Cleveland on the Odyssey app, 92.3 The Fan, driving in because they're like you, they're on East Coast time. So when I'm driving up to the studio, it's their first hour. I listen to Ken Carman and Anthony Lima after Deshaun does things or doesn't do things or does things that frustrate people. And I listen, and I love both those guys, but I laugh and laugh and laugh because it's not our problem. In fact, it positively affects us because we still have one of their first-round picks left from the trade. So the more Cleveland loses, the better off we feel. I wish nothing but bad things for Deshaun Watson, if you want to know the truth. So I love that all these things are happening. Look, he can still take a nesty plunge like Scrooge McDuck into his big pile of cash every day and say he has scoreboard. But this is a different Deshaun Watson now, man. This is not the same Deshaun Watson. And I know I'm talking in a part of the country where he may still be viewed as royalty than to Clemson. This is not the same Deshaun Watson that took a bus to Jacksonville because he had a punctured lung so he could play back in 2018. This is a Deshaun Watson who he feels more like an Instagram influencer now than he does an NFL quarterback. He's posting his extravagant trips and all his drip and his $3,000 shoes and his Lear jets. He's like the $1 million man, Ted DiBiase, more than he is an NFL quarterback these days. So as far as Deshaun goes on the field, I wish nothing but bad things.
Sean Pendergast, thank you, brother. Thank you for the time.
Hey, Kyle.
Yeah.
Sorry to sugarcoat that for you.
Well, so far my listeners love it on the text line, Sean. So I think you're forgiven.
All right.
Yeah, it's very. That was all full smack off on that one.
Yeah, I did. I was listening to that. I'm like, boy, I kind of like there was a point there where my Jim Rome show voice came out a little bit.
You're trying out as a caller. It's you took it right back to like 1993.
I did. Yeah. I got in a zone for a little bit there. It was good. I was probably like B- material, but the energy was good, I would say. They were split. I listened to the next segment because I was in my car driving up to the thing last night that I was going to. They were split in the Carolinas on my take on Deshaun. I think he still has some fans there.
Oh, for sure. Yeah, a lot of Clemson fans right there. Yeah.
Yep.
I don't know. It's I would put that in the category of just like when we were, there were people that were still hardcore backers of Deshaun Watson when he was still technically here. It's not our problem anymore.
Right.
So it's the thing I would hate the most up in Cleveland right now is having to deal with people who act like I remember last year after New Orleans, the New Orleans game where Deshaun was like 15 for 31, averaging 4.3 yards per attempt, and you had to hear people after the game say things like, "Well, if you actually know football, you know that he was actually playing brilliantly in this game. You just don't know ball. Right. If you think that it's so important to throw for more than 3 yards per attempt or to complete more than 50%, you don't even know football. Dude. Sure, he's thrown more interceptions than touchdowns, but you just don't know ball."
That was wild, man. People. By the way, Deshaun is out this week. It looks like here's Kevin Stefanski, the coach of the Browns. Deshaun Watson, they're putting him on ice for the week with this shoulder injury.
PJ's going to start this week. Deshaun's going to focus on his rehab. I just feel like with what happened in the game, landing on his shoulder, there's residual swelling that's affecting his throwing. I think it's the best thing for him to rest this week and focus on the rehab. And, as I've told you guys, I will always make what I think are the best decisions for our football team, for Deshaun, and I feel like this is the best decision for this week.
I think it's pretty telling. Sean, little Freudian slip there. When he tried to say residual swelling, he said residual, as in recidivism, which is a nasty word. There's some kind of recidivism, the recommitting of a crime or something that was on Kevin Stefanski's mind.
Sidist was a Rich Lord special. Rich loved that word. Loved that word so much. When talking about the Patriots right in front of Ted Johnson, they're recidivists. They're multiple offenders.
He acted like he learned that in a law class or something. He knew that from Raising Arizona.
Yep. Oh, yeah, sure.
Where high is in front of the parole board.
Yep.
Recidivism. So, no, but honestly, part of the Sean, you've listened to more Cleveland radio. I've just read Mirror magazine or newspaper articles about this. But it seems that at least part of the problem with the current situation up in Cleveland is the way the Browns themselves have handled the reporting of the injury. Like at first it was a bruise, now it's a tear. The team cleared him to play, but that maybe was framing it in such a way that he was, technically cleared to play, but they weren't expecting him to. I don't know.
That's the most damning thing when it comes to the Deshaun stuff. My sense is that he's been medically cleared multiple times to play in football games. And this is a case of where Stefanski's kind of falling on the sword and saying, we're choosing to sit him out. If you recall, the first time he missed a game this year, Stefanski said he's medically cleared, but it was Deshaun's decision not to play in the game, which was a bad look for Deshaun when he's making the money that he's making. So I think it's the whole kind of nebulous severity of the injury sort of thing that's really probably hurting his image up there right now as a player.
That's the part where if you're Stefanski, I mean that's a very could be the death blow to your chances as a head coach.
Yeah,
the Browns are very, very unlikely to just try to cut ties with Deshaun at the end of the season. It's almost impossible.
They can't. I mean, financially.
Right.
Yeah.
So, I mean, I'm sure there's some way they could. I've read articles about how the Browns are actually doing a better job managing the cap than people realize. But all that aside, it would be the coach that goes, and it does feel like even if Deshaun, let's say Deshaun were being sketchy as hell about this, hypothetically, I'm really not hinting that he is or anything, but even if he were, the team has not helped at all by the way that they've kind of put the ball in Deshaun's court, unless that's what they're trying to do.
Yeah.
If they feel like they're at their wits' end and they're trying to figure out, maybe they intentionally did that, but it does seem like they've created or at least fanned the flames as much as to calm things down by the way they've framed everything.
Yep. Okay, people weighing in on my my cut there from the Charlotte show that I was on yesterday. I kind of got some Bryce Young voice vibes from Sean right there.
Oh.
Yeah, my voice is I don't have a deep baritone voice but I'm not also being asked to quarterback an NFL team with real men. You know what I mean? Like I'm asked to do a radio show every day. So I'm not.
Which NFL football coach are you most like in persona and voice and body size?
Oh, that's a good question. I don't know.
Maybe Brian Daboll, except you're fitter than Brian.
I'm
Daboll,
a little fitter than Daboll. Yeah,
Daboll doesn't necessarily have. Well, he's got kind of a gruff demeanor.
Yeah.
that you don't have?
I don't know. McDermott is in really good shape. I'm just trying to think of it's like smaller, baldish men who may have a pitchy voice.
Okay, not body type, but maybe voice and personality.
Yeah.
Maybe Wade Phillips.
I would take that as a huge compliment. You think?
Yeah, because Wade has always got a little bit of a smirk on his face,
right?
And he's never ever trying to be a hard ass. He's almost trying to be the opposite of a hard ass, So doesn't go for a lot of BS about nonsensical things. He just wants to live his life and coach some ball.
I take that as a huge compliment. Wade Phillips. I would love to be considered a personality synonymous with Wade Phillips. I don't think Wade Phillips would go on a radio show, local or national, and openly wish bad things on other people like I just did to Deshaun Watson.
Oh,
I don't think
He would do it not as openly, but just with a little bit of passive.
That's what I'm saying. Like he'd be.
I don't know. I mean, hey, they had
right.
they chose to draft Bryce Young. I mean, they could have had either of them, but that's what they did.
He would have a little more finesse than I had.
Yeah.
We'll get back to the Texans and the Panthers in just a bit. As long as we're talking about quarterback situations for teams that we despise, they're dealing with one right now in Tennessee. Mike Vrabel is in a bit of a pickle here in Tennessee. Here's Ian Rappaport yesterday from the NFL Network talking about the Titans getting ready to play Will Levis at quarterback.
Will Levis is expected to be the starter for the Tennessee Titans. They have been preparing him to start not just this week. They were on the bye, used those practices to try to ramp Levis up and get him ready. And maybe this shouldn't be a surprise, guys, because he is a second-round pick. They did see Malik Willis last week and have seen him over the course of the last couple of years. I would expect Willis to play some, as Mike Vrabel said the other day. But at some point, you got to find out, what do you have in Will Levis? Considering that Ryan Tannehill is unlikely to be ready with that high ankle sprain, expect a lot of Will Levis on Sunday against the Falcons.
I'm excited.
A lot of Will Levis.
I'm excited.
A lot of Mayo jokes and comments. Oh, they're totally going to do something in the pregame or at halftime about the Mayo coffee that Will Levis claims that he drinks.
100%. Vrabel was actually asked about the QB situation. Vrabel got chippy in his press, right?
Yeah, and he usually gets chippy with Paul Kaharski. Yeah. Paul Kaharski used to be the ESPN beat reporter. Now he has his own blog there. But this was it's always – Vrabel has some fun with this sometimes, but I think from the way that Paul Kaharski framed this, he tweeted it out. It's with a different reporter. It sounds like Vrabel is genuinely chippy in this moment.
Focus on the Falcons. Good. For this game. Then we're going to talk about the Falcons. So. Why are you holding your hands like that?
I'm trying to get a question.
Well, then ask the question. No, I'm just saying, you look ridiculous. Just ask the question, Joe.
Okay, let me ask you a question. On the two quarterback thing, would that be
against a really good defense? Would have to run the football, whoever plays quarterback.
Okay.
Whether that's right.
Switching series, or that'd be like one guy's a starter.
No, game plan as we work through the week.
Dude, I give that reporter.
Why are you holding your hands like that?
I don't know who the reporter was. I give him a lot of credit. Vrabel is a large human being who probably has a trigger that eventually snaps at some point.
Yeah.
Like that dude was standing in, man.
I pictured that reporter standing like Mr. Burns with his hands, like praying mantis claws that Mr. Burns stands with.
Vrabel! Which quarterback are you going to be playing today, Vrabel? Levis? Oh, excellent. Excellent.
Vrabel having to explain the forward pass to Mr. Burns.
We're getting in wishbone, Vrabel. Give me the Willis kid. Stat. Smithers. Rub my toes. That's funny. What are you doing with your hands?
I want to know what he was doing with his hands.
I do too.
I have this, was he raising his hands?
I must know.
I don't know what he was doing with his hands that Vrabel was so put out with.
Why are you raising the roof while you're asking me this question about Will Levis?
Was he rubbing them together greedily? Was he kind of like he was about to get a scoop? What could he possibly have been doing with his hands?
The Mr. Burns thing is the best.
Because whatever that reporter was doing with his hands was different than what he normally does with his hands. Yes. What would he be doing with his hands in a press press conference. Staff response from Mike Vrabel.
That's funny. That is really funny. Text message, Wade Phillips. Sean is definitely David Culley. Okay.
That's delightful
football
human
playing
being.
Jesse.
That's right. You're a sports talking Jesse is what you are.
What am I, Coach?
Football playing Jesse.
Sports talking Jesse. That's right. You know what? I'll take David Culley as a compliment. David Culley is one of the nicest human beings that you'll find walking the face of the earth. I'm not here to coach football anyways.
It's hard to make it. It's hard to make it that long in the NFL, being that nice.
Yeah.
Like at some point.
No, I've heard people like, so why did that guy get out of coaching? Why did he get fired? He's too nice. He's too nice for football.
Yeah.
That's a thing. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you. Texans and Panthers. Man, you remember how Bill O'Brien used to call the Texans the almost team? We're the almost team. We almost made the play. We almost made the playoffs. The Panthers, there's a lot of almost going on for the Texans with these Carolina Panthers, and I think you'll feel better about where we're going after this next segment. Stay there.
If you're worried.
The market has spoken. Call D&M Leasing before you buy.
Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. Panthers, Texans. Well, we're getting some funny texts. We'll read them in just a second. Panthers, Texans, noon on Sunday. Panthers are 0-6. Texans 3-3 and ascending, I would say, Seth. They've won 3 out of 4. So I think the Texans.
That's a good point. They won 3 out of 4. It was a hotly contested Falcons game. Yep. Defense ultimately let you down, but and they've got a weak schedule the rest of the way out. It's weird. I feel like we're in that stretch of the curve with a new coach and a bunch of new young players and a young quarterback where people are okay with saying, yeah, and we've got a weak schedule. Where I feel like once you're a genuine bona fide team, you don't look at the weak schedule like, oh, hey, awesome, we got a weak schedule. You're like, okay, we should dominate this schedule.
That's right.
So, but it's a gentle, it should be theoretically a gentle way to break into it.
And yet, I'm feeling really comfortable about this game on Sunday. That scares me.
Careful, man.
Yeah, no, I do. This is where, remember a couple weeks ago when the Niners were playing the Browns and I was just poo-pooing the Browns, and you told me, you said, hey, man, be careful. Be careful. I know the Niners are undefeated, but anybody can beat anybody. And sure enough, the Cleveland Browns beat the San Francisco 49ers on that day. I need speech just to keep me from getting too overconfident with this game on Sunday.
It was easier with the Browns because the Browns have a bona fide, really good defense, and the Panthers do not.
Okay.
So it's tougher for me. It's tougher for me to give you the old gung-ho, rah-rah, hey, they're slightly better than the Giants and the Patriots.
Right.
And the Giants and the Patriots have beat teams this year. It's the standard, hey, any given Sunday, any team can beat any other team on any given Sunday. And certainly, I don't think the Texans, as Landry noted when he just took over right after the toss yesterday, people asking the question, hey, is this a trap game for the Texans? That's completely a media creation.
Yeah.
That's not one bit, I think, what D'Amico Ryans or anybody on the team feels.
Agreed.
They'll acknowledge that they've made some progress in some areas, but if you look at the Panthers, the biggest thing I'd be concerned of right off the bat is that, hey, Adam Thielen is still productive. Adam Thielen is getting and forming a nice connection with Bryce Young. And they're a threat. They don't really have anybody else to complement Adam Thielen and to really stretch the field or create opportunities. But I don't think it's out of the realm of possibilities that, between hitting Adam Thielen deep a couple times and then also just marching down the field with a lot of underneath stuff, any given week could be the week that it clicks for the Panthers.
Dude, Thielen's putting up crazy numbers this year. He's got games. It's wild. It's a good signing by them. There's a lot of looking across the field on Sunday. A lot of almost, man. Bryce Young was almost the quarterback of the Houston Texans. I believe that. I believe that there were conversations to move up from 2 to 1, and that if they had moved up to 1, it might have been to take Bryce Young. I don't know that to be the case, but my guess is that Bryce Young and C.J. Stroud, at the very least, were very close to each other on the Texans' big board, if not Bryce Young maybe even being above C.J. Stroud there.
Yeah.
It feels like we dodged a bullet there.
You just it's impossible to know, and I do think that a lot of the anonymous scout or the former GM, anonymous former GM that did their QB rankings in the spring, I think a lot of them were very comfortable academically choosing Bryce Young, but if they were actually in the hot seat, if they were the one making the decisions, it's gutsy to take a guy as tiny as Bryce Young is. And it's not his height. It's his height and body weight combined. And to look at something you've never seen before in the NFL, you know, like you guys can go back and cite all these various players from the 1960s and what have you. Great. These guys making the decisions now have not seen those guys who are playing against, by the way, 190-pound defensive ends and stuff.
Yeah.
So, like, I don't know if it was as overwhelming in favor of Bryce Young as a lot of the preseason polls and anonymous GMs and articles would have you believe.
There's 3 coaches on the staff in Carolina who's had a coaching job at one point or another over the last few years. There's
got
been
an axe to grind. Not to mention one that was a Texans head coach.
Dom
Capers
is on the staff too.
Yeah.
That's right. Dom Capers is on the staff. Thomas Brown, their OC. Ejiro Evero, their DC. They hired him as their defensive coordinator. He was the DC in Denver last year. And then Josh McCown.
Wait, where am I? Who is this guy?
Yeah. You're the quarterback's coach for Bryce Young, Josh.
Yeah.
What's up, guys? How we doing? Everyone good?
Yeah.
You were most recently a guy that did a YouTube channel for Underdog Fantasy Sports until you got a job coaching in the NFL.
Is that true? He had a YouTube channel?
Yeah, it was a really good channel. Yeah, like his breakdown. That's where they got the audio. Remember they got the audio of him breaking down C.J. Stroud, and it sounded like, oh, man, boy, the Panthers love C.J. Stroud. And then people discovered the audio of him breaking down Bryce Young. Like, oh, man, did you hear what he said about Bryce Young? It was all based on the stuff he was doing when he was an internet nerd, okay?
Yeah.
It wasn't like him speaking as the quarterback's coach of the Panthers.
And by the way, Josh McCown probably loves everybody. I mean, when you stick around in the NFL for 2 decades playing for 13 different teams, it's because you probably don't ruffle a lot of people's feathers, right?
Yeah. So he was passed over to be the play caller in favor of Thomas Brown, who interviewed for the head coach. So Thomas Brown, and then Ejiro Evero, who put together a really good defense in Denver last year, and had Dom Capers as a consultant there in Denver too. Comes over to Carolina and that combo in Carolina that it had been in Denver.
No, their secondary is ravaged with injuries right now, though. They're very banged up, which is good. They give up a ton of yards to receivers, a ton. Yeah. So this should be a game where C.J. Stroud eats on Sunday. Let's hope. The almost stuff with the Texans. This isn't as close as the others that we just cited, the quarterback and the head coaching interview candidates. But Ike Ekwonu was the 6th overall pick in the 2022 draft, the draft where the Texans took Derek Stingley with the 3rd overall pick, and then took Kenyon Green, who plays the same position as Ekwonu, with the 15th pick. There were plenty of mock drafts leading up to the 2022 draft, Seth, that had the Texans taking Ike Ekwonu out of NC State, I believe, is where he played in college.
And I liked Ike Ekwonu a lot. Yeah. And he's had some, it's funny, I think overall, I think they're happy with him. He still has moments where he looks like a young guard, and he and the tackle aren't on the same page, or like a defensive line game that shouldn't beat him really, really beats him. So there are opportunities there. It's just a matter of, okay, do you get the best version of Ekwonu, or do you get the worst version of him as they're playing? Like I think there's elements of their offensive line that could all of a sudden just start to click, and maybe with Thomas Brown as their offensive coordinator, whatever they change, or if maybe they simplify things, because you change offensive coordinators during the bye week. He's not going to have a boatload of time to change a bunch of stuff, but I do think he might be able to simplify and figure out what he really wants to emphasize, or competent version of what you've been seeing. There's definitely a potential ambush factor here, whether it's with Ekwonu or anybody else on this offense.
Yep, for sure. Last one. Kamu Grugier-Hill gets a lot of snaps on this Panthers defense. I'm in favor of that. I like that. If you're looking to find a defense where maybe you get some linebackers flowing the wrong way, maybe all the way off the field, maybe you're trying to get this run game going.
Yep.
Kamu Grugier-Hill, former Texans legend. I mean, we're doing almost.
Dude,
I mean, he's almost in the Ring of Honor, quite honestly.
He is. Honestly, I don't know if I've ever seen a linebacker who is as locked down in man coverage on run plays. Like, he will cover his guy for 9 seconds on a run play. Yep. It's astounding how good he is at, and it was fun to see as his offense is increasingly figured out, like, hey, we can totally get this guy completely out of the picture. If we find out that Kamu Grugier-Hill is in man, let's just be sure we motion that guy out to the perimeter, and Kamu will keep running after him as we're running in the opposite direction.
Yep. I'm happy to see Kamu Grugier-Hill on the other side on Sunday.
I would, honestly, a lot of times I would send all these. I didn't. He's a nice kid, and I didn't want to bash him or anything. But my God, it would get so annoying to me when people would act like he was like the second coming of Ray Lewis. So I would send you videos every Monday morning of him running in the wrong direction on plays, and there was no reason for me to make a huge deal off, and it wasn't going to get better with a replacement or anything. It just annoyed me that people were fooled by. That's what annoys me more than anything, when people get fooled by stuff. So a linebacker who makes a couple plays behind the line of scrimmage and then gets up and celebrates extremely can fool people into thinking he's a better linebacker. Just like Trevor Penning, the offensive lineman, can get his ass beat, but then as long as he jumps into the defensive lineman's knees after he gets beat, people are like, this guy's just he's like he should be working down on the docks. He's a badass.
Got a fire in his belly.
Yeah.
Fire in the belly. In the previous segment, Seth brought up the question, which NFL head coach am I most like? Me, Sean Pendergast. And there was a listener that said, well, Seth brought up Wade Phillips. I think Wade's too nice. I'm probably a little meaner than Wade Phillips. Someone said, Wade Phillips, Sean is David Culley. And
yeah.
Which I take as a compliment, too.
A compliment, right.
Nice guy. Yeah. You're not asking me to coach football or know the rule book or anything like that. Text message 5488. The most important thing about sports radio is the radio.
That's true. That's one thing you say every morning when you come in.
That's true.
The most important thing about football is the football.
That's exactly right. I remind Seth at 5:59 and 42 seconds before every show, I said, Seth, remember, the most important thing about sports radio is the radio.
I used to think it was the words, too. That would be another nice, obvious thing you could say. Mm-hmm. The most important thing about sports talk is the talk.
The most important thing about sports talk is the talk. Give me color.
The most important thing about football is the football.
He's right. It's true. It's a very important thing.
You know what? Vandermeer has kind of a similar saying about radio, but it is very, very true. He's always saying that you have to remember it is very much about the sound.
Yeah.
It's not just, okay, you can make your great hot takes and what have you, but a lot of it is just, is it pleasant to listen to?
Yes.
Or does it grab your attention or catch your attention?
Energy, man.
So that's Vandy's, the most important thing about football is the football, but just like that saying of Culley's, there is some sense to it.
100%. I agree.
Except I still don't know what, I don't know what Culley
was talking about?
Yeah.
The most important thing about football is the football.
CJ actually, I think, got me to understand it better when CJ was talking about avoiding sacks.
Yeah.
Which is like, okay, remember, it's not about me taking a sack or me it's what happens to the football after the sack.
That's right.
And it's going to be 8 yards behind the line of scrimmage or it's going to get turned over or whatever. Like, always remember, protect the football.
That's right. That's right.
Thank you, David Culley, for teaching CJ that lesson.
That's it. Out of the mouths of babes. Absolutely. So Astros fans, we are understandably still perplexed, frustrated over the way the season ended. I think the easiest way to remedy some of this is to listen to a bunch of angry fans from the National League losing side. We will do that. We'll do our top 8 stories at 8 at the top of the hour. Stay
Leasing today.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Chandler Rome's got his list of candidates for the Astros job out now. Just went up on The Athletic. He's got some interesting names in here. We can get to that a little bit later. Dusty Baker is retiring. 11 a.m. today is the press conference to make it official. I would expect Dusty is going to remain in baseball in some capacity, Seth, if I had to guess.
No, I think he's been pretty, like, that was what was reported beforehand, and then he talked in his comments yesterday about how he still has a lot to offer and a lot of experience. I can't imagine spending, 50-some years, being in baseball and then all of a sudden quitting cold turkey.
Yeah, like that would be a huge adjustment, I would think. For
like
Dusty.
even it's like Kubiak, Kubiak still does his various consulting things.
Yeah.
I would imagine, unless he cut back this year. But and why not now? If you're in any profession at all where you have some level of expertise, with how comfortable people are with Zoom and working remotely now, my God, be a consultant of some sort.
Absolutely. That's the way to go. Pays pretty good, too.
And get some medical marijuana while you're at it.
Indeed. Absolutely. All right. We'll do our headlines, top 8 at 8, top of the hour. Kyle Bailey of WFNZ in Charlotte joins us at 8:23 to preview the Texans and the Panthers. So I bring up the Astros because, I look, there's still obviously a lot of frustration with the way much losing Game 7 of the World Series a few years ago. This team ultimately may have overachieved by getting to Game 7 of the ALCS. Who knows? Texas was the better team in that series. I can sleep at night with that. I can also sleep at night knowing that Philadelphia fans are angry. Seth, you found this.
Even angrier than usual. I mean, they're always angry, but they're even angrier than usual.
Yeah, they lost Game 6 and Game 7 at home.
Yeah.
Boy, that must hurt.
How the hell do you live with that for the rest of your life?
How did that happen?
Twice.
Twice.
How do you live with that for 4 years and then do it again?
It's amazing.
It's like the Olympics.
We are.
Once every 4 years.
Astros Olympiad, yeah. Losing all.
We're the Olympics in that every 4 years, we alternate, basically. Ben, did you end up having to further edit this video, or was it kept
just to be safe? Yeah.
Okay, yeah. This was played on the news up in Philadelphia.
This was a shoddy editing job at first.
They minimally just left blank spaces where they would leave out one letter of a 7-letter word. Okay, good job, Ben. I'm glad you did that. This is a montage of various Philadelphia fans leaving the stadium after they lost the series at home.
Let's see what people got to say.
We had home field for 2 games, and you let them come here and beat us?
Phillies need to sell Trey Turner. That guy's an idiot. We went farther without that guy. The Phillies, honestly.
Let's trade the whole team. This team blew today.
I want to say that I'm depressed. Give them this cigarette.
Philly fans, we always stink.
Disappointment.
Oh, man, that was just straight garbage.
This sucks.
I hope they never play a baseball game again.
Fire Topper.
Topper! What's up, man?
I'm feeling like I want to go lay in traffic.
All them ass because I couldn't get a hit when we needed it.
I love how we spent $700 million for guys to go 0 for 12 combined.
Let's go Jets.
It's a good point. I'm feeling good because, we still got the Birds.
Go Birds! Go Birds!
Hit the ball, man. Come on, really? Hit the ball.
Overpaid assholes.
That one was tight.
But most of I know it sounded like potty mouths on some of the kids there. Those were actually all women. Any of the ones that sounded like a 13-year-old boy, that was not all of them. There were a couple though.
The third or fourth one, I'm like, this kid's awesome.
Nobody smokes 3 packs of Marlboros a day like a Philadelphia woman, and then sneers at you.
Dude,
about your
my
team.
mom was from Philly, grew up in Philly. That sounded like every family reunion I ever went to. My mom's side of the family. Yeah. Nice people, but they no filter at all, and very passionate.
Colorful way of talking. Yeah, passionate,
big time.
Boy, I just, but I can't. And look, and who can judge? Who can judge? When somebody's dealt a blow like that, not winning a game at home,
that must suck to feel that way, losing 2 at home to close out a league championship series. It's got to be brutal. So we play that so that you can commiserate a little bit with Philly fans out there.
Yeah.
So circling back to Texans and Panthers on Sunday, Texans still, I checked, still a 3.5-point favorite here against the Carolina Panthers. My big concern is you've built up this goodwill with the fan base. You've got this positive energy. It really made the bye week a whole lot easier with the Texans actually being good and being able to look ahead at things and stuff like that. My fear is that once again we are looking at a possibility that if they were to lose this game, we're kind of back, maybe not back to square one, because those wins all still count, obviously, and 3-4. 3-4 is not a horrible thing to have to dig yourself out of if you're the Texans. It's very dig-outable. But, man, the opportunity to be 4-3 going into a game against the Bucs, who are not a good football team. I saw them in person last Sunday, Seth, the Bucs. I will tell you.
Oh, yeah.
Not a good football team.
Is Baker is Baker turned into a pumpkin, or is it just that the everything around him isn't enough?
They can't. Well, stop me if you've heard this. They can't run the football. Tampa Bay. They can't run the football. Baker sucks. He was horrible on Sunday against Atlanta, a team that CJ did okay against. Not great in the red zone, but did score a go-ahead touchdown late in the game against. So I
think it's okay. So is the fear level as high as it needs to be or should be? Do people understand the consequences of losing this game?
Right.
To the what I mean, I do. There's no natural Dallas versus Houston or AFC South versus Houston angle here to where you're it's not like you're going to hear from Panthers fans as nonstop at work the next day or anything if they don't win. I do think, though, that it feels like right now after 6 games that the Texans got the better quarterback. And as Frank Reich himself said, you got to remember, man, you don't tell the whole story after 6 weeks. It's years with a quarterback. Carson Wentz was an MVP candidate when Frank Reich was coaching up in Philadelphia. I would say the difference between C.J. Stroud and Carson Wentz, a young Carson Wentz or a young RG3 or anybody else, is that C.J. is doing a lot of the higher-level quarterback stuff already. He's not running a scaled-back version that's dumbed down for an athletic rookie quarterback like Carson Wentz. He's very much running the offense that he'll be running 5, 6, 7 years from now. So I think that's where you're not getting way out ahead of yourself to be excited about CJ's fast start. I think the thing you got to be careful about is thinking that, oh, wow, yep, Bryce Young is always going to be this bad. Because they have, he does not have some of the same supporting cast around him. And I want to be careful when I say this because I think CJ has made some of the guys around him look better than they otherwise have looked.
Yeah.
So I do think, though, that between the coaching and the talent on that offense right now, that offense is holding them back. They can't separate his receivers. The offensive line and the pass protection has been a mess. But that's where I will say I think Bobby Slowick has done a much better job than Frank Reich in compensating and adjusting for all that stuff. So it's the combo package right now more than anything that I'm excited about. It's okay, D'Amico brought in the right offensive-minded dude to be the coordinator for this team. CJ is functioning at a higher level than a lot of rookie quarterbacks, and both of those things working together are just a vastly different situation than what Bryce Young has right now in Carolina.
The interesting matchup in that both teams are inept right now statistically in these areas, to me, Seth, the Texans' running game, which they've been trying like crazy to get moving in the right direction, against the Carolina Panthers' run defense, which is not good. So who has a better chance of this being a get-well game, the Texans' rushing offense or the Panthers' rushing defense?
Oh, I think the Texans' rushing offense, because I think one thing that Slowick maybe conceded a little bit in the last game was that, all right, look, we've got a package of plays that work for Devin Singletary. We've got a package of plays that work for Dameon Pierce. We're still going to run some of the stuff that doesn't quite work with Dameon Pierce, but we got to figure out some way to balance all this. We don't want to have strong tendencies, but we got to go with what works. And I think we're going to see more of that after a couple weeks. I think we start seeing Devin Singletary used as a receiver more than he has so far. Think about this. Devin Singletary has had he's averaged 39 catches per season the last 3 seasons. Right now, 5 catches for the Texans.
Yeah, that's
not going
to work.
There's tillable ground right there that we can use with Devin Singletary.
Like
And the Panthers' defense and run defense hasn't been all that special. So
No.
I think that this could be a very good week for the running game to, I don't want to say breakout because it'll be versus a bad defense, but I think that you're going to see a better version of the Texans rushing
I want
offense.
CJ to keep throwing for 300 yards every Sunday, though. That's fun. it's fun to watch. I know.
Like,
in a
so
perfect
far-
world, they'd like it to be more balanced. I know that.
It's funny. I think CJ has that Tom Brady element to him where he definitely 100% really doesn't care about the passing yardage as long as they win.
Agreed.
Like Brady, and I'm not trying to paint Brady out as a saint or anything, but I think like he genuinely did not care if he had 75 yards passing in a game as long as they won the game and they rushed it 48 times. Where I think every quarterback will say the right thing in that instance, but not necessarily feel it. I think CJ and Brady and a lot of other quarterbacks, but they're just kind of cut from that thing that I always wanted from Deshaun, which was, hey, yeah, it's great that you threw for 350 yards, but you didn't score any points. But what the quarterback needs to concern himself with is how many points are we scoring.
Yep.
He doesn't need to concern himself with what his passing numbers are or anything else. He needs to be concerned with, are we scoring points? Is the rushing offense? Am I doing everything I can as the quarterback to help the rushing offense? Where with Deshaun, and this is not just sour grapes. This was Deshaun, my complete
moment.
was
Absolutely.
that he did not take ownership of the running game.
Yep.
And that he also just didn't act like his performance was the offensive performance in total. I think CJ has cut more from the better part of that.
I wholeheartedly agree with you. You know what makes me think about this matchup, the aspect of this matchup that this makes me think of, Seth, is, and we'll ask Kyle Bailey about this when he comes on with us in the 8 o'clock hour. He's with our sister station in Charlotte. I wonder if Panther fans care most about winning this game or if they care most about Bryce Young looking good in this game. Like, I think my guess is there's a big part of Panther fans that just want Bryce Young to put up better numbers and look better than C.J. Stroud than actually win the game on the scoreboard. And here's the thing you need to know. Carolina has no incentive to lose this game, draft-wise. The Bears have the Panthers' first-round pick from ironically, the trade to get Bryce Young. So there's no draft incentive to losing this game in terms of a rooting interest. I know the players would never try to lose the game. I'm talking about in terms of fans and the rooting interest in this game. So winning this game, losing this game is irrelevant draft-wise for their first-round pick. I get that way sometimes, Seth. Like, I remember a few years ago when we were waiting on Clowney. Like, Clowney was coming off his rookie year, and I think the Texans opened against the Chiefs in 2015, if I'm not mistaken. And I remember saying to Ted and Rich when I was doing afternoons with them, I remember saying, I would rather Jadeveon Clowney get 3 sacks today and the Texans lose than the Texans win this that time. Is that important to the future of the Texans? I would feel better about the trajectory of the team if Clowney is wrecking shop in a loss than if Clowney looked like lost rookie Clowney, but in a win. And they thought I was crazy, and probably a lot of people did. That Texans weren't tanking back then or anything like that. But my guess is that there's probably a lot of Panther fans that just want to see Bryce Young look competent, and they don't care about the scoreboard at the end of the game.
Right? Yeah, you want to get some of that glow of feeling okay, the future is here. If you've got. Like Peyton Manning when he was with the Colts back in his rookie season. They won 2 games. He broke a record for interceptions that year, I believe. But you could see the promise and the upside in him. I'm not acting like it was all rosy or anything.
No.
I mean, Jim Mora Sr. was their coach. He's not a rosy individual.
Playoffs!
But, yeah. So I think that they don't feel that even right now. Yeah. It's just that much of a hodgepodge.
Yep.
One of our listeners on the YouTube channel made a comment that I disagree with. He said, you guys were telling us all offseason not to worry about Bryce's size, and now you're acting like it's a huge deal. I 100% made a conscious point of always prefacing anything positive I said about Bryce Young with, I'm terrified about his size.
Yeah.
I'm not ashamed of it. A lot of people, this is what happens. A lot of people in media were concerned that this somehow was going to get rolled up into some kind of politically correct, you're being sizist. So they would act like they were speaking about a protected class or some quarterback. They were petrified and terrified that somehow, like, this was going to get them canceled, that they were going to use Bryce Young's size against them. I was not afraid.
You were not. No,
I was not afraid. I spoke the truth.
You pointed
about
out
my concerns and fear about his size.
His little bird-like frame, absolutely.
Yeah, he's already missed one game due to injury.
Exactly. All right, we're a little after 8 o'clock. Let's get to this. All right, you're listening to KILT and KILT HD2 on Odyssey Station. We do Top 8 at 8, the Ocho, 8 stories. Number 1, Dusty Baker is 3 hours from now. Will be sitting in a press conference in which he is reportedly announcing his retirement from managing in baseball, likely staying in the game in some capacity. So Dusty Baker retiring. Astros on the lookout for a new manager. Maybe it's somebody in the building like Joe Espada. Maybe it's one of these 15 names that Chandler Rome put in this article here that we'll get to a little later in the show, I'm sure. But I would say, Seth, the things people need to know about this, Dusty Baker retires with one of the best, with the best resume of any Astros manager ever, including A.J. Hinch. Yeah. And this search for the new manager will be spearheaded by, according to Brian McTaggart, Jim Crane, the owner, and Jeff Bagwell, the special advisor to the owner and baseball operations, with Dana Brown, the GM, having some input into the decision. This is scaring people right now.
This is scaring people because, despite what Jose Abreu did in the playoffs and in really the last month of the regular season, you look at the sum total of what the free agency acquisitions did. They were basically a walk above replacement during the regular season for a whole lot of money. And people aren't so sure that they want to sign on for more of that in whichever manager and however they allow Dana Brown to operate this offseason.
Yeah, they blame Jeff Bagwell for that. I mean, that's straight up. They blame Jeff Bagwell, and I think there's a concern that Bagwell's involvement in the managerial search is going to potentially yield something that could be a whole lot more detrimental than having to deal with Jose Abreu batting in the 5-hole for the first 4 months of the season. Like you make a bad you make a bad manager hire. I mean, and this is a team that there's a lot of people that are going to want this job. Like can you think of a more a more desirable open managerial job than this one right now?
I don't know. Well, that's an interesting question because the things that made them great previously have changed. Yeah. They have an aging core of really good players. They have a couple of young studs, a couple of whom are locked down, but we don't know exactly what Christian Javier is anymore. We don't know exactly what Framber is. Yeah. You don't know if Kyle Tucker's going to be around for long. So I don't know. I feel like from a managerial position, this looks like, okay, I could be the guy that's going to end up being blamed as part of the downfall for reasons beyond my control.
Maybe, yeah. Like this is where I need to see who else gets fired and compare it to the other jobs. Because you're right. Yeah. Like, it's not the best version of the Astros that you could possibly have been managing over the last few years, but it's probably still way better than managing, like if the built up or something like that.
Yeah. Oh, it's top. It's a top job for sure. It's just not quite the same as when
Dusty took it.
Yeah. Except, I mean, that was a murky picture at that point too. Nobody knew exactly how everybody was going to respond. But as far as on paper, what they had, Dusty took it over. That might have been it. If you take the scandal out of it, and which you were able to do, that was one of the best managerial jobs to take in the history of baseball.
Absolutely. 2. Texans back at practice yesterday. They'll be back at practice today, getting ready for the Carolina Panthers. We'll continue to break that game down over the next couple days, including next segment. We'll talk to Kyle Bailey from Charlotte, WFNZ in Charlotte, and he'll help us preview it from a Panthers perspective. Laramie Tunsil, Tank Dell, both practice yesterday, Seth. That's great news. Getting Tank Dell back, man, that is something. I like Tank Dell as a player. I was really glad the Texans drafted him. He's looked great, from the time he put a Texans uniform on. I did not think when they drafted him that in Week 8, coming off of the bye, I'd be saying, man, thank God Tank Dell is back because he brings a different element to this offense.
He brings a different element. I also do like the fact that when the diminutive Tank Dell was injured, it was because of the ground, which would have been the same hardness at high school, college, Pop Warner Field, anywhere. So that was independent of the NFL. It wasn't that he was too small to play in the NFL. It was that he hit his head on the ground. And he could have done that anywhere, in any league, at any body weight. So we're
and nobody gets close to catches.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, the small, that's one thing that's really, the last couple of years has been kind of emphatically proven. Okay, with the new passing rules and what you can and can't do defensively, size is not the barrier it once was for wide receivers at all.
Hassan Ridgeway, defensive tackle, had his practice window activated. It's a fancy way of saying he's coming off of injured reserve. A big body that they can use for some depth in that interior right now. So.
Yeah, and that's I think that it's not a glamorous move or anything. It's nothing that anybody really needs to pay that much attention to, other than that right now the composition of the defensive line has been the guys that are good at getting upfield, rushing the passer, not necessarily always the best at sinking down versus double teams. When Khalil Davis started playing, that helped out a little bit. But Ridgeway being back is just going to give them more opportunities that when they need to stop the run, maybe when they need to close out a game, maybe when CJ is just in the fourth quarter of that Falcons game, there were times where the Falcons were running at will. Yeah. Hopefully Ridgeway makes a difference there.
3.
The Rockets opened their season last night in Orlando. Didn't go well. It was going okay for a while. It was close midway through the third quarter, 63-62.
It was the Rockets were within 1 point there in the third quarter, but it wasn't like it was one of those NBA third quarter comebacks.
Yeah.
Where it's just a matter of like, all right, yeah, let's the Magic said, okay, let's put an end to that, and they went on a 25-7 run.
Yeah, because the Rockets had to claw back to just get back in this game, and then they get outscored massively for the rest of the game. They got outscored by 29 points the rest of the game. The Rockets lose 116-86 to fellow perennial lottery team, the Orlando Magic. So now it's on to San Antonio. We get our first look at Victor Wembanyama on Friday night for the Rockets. I'm kind of excited for this. I don't know if I'm excited for the outcome. We'll see. But this will be the first of several times we see old Victor Wembanyama.
I'm not going to lie, Sean. Hot take coming. 116-86.
Mm-hmm.
Most of that margin created in the last 1.5 quarters of the game.
Yeah.
It leaves me less than optimistic about how they're going to do versus the Spurs. Okay.
Not as much.
It's a gut feel I have. Okay.
Not as much fun to watch as we were laying out yesterday last night.
Yeah.
So,
watchable my ass.
Yeah.
17th most watchable team, Zach Lowe.
Zach Lowe.
Jeez.
4.
All right. James Harden, remember him? We talked about him yesterday. He had been staying away from the Sixers. The Sixers were like, hey, he told us he has a personal issue that he's working on right now, so he's excused from having to be around the building. He said, I'm coming back. I'm coming back to the building. And they said, well, how about you go to the Camden, New Jersey practice facility for a few days while we handle the heavy lifting on the road against the Milwaukee Bucks tonight. They've got, I think, one other road game before they come back to Philly. So James Harden kind of back with the Sixers. He's doing enough to make sure he still gets his game checks, it would appear, Seth.
I've got this image in my mind of just James Harden kind of sulking around with the lights all dark. Not that many other injured guys around because it's early in the season. So it's just him and a couple of the trainers, and the trainers are kind of arguing about, like, I don't want to work on him. You make the young guy go work on him. Just have the young guy tape his ankles.
Yes.
And maybe it was some sad music playing in the background.
Dude, what a weird situation in Philadelphia, man.
5.
All right, Deshaun Watson. That's a weird situation, too. Man, it feels like James Harden and Deshaun Watson have this weird unintentional simpatico thing going on.
Nobody exports weird quite like Houston.
Yeah.
Austin wants to keep things weird. Houston, we're like, no, one-way bus ticket out of here.
That's it.
Well, we'll give you our Deshaun's. We'll give you our James Harden. We'll even give you our weird Chandler Parsons yearning to breathe free. We'll take all the freaky, weird type dudes that you just kind of don't know about, and off to Memphis you go.
Send them your way. Yeah, absolutely. So Deshaun Watson is out for this week's game against the Seattle Seahawks. It'll be P.J. Walker, another former Houston legendary quarterback with the Roughnecks. Here's Kevin Stefanski, the Browns coach, on the current situation with Deshaun Watson.
PJ's going to start this week. Deshaun's going to focus on his rehab. I just feel like with what happened in the game, landing on his shoulder, there's residual swelling that's affecting his throwing. I think it's the best thing for him to rest this week and focus on the rehab. And, as I've told you guys, I will always make what I think are the best decisions for our football team, for Deshaun, and I feel like this is the best decision for this week.
And people have pointed this out on the text page, Seth. They're like, yeah, you are joking around. You got P.J. Walker in there. They're going to lose these games now. P.J. Walker hasn't been great in the games he's come into, but they've won the games. They whatever they're doing has
versus the 49ers, he made some key and clutch throws.
Yeah.
Like he's had some bad interceptions, but like also in that 49ers game, it was raining like crazy. You know who did a better job of dealing with the elements in that Cleveland 49ers game was P.J. Walker over Brock Purdy. Brock Purdy looked like he had like little elf hands in that game. Anytime he tried to throw downfield when it was raining, the ball was slipping out of his hand, where P.J. Walker actually made some dropped some dimes. So like you can't just it's not with a team like the Browns that has such a good defense and the ability to run. It's P.J. Walker isn't as much of a liability as it might look on paper.
I do wonder if there would be more pressure on Deshaun to play if they were 2-4 instead of 4-2. If like the season were hanging in the balance kind of thing. If they would
I don't know. I feel like Deshaun, kind of like James Harden, is immune to pressure at this point. He's just gonna play when he feels like playing.
Yeah, I guess.
6.
All right, we've got a lot of quarterback medical news in this set of 8 headlines here. You mentioned Brock Purdy, Seth. He is he's in concussion protocol right now, so it looks like we may get a Sam Darnold start for the San Francisco 49ers on
and Brock Purdy
on
didn't show symptoms during the game. He started having them on the flight home, and which does happen sometimes. The symptoms emerge later on, but the 49ers, question people had in the offseason when we were talking about D'Amico. They beat the crap out of people. They play a very physical brand of football, but people wonder if it just exacts as much of a toll on the 49ers. Like, quarterback's a whole different deal, but you look at that team right now, and they've been banged up. They've been missing either Deebo Samuel or Christian McCaffrey or whomever else at various times of this season, that's the one thing holding them back right this moment from being the truly dominant team in the NFL. I think are some of the injuries they've had.
Yeah, and their upcoming schedule is a tricky one. They play Cincinnati this weekend, but then after that they've got a bunch of road games coming up. They have the bye week after the Cincinnati game, so Brock Purdy will have a bye week to get his concussion right. And then after the bye week, though, they're at Jacksonville, home for Tampa, at Seattle, at Philly, and then home for Seattle. That's a rough 5 games coming out of the bye week right there. Seattle's no joke. They're 4-2 this year. That's a pretty good football team, and they play them twice within 3 weeks. That division's going to get decided in that 3-week period right there. So
I got to go back and watch that Bengals-Seattle game. That intrigues me. Low-scoring game. Joe Burrow threw for 185 yards, 2 touchdowns, 1 interception. Everything, boy, the NFL is just wide open in a lot of ways.
It is, yeah, big time.
7.
More quarterback news. Kyler Murray, Seth. This is important for the Texans because they play the Cardinals in Week 11 coming up. Kyler Murray, a full participant, according to Adam Schefter. Well, full participant. Adam Schefter. I don't need according to Adam Schefter. Anybody who was at practice saw it, so it's not like
right. But yeah, per reports of everybody who's out there, they saw that.
Schefter, right? According to people with eyeballs, Kyler Murray, full participant in practice. We brought this up when they announced that he was going to be coming off injured reserve last week. I truly wonder what Cardinal fans are rooting for right now. Like, this is a team that's won 1 game this year, so they're standings-wise, they've got an uphill struggle to get relevant again.
Yeah.
And I think it's a fan base that was conditioned this offseason to start looking ahead to Caleb Williams or Drake May as their next quarterback.
They thought that the Texans were for sure going to be the worst team in the league. It was obvious the Texans were going to be the worst team in the league. Now they're looking at the draft pick that they got in the Will Anderson trade as the 16th overall right this moment.
Yeah.
I mean, tied with a few other teams at 3 and 3.
Not a top 5 pick like they were counting on.
No. Right now, the Houston, which goes to Arizona, the Jets, and Cincinnati would all be tied for this. Would be somewhere around the 16th pick. Right now.
Yep. So Kyler Murray coming back, and Seth, I'm fully anticipating he's going to be the starting quarterback when the Cardinals come here in Week 11. Are you?
Yeah. I think they're gonna. You got to see what you have in Kyler Murray. Like, Kyler Murray, honestly, I feel like, yes, there's lots of negatives you can point to him and say, well, it wouldn't matter if it was Cliff Kingsbury or anybody else that had him. I think that if, like, the fair example, all right, let's say it was Andy Reid. If Andy Reid had Kyler Murray, do you think we'd be seeing a different version of Kyler Murray? I think 100%
Probably
we would.
so,
That
yes.
doesn't mean he'd be as good as Pat Mahomes. But Cliff Kingsbury was just never going to be an NFL head coach and maybe an offensive coordinator at some point, but he never really turned that offense into an NFL offense other than just continuing to spend draft capital and money on wide receivers. Cliff Kingsbury doesn't know how to teach a guy how to be an NFL quarterback. So, they gotta play Kyler Murray. They gotta see what they have in him.
8. Last one. The NBA, they do something that I like. They do something I think is fun, and then Adam Silver just yanks the football away from me. I liked the All-Star game format where they had the 2 leading vote-getters pick sides like it was the playground. Because there are always guys that got their noses bent out of shape at the end of the process if they were the last ones picked. They're going back to the East versus West thing for the All-Star game in the NBA. That bugs me. There was one thing I liked about the All-Star game was seeing James Harden last until the very end because nobody wanted James Harden on their team.
Yeah.
Stuff like that was kind of fun.
Drafting, I'm guessing, too. Do you think James Harden, or do you think players themselves put the kibosh on that because of situations like that?
Maybe. I'm sure there were rumblings. I'm sure they probably went to Adam Silver and Adam
Well,
Silver.
plus it happens, I guess, when the West was just so much better than the East for so long, anything conference versus conference, including the NBA final, a little bit lopsided and just not as intriguing. Where maybe with some more parity in the league now, it's different.
That's true. The East was way behind the West. That could
for
be.
a long time.
Yeah,
it was like 2 different. It might as well have been 2 different leagues.
Yeah, no, LeBron made it to the finals literally every year for a decade coming out of the East. It was. No, you're absolutely right. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Let's check in with the folks in Charlotte. Kyle Bailey, who is the afternoon host on WFNZ, our sister station in Charlotte. Let's find out how they're feeling about this game coming up this Sunday. How they feeling about Bryce Young 6 weeks in. We'll talk to Kyle Bailey about that next.
How are you feeling if you've been
929. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
All right, Texans, Panthers, this Sunday, noon kick here on Sports Radio 610, 9 o'clock. Texans Countdown. Seth and I have you for that, and then Clint Stoerner and I are on post-game duties following the Week 8 matchup of the top two quarterbacks taken in this draft. And joining us right now, I was on his show yesterday in Charlotte. We're doing a little home and home, so he jumps on with me and Seth here this morning. Kyle Bailey, who does afternoons on our sister station, WFNZ in Charlotte, joins us on the program right now. Kyle, how you doing?
What's up, Sean Pendergast, buddy? How are you?
I'm doing good. We've got this matchup coming up here. We're both coming off a bye week, so we're both our show and your show thirsty for football. Let's start. The big story, as I mentioned, is the quarterbacks. What's the feeling, the general feeling right now on Bryce Young 6 weeks into his NFL career?
I think anxiety, maybe. I think folks just are looking for that performance, that certainty, maybe, even if that's not realistic 6 games, 7 games in, that they took the right guy. And, you know, it's been frustrating, as you and I've talked about both privately and on the air yesterday a bit here, you know, for folks to look down to Houston and to see that C.J. Stroud and the Texans offense is, you know, for the most part, already having a lot of success down there. So I think right now I'd describe it mostly as, you know, just anxiety, looking for that confirmation that even if there are no playoffs this year, that the quarterback situation will be settled for the next, 7 to 10 years.
You know, Kyle, when you watch Bryce Young play, I think there's some things that it's obvious you can look at and say, well, any rookie in these circumstances is going to struggle. The way the offensive line is played, the way the receiving core or receiving options have performed. So, like, in your mind, what's the balance there? How much of this is Bryce Young being slow to develop versus Bryce Young being in a really bad situation?
I think it's mostly the latter right now, for a lot of reasons. And, look, I'm a guy who's pretty patient anyway when it comes to giving rookie quarterbacks time to develop. I know the league's changed in the opposite direction over the years, but, I've seen Bryce make a lot of really good plays so far this year, especially in intermediate throws. They haven't really – the deep ball hasn't been there, but that's primarily been because they can't protect. They haven't been able to protect on the interior. Austin Corbett, who was their best offensive lineman last year, won a Super Bowl in L.A., he tore his ACL in the final game of last season. They just activated him earlier this week. Their other starting guard went down for the season in week 2. So there's been, relentless pressure up the middle, and most quarterbacks hate that anyway, and it's especially detrimental to a rookie quarterback. So, they've been raving over there for months about just how smart Bryce Young is, how much they've been able to put on his plate, and, how well he already commands the huddle and the offense. But between the offensive line issues and the interior, something that, you guys down there have adjusted. I mean, we saw adjustments made down there in Houston after the first 2 weeks. There have really been no such adjustments that have been made, or it's been kind of frustrating. But, Bryce has played well, all things considered, I think, and he's really only got one wide receiver getting open, and that's 33-year-old Adam Thielen. When you bring in Adam Thielen, I always thought that he could be of great benefit to a rookie quarterback, and, man, he has been. Thielen's been fantastic. But these other wide receivers in this room have been ranked near the bottom of the NFL through the first 6 weeks of the season. So I'm watching Bryce Young right now and thinking, okay, they've got to hurry up and get right around him, because when you watch him play, I mean, some of the throws that he's making, his accuracy and his ball placement are fantastic. So hopefully those conditions around him start to get better on Sunday.
Well, and I guess, and then the other big surprise to us, at least, not monitoring this situation as closely as you guys, but when a head coach who's the offensive play caller gives up play calling after 6 weeks and gives it to Thomas Brown, who's an inexperienced play caller. Like, was that a huge surprise to you guys?
I've been calling for it since week 3, quite frankly. I never thought Frank Reich should have called plays. I know he did it in Indianapolis, but his clock management, his game management has already suffered as a result of it. Just terrible clock management down the stretch of the first half a couple of times, not knowing who's on the field. I mean, there was one week where Terrace Marshall Jr. led the team in receptions. I believe it was against Minnesota. And the very next week, he didn't play a snap. And Frank didn't know he wasn't on the field. Those things can't happen. And, I think a lot, you guys know this, Nick Sirianni up in Philly, there's no greater, more prominent Frank Reich disciple than Nick Sirianni. When he beat the Eagles last year the Colts last night, if you'll recall, he was screaming, "That's for Frank Reich, that's for Frank Reich." Well, I bring that up because Nick Sirianni took a job in Philadelphia, tried to call offensive plays for a while. It went terribly, and so, of course, he hands that over to Shane Steichen, and, the rest is history. They didn't win the Super Bowl, but they got there. And so I've been calling for Frank Reich to stop calling plays for weeks now, and I'm really glad that he did, because he needs to focus on being the CEO and the head coach of this team and not always have his face buried in the playbook.
Kyle Bailey, WFNZ in Charlotte, joining us on Sports Radio 610, talking Panthers and Texans. So it's really interesting, Kyle, watching from afar, just the last few years with Carolina, the desperation to get a quarterback and driven by the owner, Dave Tepper. And so for things like the selection of Bryce Young, the self-demotion, air quotes, of Frank Reich to handing over play calling duties, what's the talk down there about how involved Dave Tepper is in decisions like that? Dude, is there a feeling like Bryce Young was the owner's pick, not necessarily the head coach and GM's pick?
That's popped up, certainly. But, look, I've sat in rooms with those decision makers over there after the draft, and, I've never once gotten the sense that Frank Reich was opposed to Bryce Young. I know that narrative's popped up and has become popular with some around the country, but, lots of other folks, the national guys, Jay Glazer, Albert Breer, a lot of other guys have confirmed what, quite frankly, I already knew. They all decided and agreed upon Bryce Young. So I don't think that's really an issue. I just think that's one of those things that pops up when all of a sudden everything is bad. Now, when you get back to the owner, he is not popular of fans and media locally pretty much for the last several weeks. And, he's presided over 5 straight losing seasons, 5 straight seasons with no playoffs, and it's about to be 6. He's done some very unpopular things here. And look, I can reasonably look to New England and see that it took Bob Kraft about 6 years to start figuring things out. I can look to Buffalo and see that the Pagulas took a minute to start figuring things out. So, he's about at that time in his tenure here now in year 6 where everybody's hoping that he's going to figure it out. But to say the least, he is not a popular man here in Charlotte and the Carolinas right now.
Edge rusher Brian Burns, who I know it's been reported that the Panthers have no interest in trading him. They turned down the first and a third round pick last year to not trade him. I didn't realize Brian Burns is only 25 years old, and now I really, really want Brian Burns to get traded to the Texans. Is there any chance at all that that's going to happen?
No, he's not going anywhere, nor should he. They've got to figure out this contract situation, and my understanding is that Brian Burns and his camp want somewhere in the $30 to $32 million a year range. We just saw Bosa get 34. The Panthers are not willing to. They have not been willing to pay that, and they, unless he just plays with his hair on fire and forces them to over the next several weeks, I don't know that they are. But the sack numbers haven't been enormous so far this year. I think that Carolina was willing to let it play out. Brian Burns was willing to bet on himself, and I think we'll just have to wait and see where it goes in the offseason. But they've got the franchise tag, and I think they're more than willing to use it. And I would also point out that, here in Carolina, guys leave and go flourish elsewhere. Christian McCaffrey in San Francisco, that's not been a lot of fun to watch. They let Hassan Reddick walk to Philly a couple of years ago. He had a banger of a season. And DJ Moore in Chicago, it's not the best situation, but he was the NFC Player of the Week a couple of weeks ago. Baker Mayfield has been winning games in Tampa. Sam Darnold's about to get his first start in San Francisco. He might get his first win before the Panthers do. So, I know that Sam Darnold's not on the same level as McCaffrey and Moore, but the point is, fans here are a little bit tired of watching them have to run to the pawn shop and trade things away to, try to figure it out. So I think they're drawing the line in the sand. They're going to figure it out with Burns one way or another, but I can confirm the Graziano report that they have no interest in shipping him anywhere.
Boy, it just occurred to me, the whole thing with Christian McCaffrey is you found the rare running back that was worth giving a second contract, and then you just let it go. There's 1 out of 15 anymore. It seems like it makes sense to give him a second deal. And and they actually did it, and then it just that's rough. That's rough.
Well, it is, and it was a different situation here. I mean, they weren't winning. They weren't winning. He stayed hurt here, and he wasn't exactly pushing himself to get back on the field because they were a losing football team. And so I think this front office just kind of reached a point of ineptitude. And that they just kind of had to hit the reset button after trading him. And the revisionist history here has been a little bit annoying because, most people were on board with that trade because of the position at the time. And so I think they can absolutely live life without Christian McCaffrey. But watching him set an NFL record, 16 straight games with a touchdown has not been enjoyable down here.
It's rough. That is tough. UFNZ in Charlotte. So Kyle, if the Panthers are going to pull off what would be a minor upset according to the odds makers here, what's the key for the Panthers to get their first win this weekend against the Texans, do you think?
I think they have to run the ball, and they have to control the clock, time of possession, which is something they have done at times this year. They've got to run the ball effectively, and they need to finish in the red zone with touchdowns. Bryce has shown some pop, shown some flashes in the red zone in particular. He's made some nice throws. So, I think that the bottom line is the secondary here is decimated. Xavier Woods, Von Bell, J.C. Horn, all out. I mean, you're going to be facing a bunch of dudes off the street in the secondary on Sunday for the most part. And so I think defensively up front, they can really cause some problems for C.J. Stroud. You were talking about how Houston has struggled to run the ball a bit yesterday, Sean. And, I do think they're up to that challenge. But C.J. Stroud is going to have some opportunities against this secondary where, again, they're just bringing guys off the street. Second and third stringers right now are playing. So if I'm Carolina, I want to run the football, control time of possession, and finish in the red zone. So,
Kyle, before we cut you loose, so I'm curious with the fans in Carolina and certainly your opinion on this. Would you guys rather Bryce Young outplay C.J. Stroud and the Panthers lose the game, or would you rather the Panthers win the game?
Yes.
Yes,
all day. Yes, because they're 0-6. They're not making the playoffs.
Right.
Yeah, of course we want to win games, but people here, they just made a deep investment at the most important position. And if Bryce goes out Sunday and cooks and, he goes toe-to-toe and those guys, give us a shootout or something wild, throws for 275, 300, and 2 or 3 touchdowns, I think most people are going to be, okay, it sucks to keep losing, but, we've got a foundation. We've got the most important piece. Let's build from here. So I think it's the former, quite frankly.
Kyle Bailey, WFNZ. That's our sister station in Charlotte. You can catch him afternoons there. Been poking my nose in there, listening this week, getting good previews on the game coming up this week.
For the listeners out there, Sean Pendergast fired up my 5 o'clock audience yesterday. The text line was melting, and it wasn't that he said anything incendiary. It was just that it made people sad because we just need a taste of success down here.
They did. I played my Deshaun Watson take earlier because I was pretty proud of that. But yeah, there were people, Seth. There were people texting in merely just by answering questions about the Texans that thought I was throwing it in their face that C.J. Stroud is so good. Yeah.
Oh, really? Yeah, just by bringing up the statistical facts.
Yeah. I wasn't even doing that. Seth, I get a tone when I'm trying to shove things in people's face. I was just merely answering the questions from my friend Kyle Bailey, and some people took it the wrong way. My apologies, Kyle. I didn't mean to melt your text.
No apologies. No, that stuff's great. That's great for radio. I loved it.
Absolutely. Kyle, we appreciate you, man. Enjoy the game on Sunday. We'll catch up soon.
Thank you, fellas. Appreciate you.
Appreciate you making time. Thanks. Kyle Bailey. He's got a great show down there in Charlotte. All right. Let's keep it moving here on a Thursday as we continue to get we'll continue to get ready for Texans and Panthers at the top of the hour. One of the foremost authorities on quarterback play breaks down Bryce Young and the Panthers. We'll hear that. But there are quarterback issues in the AFC South right now than the one going on in Nashville. We hear some audio, some Mike Vrabel audio like you've never heard before coming up next.
TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast. Big thanks to Kyle Bailey, WFNZ. Seth, I got to be honest, like listening to Kyle talk about the situation there in Charlotte and all the various poor decisions that have been made by the organization as they're listing them. And we asked Kyle the question, like, would you rather... Like he didn't even let me finish the question. He was so adamant about wanting a Bryce Young positive showing versus even winning a football game.
Yeah.
Like, thank God we're not there anymore, man. Like, I love Kyle, and I have no issue with Carolina or Charlotte, but glad it's someone else now because that was us 2 years ago, you know?
One of our listeners said that we should want to trade a good Bryce Young performance for a victory, which is, yeah, I think that's actually telling. I think that right now, C.J. Stroud has established himself enough that if Bryce Young outperforms C.J. Stroud in this game, except the Texans win, I would actually still be excited. I would be excited about that because it meant that, man, they found ways to win other than having a great performance out of C.J. Stroud. I would genuinely be really happy with that.
And I would not at this point chalk it up. Someone cracked the C.J. Stroud code. He's toast now. I would chalk it up to the NFL, and it's this is what it is.
The one thing that is interesting, something to watch, is just like in as simple a terms as possible, is just pay attention to when the Panthers only rush 3 guys. on defense this week, because that is something that's been a little bit of one of the little roadblocks that they've thrown in front of the rookie quarterback that has slowed CJ down a little bit. When he threw his first interception, that was versus a 3-man rush. One of the defensive linemen dropped out into coverage and replaced where CJ had just seen a safety depart. And I think that I'm sure CJ spent time working on it during the bye week. Dom Capers is an advisor on that staff to Ejiro Evero, the defensive coordinator. And Dom, much to the chagrin of many Houstonians, I remember as a player, would love to, he would rush 3 guys a lot when he felt like it was appropriate. So they're it's in their bag. They'll definitely show that to CJ.
Yeah, I feel like Atlanta was the first one to really do that to him, and until he was able to throw that touchdown pass to Dalton Schultz at the end of the game, it was working for Atlanta throughout that day. So it feels good right now to be a Texan fan. You got a quarterback, you got a head coach. I think Tennessee has a good head coach. I think Vrabel is a good head coach. I think their quarterback situation could be on the cusp of being a mess because Ryan Tannehill is out with an ankle injury. Here's Ian Rappaport of the NFL Network letting us know that it is Will Levis time in Nashville.
Will Levis, starter for the Tennessee Titans. They have been preparing him to start not just this week, but actually last week too. They were on the bye, used those practices to try to ramp Levis up and get him ready. And maybe this shouldn't be a surprise, guys, because he is a second-round pick. They did see Malik Willis last week and have seen him over the course of the last couple of years. I would expect Willis to play some, as Mike Vrabel said the other day. But at some point, you got to find out, what do you have in Will Levis? Considering that Ryan Tannehill is unlikely to be ready with that high ankle sprain, expect a lot of Will Levis on Sunday against the Falcons.
Yes. A lot of Will Levis for the Titans.
A lot of Will Levis means a lot of opportunities for interceptions, I think. He's the classic guy that when you watch the highlight reel of him, you're like, well, yeah, of course this guy should be in consideration for the top 3. But then when you remember, okay, you've actually got to throw the ball, 30 times or so in a game, and that if a few of those are wildly erratic or poor decisions, then you got a really good chance of screwing up. That's good. That's going to be what you're looking for with Will Levis.
So Mike Vrabel was asked about the quarterback situation. I think this is about the quarterback situation.
This was about the whether or not they're going to play 2 quarterbacks and how are they going to go about playing 2 quarterbacks.
Turned into a bizarre exchange with a reporter whose name I'm still trying to find in various articles. I don't know.
It's Joe something. It's Joe something.
Joe something. Yeah. So his name's Joe. This is a hell of an exchange that he has with Mike Vrabel here.
Focus on the Falcons. Then we're going to talk about the Falcons. Why are you holding your hands like that?
Trying to get a question.
Well, then ask the question. No, I'm just saying, you look ridiculous. Just ask the question, Joe.
Okay, let me ask you a question. On the 2 quarterback thing, would that be
against a really good defense? We have to run the football. Whoever plays quarterback.
Okay.
Whether that's right.
Switching series, or that'd be like one guy's a starter.
No, we'll figure out the game plan as we work through the week.
So at another point in the press conference, Vrabel said, I never said that Will was going to be the starter. Both of them will play if Ryan can't. So nobody knows what you're going to get. You're going to get a little dose of Will. You're going to get a little dose of Malik. It's just everybody's going to be guessing the whole damn game.
Right. Everybody's going to be guessing, and we're still guessing as to what exactly Joe was doing with his hands. I wonder. I Googled Titans reporter Joe, and I get there's a Joe Rexroad. I hope I'm pronouncing that right. Senior writer and columnist for The Athletic in Nashville.
That's who it is. I remember seeing the former ESPN beat writer. What's his name there?
Kuharski, yeah.
Greg Kuharski. Paul Kuharski. Paul Kuharski. He DMs me sometimes. I forgot about that. I'm going to DM him and ask him what this Joe dude's hands were up, whether they're like Mr. Burns or whether he was holding it up almost maybe with his hand out, asking an Italian guy, doing the hey, what's the deal with you? Who's gonna start at quarterback? What you go? Why you got the problem with the Malik?
Seth, maybe he was
Jazz hands?
Waka
jazz hands?
Yeah, he was waka, maybe.
Hey, Vrabel, what kooky thing are you going to do with the quarterbacks this week?
Waka.
Why are you holding your hands like
Waka. Joe Rexroad follows me on Twitter. Oh, okay. So
ask him what he was doing with his hands.
I'm going to DM him right now and ask him what he was doing. Okay, I'll find out. I'll get to the bottom of this. Don't you worry, Seth. I'm on it.
What is it? What could he have been doing with his hands
I don't know.
that Vrabel had never seen before? That it was enough for Vrabel to be like, what are you? I wonder, was it as simple as like, did he still have his hand up as he was asking the question or something?
That could be. Someone suggested on the text page he was doing that thing people do where you put your hands in the shape of a circle, and if someone looks at you, you punch them.
Oh, yeah.
I would not punch Vrabel.
Have you never played that game?
No.
Because it's the okay sign. You basically, if you do an upside down okay and you're holding it below your waist, then and somebody looks at it and then you punch them.
Oh, yeah,
and then I know people tried to hijack it and turn it into some other thing for a while there. But no, the game that you play is if you have your hand in a circle, your thumb and your finger in a circle, and somebody looks at it, then you punch them.
Okay.
You did
I did like the circle. I did. Don't say what it is.
You heart, but with a circle.
Yeah.
It looked like an elephant vagina.
And normally,
it was just like...
There we go. That's where I was going with that. Normally I'd say, Seth, you don't have to call me out on it. It's radio, but I've forgotten. Now we're on YouTube and Twitch, so you have to call me out on doing something like that. All right,
If you could punch somebody for getting them to look at your 6-inch circumference.
Punch me!
That you put over your eyes like it was a big, like a massive telescope.
Yeah. Okay, so what do we think? Text in 713-572-4610. I'm going to DM Joe right now. What do we think he was doing with his hands that had Vrabel so verklempt in that press conference? 713-572-4610. All right. Heading into the 9 o'clock hour, one of the quarterback experts that has started to really rise to the surface here this season. I've enjoyed a lot of his stuff on C.J. Stroud. Talks about Bryce Young. How culpable is he in the 0-6 start? J.T. O'Sullivan of the QB school. How culpable is Bryce Young in this 0-6 start and this bad start to the Carolina offense? A little breakdown on the opposing quarterback this Sunday is next.
exclusive contest. Sports Radio 610. The Texans play here. An Odyssey station. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
God, y'all are funny, man. Speculating. I've sent the DM to Joe in Nashville, the reporter, to see if he'll let us know what he was doing. And you're on Kuharski to find out. We need to find out what exactly this reporter was doing with his hands that had Mike Vrabel saying. It had Mike Vrabel saying this. It's important stuff. Ben. Vrabel, Ben. Yeah.
There's an element of
focus on the Falcons. Good. And we're going to talk about the Falcons. So. Why are you holding your hands like that?
Okay, so we need to know. Someone texted in, maybe Joe was pretending like he was holding an invisible microphone.
I like that. Yeah, like I got the mic.
That's a good one.
It's my way of showing you that I'm holding the microphone. I've got it's like the talking stick.
Mm-hmm.
Are you holding an invisible microphone or an invisible talking stick?
Yes.
What's going on here anyway?
What's happening? Yeah, what are you doing?
The weirdest thing is that Vrabel, whatever he was doing with his hands is something that Vrabel apparently hasn't normally seen in a press conference.
Right.
That's why I need to know what he was doing.
I'm fascinated.
I'm guessing he was just holding his hand as he was he just kept holding his hand up as he was asking the question or something. I don't know.
Probably. I like the other options, though, that we were coming up with. Mr. Burns in particular, draped hands out in front of his torso.
Mr. Burns with
shave those sideburns. All right, JT O'Sullivan, QB school. You want to set this up, Seth? The JT O'Sullivan.
Not particularly.
Chit-chatting about
you
Bryce
do all
Young.
the work, but no. So this JT O'Sullivan, who his YouTube channel, the QB School, is very, very good just educationally, but also he does pretty in-depth breakdowns of quarterbacks and just offensive play calling in general, etc. But he has taken a huge liking to C.J. Stroud. His relationship with Bryce Young is a little bit different, and it's a nuanced one. Here's JT O'Sullivan talking about basically the Panthers' offense in general and the challenges that it presents for a young quarterback.
There's an element of those guys just being able to sit on routes when there's no vertical threat, when there's no explosiveness on the perimeter. And you couple that with not being able to protect the quarterback, and now we're just in this kind of like black hole of offense where there's seemingly not a lot of creativity. There's a lot of static combinations. That with a lot of coverage that's just sitting right on top of you, not threatened by a vertical opportunity, and a pass rush that is excited to get off the rock, pinning their ears back. And it's a tough situation.
Dude.
It's a tough situation, right? Okay. No vertical threat, no offensive line. He's not impressed at all with the play calling, which was Frank Reich, will now be Thomas Brown. Like he's like not a hot take dude. He's not going to yell and scream, obviously, like you can tell. He's just when I've watched him break down, he spends a lot of time just wondering why the hell they're calling what they are calling. And sometimes, to be fair, like sometimes coaches are doing stuff that might seem like dumb or simple, but it's because of the constraints they have with their personnel. But JT O'Sullivan will also point out that Bryce Young is not blameless in the matter.
That being said, Bryce Young missed some throws. Now, it's easier said than done. And when you get hit like he was getting hit, it can be a compounding effect. But it's not just, hey, they're taking L's up front. It's also, Bryce Young, you got free runners. We got to get the ball out. We got to have a hot plan. We got to have plans at the line of scrimmage. We can't get exposed like that because no one's going to survive some of the hits that he took in this game over the course of an entire season, let alone a career.
Especially him.
Yeah, okay, so right. And that's the important thing with Bryce Young. If you look at differences between him and C.J. Stroud, C.J.'s ability to learn how to anticipate the rush, how to get rid of the ball, he's not taking the hits that 190-pound Bryce Young is taking. Bryce Young has taken some scary-looking hits that, like, frankly, don't happen much in the NFL anymore at all because you're just it's so forbidden to hit the quarterback.
Yeah.
You have to hit him just right. He's taken some blindside hits that are just like unimpeded to the quarterback. So if you're a Panthers fan and you're watching your small quarterback take hits like that, and then you go in and you see C.J. Stroud, who's a normal-sized NFL quarterback, barely getting touched at all, partly because C.J. Stroud himself understands and anticipates, I've got a free rusher in my... There's times where you see Bryce Young versus the blitz where there's going to be a free rusher. Like, that's just the protection works out that way, that there's going to be a free rusher, and he's not getting rid of the football. That's probably the most alarming thing to any Panthers coach or fan is that, man, this kid is one kid that cannot be like learning like Ben Roethlisberger did how to anticipate the pass rush.
No, not at all.
He's not going to last as long as Roethlisberger did, taking all the hits that he did.
Yeah. Okay, this is a good lead-in. I have a thought, but I think the next clip we have from JT O'Sullivan, my thought is actually better after this clip. So let's hit this next one here.
This is Bryce Young talking about his connection with Adam Thielen.
Bryce Young is doing a good job trusting 19 to get open. And he does get open sometimes in that underneath, finding the soft spot in zones, being really kind of where he's supposed to be in these red zone concepts. And you can see that relationship flourishing.
So the Thielen thing is interesting because Thielen was an afterthought in Minnesota the last couple of years. At one point, he was a Pro Bowl level, very productive Cinderella story wide receiver. And then they draft Justin Jefferson. They had Stephon Diggs there for a while. They drafted Jordan Addison this year and let Adam Thielen walk. If you had told me, like, Seth, if I were just because I'm going back to the first clip, and I got to ask, what's so funny?
I got my response from Paul Kaharski on what Joe was doing with his hands.
Okay, save it
in the press conference.
Save it for 1 second. Let me just finish this thought.
Yeah.
Okay, now I'm intrigued because you're laughing so hard. Just real quick, my thought on Thielen and this goes back to not just the connection with Thielen, but the first JT O'Sullivan clip we played where he's like, they basically have no juice vertically. This team, like they got nothing that threatens anything downfield. Normally, I would say, like, okay, their leading receiver has 49 catches after 6 games. The next closest one has 16, and then there's like 4 or 5 guys in the teens. Like, that's a big drop-off. And normally I'd say, okay, well, we've had that before here in Houston, and the offense hasn't been, like, bottom of the barrel. Like DeAndre Hopkins, Andre Johnson, the offense has been very lopsided towards both of those guys at various times through the years. The problem is you look up and you add names to it, you go, oh, it's Adam Thielen who's getting the 49 catches, and he's averaging barely 10 yards a catch. Like, that's your – he has more catches than the next 3 guys combined, and he's barely averaging 10 yards a catch, but he's actually averaging more than Terrace Marshall, who's averaging 7 yards a catch. Jonathan Mingo, their second-round pick from Ole Miss, is averaging 8.9 yards per catch. DJ Chark's averaging 15 yards a catch, but he's way down the list. This is a team that I don't know if it's scheme or the talent. Like, Mingo's a guy that's supposed to be able to get you more than 9 yards a catch right now.
It's very much a dink and dunk. Yeah. And it plays into exactly what the Texans would like you to do. Okay, great. We're going to keep everything in front of you. We're going to come up. We're going to hit you really hard when you catch the ball. And the pass rush is a work in progress. The pass rush is better than it, like the stats would suggest, and yet it's still has. But yeah, that part of it, I don't worry that somehow the Panthers are all of a sudden going to be able to, methodically move up and down the field, dinking and dunking.
Yeah. So you want to hit this last clip, or you want to hit? We
already too. Yeah, the last clip's not that good. It's basically a reiteration of what he was saying about the offense, just flat out not having the weaponry.
Right.
So Mike Vrabel took some reporter to task because the reporter was doing something with his hands.
Right.
And Vrabel thought he looked like an idiot while he was doing it with his hands. So we're trying to figure out what it was. So I asked Paul Kaharski, who's in the Tennessee media, I said, what was he doing with his hands? We're floating theories in Houston. Greg says, my understanding is that he had them outstretched. He was behind me. So I don't know, like outstretched, like from side to side.
Right.
He was expansively gesturing.
I picture it kind of like somebody, like when the referee makes a bad call and they're like, oh my God. And they have their arms like directly perpendicular to their torso, palms open. That's what I'm picturing right now.
Paul asked me, what should I do with my hands Friday when we meet him again?
That'd be awesome if they started to hit the media and mess with him.
I said he needs to either do jazz hands, the circle game, which you got to be careful because some people are going to try to claim that you're like a Nazi or something.
Don't do that.
Don't do that.
Yeah.
Or Nanu Nanu, like Mork from Mork and Mindy. Do you remember Nanu Nanu?
Yeah.
That's like.
So now that we know what, I can't stop looking at Nanu. So now that we know what the reporter was doing, we've got context. Ben, can you play it one more time? Just the beginning part?
Focus on the Falcons. Yeah, good. Then we're going to talk about the Falcons. So, why are you holding your hands up?
Trying to get a question.
Well, then ask the question. No, I'm just saying, like, you look ridiculous.
See, I still think it was jazz hands.
His hands out.
Oh, my God. That's tremendous.
I didn't even think, Kaharski was asking me what he should do when they meet with Vrabel. In my mind, I thought he meant when he sees that reporter, but yeah, to do it with Vrabel. Kaharski gets into it with Vrabel. Most of the time they're joking. Sometimes they get genuinely angry with each other. But like Kaharski's like a New Jersey or Philly type guy, and Vrabel does not mind getting combative with people.
Vrabel may have plenty of opportunities to get chippy over these next several weeks if it's Will Levis time in Tennessee. This could be it's not like Vrabel's had this dynastic run at Tennessee since he got there as the coach, but I feel like they're a team, Seth, that's always achieved above their talent level as a team. Like I feel like Mike Vrabel generally has those guys at or above the level their talent dictates they should be at.
Yeah.
The party, at least in terms of being a relevant playoff caliber team, may be over for Vrabel here.
I wonder does Vrabel strikes me though as like a Jeff Fisher type of guy that's going to potential mediocrity for mediocrity. I mean, like the actual meaning of mediocre, like middle of the road. If they can keep a 500 record, give or take, over the course of a few years, I feel like the Adams Strunk family really loves him, and they're going to keep him around.
Yeah, they love him there. He's what did you say he was? A haver of it. He's
leader of men, haver of it.
Yeah,
that's what Battle Red Blog called him in a headline a few years ago, and I thought it was brilliant.
Yep. All right, Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday, getting ready for Sunday's game between the Panthers and the Texans. Bryce Young, I'm looking at a tweet right now from Mike on Twitter. At Zep1978. Listen to some sports radio this morning when Sean Pendergast and Seth Payne played a clip from Bryce Young's presser yesterday, and they just started laughing at his voice. I was dead. #Texans. Well, let's do it again. Here was Bryce Young. I love Seth's label on this cut. Golly, he just loves his friends so much.
It is honestly, it is really surreal. Like, just going over the scouting report and watching film, and like I still get happy just seeing people that like I know and I'm cool with, and I'm friends with, and like watching them, play. When I'm watching film and watching us in like NFL uniforms, like it is still surreal.
I don't think I've seen you smile in an interview this much ever. I mean, you're clearly very excited about this matchup. Did you have this circled on your calendar?
It hasn't been something that I thought about a lot. It's just now that I guess there's a lot of people there's a lot of people on that team that I'm really close with.
He's like Tom Cruise in Love. He can't. I want to jump up on this podium now.
I'm so happy these guys, they're going to come kick my ass this week, and I'm going to be so happy about it because that means they're going to be doing well, and they're my friends.
He really was smiling, like beaming ear to ear, thinking about his buddies and how much
I feel like that's legit. That's what I feel bad about, making fun of it. Like, he's such a nice person.
I know.
But he's 9 years old.
He's such a sweet kid.
He's so tiny.
There's a side of him. I wonder if people in Charlotte, like Charlotte fans, hardcore, diehard Charlotte fans that were expecting to crown him the king of the NFL. I wonder if there's a part of them that's like, come on, man. Like, I don't need to. Please just don't, not over the top gushing about the team you're about to play. It sounds like he just couldn't be more, he's more excited about seeing these guys after the game than he is about playing the actual football game itself. To be fair, in the middle of that press, like he said multiple times, obviously we're focused on winning this, that, but then you go right back to just this huge smile on his face about his buddies and all the good times they've had.
Oh my God. And hopefully good times are about to have against you, Bryce. Like, I hope when Will Anderson sacks you and pushes you through the turf that you get up and you tap him on the helmet.
Are we worried that Will Anderson is going to hold back too much on Bryce Young?
I'm not. I'm not worried about that. Well, okay. After watching Will Anderson mic'd up, not worried. worried about that. I don't think Will sees like whoever the person is inside that helmet.
No, I wouldn't. I wouldn't worry about that with most defensive players.
Yeah.
So
yeah.
Look, and Bryce Young, he's doing some good things. He's doing some really good things. Like when he has good plays, he makes anticipation throws in the same manner, in the same way that C.J. Stroud does. He just doesn't do it as often, and his bad throws are more frequent. But the biggest thing I would worry about, because we've seen this, I've watched this like up close and personal with David Carr, when you have a young quarterback who's getting beat up regularly and who doesn't trust his pass protection, it can create some really bad habits. Yeah. And he's got a little bit of the chuck and duck in him right now. There's times where, all right, I'm going to let it go and get the hell down or out of harm's way. And like it's a bad habit for a guy who already has pretty sketchy footwork at times.
Yes,
it's a bad habit for a young quarterback to get into.
I was starting to feel a little sorry for Bryce in this segment and starting to feel like, man, he's a nice guy. We're making fun of him, and this isn't even Bryce's fault. But then I was reminded, as you were talking, Seth, about the potential gushing over Bryce and things like this did happen in Week 1. Remember this.
And now we get to see the start of this new era. Bryce Young in the huddle, bounce of youth, shiny helmet gives him a seraphim's glow, eyes as wide as the Sphinx. And if he is what this franchise and this fan base believes he can be, the hour of the Panther begins with this.
You're 0-6. That is.
I hate that guy so much.
Yeah.
I hate him so much.
Yeah.
Do you know why? Not Bryce Young.
No.
That guy. You know what it is? He took you on to like 3 different continents, or biblical text,
right.
and or religious texts. He's talking about the eyes as wide as the Sphinx. He's talking about a seraphim's glow. He's talking about, what was the other one? The hour of the Panther.
Yeah,
I don't even know what that is. That Chinese? What the hell is going on here? It just, I'm so angry at that guy still.
You're going to hear
that.
So
glad they suck.
I would imagine you'll hear that again tomorrow in the 8:23 segment called 5 Reasons I Hate You. Carolina edition.
By the way, somebody else had a suggestion for what the Tennessee reporter might have been doing.
Oh, yeah.
Was the Horshack hand up from Welcome Back,
Mr. Cotter.
Where he did everything
he's holding his bicep to keep his arm up.
He had kids.
Welcome
Back Cotter was a show about. Basically, as far as I could tell in my household, a show where my mom could watch John Travolta, but there was a character named Horshack who was kind of like the nerdy, loud, quirky one, and he would hold his hand up in a weird way.
Yep. Hey, join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon.
What if he was doing the squiggy, biting his hand? From Laverne and Shirley.
I'm glad we're on YouTube and Twitch, because then there's at least a handful of people that can see us. Because they would do that when they ran into a hot chick or something, right?
Yeah, they'd have to bite the heel of their hand.
I don't even know what that meant, but that would be funny.
To keep themselves from...
Now that I can see Vrabel getting uncomfortable with. Okay, you're doing something where you're attracted to someone near you here.
I'm going to make that suggestion to Paul Kaharski also.
Yes. Tell him to do that on Friday. Join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley, our friends at Bud Light. This afternoon, Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. A Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings, a cold Bud Light, enter to win some awesome prizes on site, and stick around after the show and watch the game with them. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light this afternoon at Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. Big story this week has been the Michigan football team sign-stealing scandal. One of the teams that they were allegedly stealing signs against was C.J. Stroud in Ohio State last year. C.J. Stroud addressed this yesterday in his media session. You will hear it next. But
Houston's sports leader. Sports Radio 610. Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
Payne and Pendergast with you. We are 90 minutes away from the Dusty Baker 11 a.m. press conference. I'm sure we will have plenty of clips from that. I know Brandon Scott's going to be there. I'm guessing Spillane will probably be there too. But we'll have you covered.
Brandon.
We'll have you covered for Sports Radio 610. Got you covered for that press conference a little later on this morning. Dusty Baker announcing his retirement. Jim Harbaugh is in the crosshairs right now at Michigan because the team is embroiled in a sign-stealing controversy.
I forgot that was still going on.
Yeah, from yesterday.
They haven't wrapped that up
What's
already?
Happened?
What the hell?
Yeah, come on, NCAA, get it together.
Boy, I tell you what, those bastards in Ann Arbor, Michigan,
Cheaters.
the poor sports radio. No, I'm thinking of the poor sports radio hosts. They're going to have to talk about this for the next 18 months.
Yeah.
Just nonstop. People like standing up for themselves, like because people like us are going to get some of the details wrong, and people in Ann Arbor are going to be furious that people like anywhere else in the country don't have the details all correct.
Right.
And just a decade of your life.
You know what I hope Michigan does? If they have to apologize, I hope they trot somebody out there that didn't want to cheat or didn't have anything to do with the cheating to issue the apology so they become the most hated college football player in the history of the sport, a la Jose Altuve in baseball. So trot J.J. McCarthy, the Heisman candidate quarterback. If there's an apology necessary, even though he had nothing to do with it, trot him out there to make the apology. That's how you handle these things. So one of the games that the Wolverines were allegedly cheating in was the Ohio State game last season. Seth brought up yesterday the video that had surfaced online of C.J. Stroud getting under center and then kind of looking at the defense, backing away, looking at the sideline, getting a new play call, and Michigan basically shifting into a new formation before CJ can even get back under center again, like they knew what was going on. CJ Stroud was asked about this yesterday at his media session with the Houston media here about the Michigan sign stealing. Here is how CJ Stroud addressed it.
I don't know what's going on. That's my first time hearing that. Yeah, I don't really. It's in my past life. Like, I ain't got nothing to, like, I'm not the type of person to go back and be like, oh, they did that. They like they beat us. It is what it is. I'm not super happy with that, but like, man, I'm in the NFL now. Like, I'm not worried about what happened in college. But we had an idea on maybe if that stuff was going on, but I mean, at the end of the day, it is what it is. I'm not here to go back and forth with that. I'm a Texan now, and it is what it is. I'm not tripping off that.
Okay, the best thing about that cut, first of all, the very beginning where CJ's acting like that's the first he's heard of this Michigan sign stealing. Zero chance that that's the case. I don't think there's anybody that's more up to speed on things going on around the world of football than C.J. Stroud.
Well, yeah, and he said that there were, like, he alluded to, he kind of talked about not talking about this for a solid couple of minutes.
That's the other thing. That the part where he's like, yeah, I'm in the NFL now, and that's in the past. The past is past. We had suspicion there was maybe something going on, but the past is the past, and I'm in the NFL. Like, just a little drive-by, not making excuses or anything because he lost to Michigan. I mean, that was part of the narrative with CJ coming into the NFL is, big games against Michigan.
He's speaking very much the same way people who are in anger management are talking themselves into not being angry. Just like going through all the rational reasons why you're not angry or you're not obsessed with the University of Michigan cheating you out of beating them. And you're going to talk through it. You don't believe it yet, but you're going to state the reasons. And that maybe by stating the reasons that you're not angry or hung up on it, then maybe you'll actually come to really believe those reasons.
Yeah.
Sean, he's one like bad cup of coffee away from just like tearing down the legacies of Ty Law and Charles Woodson.
Tyrone Wheatley.
So, none of those guys. Vacate everything.
Tom Brady.
Everything.
Tom Brady.
Vacate the Super Bowls, everything.
Yeah. Brady's a Michigan guy. Just everybody. Just go after all the Michigan legends, man. Jay, on the sign stealing, my biggest concern. This is a legitimate concern of mine when it comes to this Michigan sign stealing thing. As I mentioned yesterday, I am sitting on a 20-1 ticket for what for me is a substantial amount of money for J.J. McCarthy, the quarterback of the Wolverines currently, and the current favorite to win the Heisman, I am sitting on a 20-1 ticket for him to win the Heisman that I bet when I was in Vegas back in May. So this would, if I win, this gives me an excuse to go back to Vegas to cash this ticket. You know what I mean? So I'm not only going to get some money, but I would be able to rationalize a nice trip to Vegas in January or February for a weekend. I have legitimate fear that if they find out more and more and more about this whole sign stealing thing, that the Heisman voters will punish J.J. McCarthy by not voting for him for the Heisman.
It would be, I think that's very possible, and but that falls into the same category as, okay, you know, I will listen to various arguments about the being better than everybody else scandal that I might not agree with, but that at least make rational sense. So, like, when people try to blame Jose Altuve for not halting the entire scheme, that's absurd because it ignores, like, Altuve's actual age and status on the club at that point, precedent of nobody else in baseball or any other sport ever doing that or whatever else. But if you start talking about, okay, you know, like, he didn't participate directly, but he did benefit by having runners on base or whatever. Okay, you can have that discussion. So I think likewise with the Heisman, if you're going to look at the first half of the season as the Michigan having unfairly stealing, then yeah, I could totally see a lot of Hall of Fame, or excuse me, Heisman voters be like, well, yeah, it devalues a lot of his production.
Yeah, you know? Maybe. I mean, he's obviously a good player. Same way Jose Altuve is a good player, and then the guys who actually cheated are good baseball players. I guess the one thing, Seth, as you were talking that through, I'm thinking, you know what though, this is not analogous necessarily to the banging of the garbage cans. This is more like Codebreaker, which was coming from on high. Like the players weren't. Right. This was not a player fueled. I don't think, obviously.
The players, but the players could benefit from it whether they participated or not. So what you're going to say, if I'm a Heisman voter, I'm looking at that and be like, okay, well, if this player benefited from it, it's not quite the even playing field I'm trying to create in my mind versus other guys that might have equal performances. So even I'm not making a moral judgment on the guy. Yeah. I'm just saying I can't trust that you earned those stats the way some other guys did.
That's fair. Text message, C.J. Stroud is amazing. His response was perfect. Extremely smart, class act, hell of a quarterback, and I'm not that much of a Texans fan. Another texter saying, I think what C.J. meant was the worst he heard about that specific, or the first he heard about that specific play.
That specific play.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Yeah. So that could be.
Yes, I think, okay, what are the chances that he's definitely gone back and watched and thought through that specific play?
Since hearing about it showing up again?
Yeah, he'd have to, right? Like, he pulled that up and went back and, looked at the exact, or maybe he already responded on that play.
Yeah.
And, what he might have done.
I think CJ is a very naturally curious person. I think it's a lock. Text message, 18 months. Damn, Seth, it's been 6 years of hearing about the Astros, and it shows no signs of going away.
Yeah, I guess the 18 months, though, or so, are like the white-hot heat of it all, when it's really, like, you're discovering things daily. Various people are weighing in. It's a big, huge topic. Now it's a lingering annoyance, but it's not, like, something that dominates your everyday thoughts and conversation.
No. I would say I think 18 months is right on. I think you're spot on as far as, like, the white-hot heat of the sign stealing in terms of people in our position or fans of the Astros when they're in other cities having to deal with it.
Did the COVID shortened season, was that good for us in our mental health as Astros fans, or worse for us? Specifically, just about how it affected fans' response and getting over the being better than everybody else scandal.
I have a theory on this. I think it's worse.
Okay.
Because the fans that really wanted to emote about it wanted to go to ballparks and do it, and they couldn't go to ballparks and do it. The stadiums were empty. So you had a lot of people in 2021 with a ton of pent-up, can't wait to boo these guys angst going on. So I think it was worse. I think the people did not cool. It could go one of two ways during COVID. People either could have cooled off and forgotten about it, or it gets worse. You know, the energy builds up and man, I can't wait until they open these stadiums back up. It was that.
I wonder if it might have been interesting because I think like Major League has settled down. And like the way I understand it now is that the players and coaches and everything, it's a complete 100% non-issue. Partly because some guys on the Astros would call guys from other teams and say, "Hey, bro, Yeah, I know what you guys were doing, all right? So maybe just cool off a little bit.
Yeah.
And then we curiously didn't hear anything from anybody else. Once a couple of the players called their buddies and were like, hey, we know what you were doing. All of a sudden, nothing from anybody about anything.
It did.
No criticism of the Astros whatsoever.
You're right. There was no steady down fade with it. It just went away one day. It felt like, more than one day, but it very suddenly went away. All right. Payne and Pendergast with you on a Thursday. Man, I'm pumped for Football Friday tomorrow. I can't wait for this Panthers-Texans game on Sunday. Can't wait for 11 o'clock today. Very anxious to hear from Dusty Baker. What do we think we're going to hear from Dusty Baker about his time with the Astros, about what's next for him, and what do we expect to hear from Jim Crane and Dana Brown about what's next for the Astros? 11 o'clock press conference today. Seth and I will break it down and discuss it next.
TexansTurf.com.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents Payne and Pendergast.
I'm kind of excited. I heard the promo during the break. The fellas in the afternoon are going to be in my neighborhood tomorrow, Kirby Ice House. I'm going to have to stop in and go see them. And
they're going to be broadcasting
and heckle them. They're going to be
hanging out there.
No, they're both. They're going to hang out and broadcast tomorrow, and I can go heckle noted Rangers honk Clint Stoerner from my bar stool. Like I can boo him. Noted Rangers aficionado and fan
He's going to
Clint
have
Stoerner.
his Rangers towel, like swinging it over his head.
Probably.
Yeah.
Be all painted blue from head to toe.
I'm a Diamondbacks fan. I bleed, I guess, brick red and aquamarine, oddly, like some kind of black.
Cinder block gray, I guess. Oh, yeah. Ugh.
What are their colors are Sedona red, Sonoran sand, black, teal, and white. And remember, they were that purple for a while,
they did,
too.
Yeah.
Like what? I know. They've struggled. It feels like they just tried to make a hodgepodge of every around 90s era expansion team and just try to throw it all into one pot.
You nailed it. They took every kitschy color that was cool for 6 months back in the 90s and threw it into some melange that spit out this hideous uniform of theirs.
Yeah, that brick, whatever they call it there. I don't know if that's Sedona red or Sonoran
My
sand.
least favorite Astro uniform. I don't like the red. It's just not. I didn't like it. Yeah. So Dusty has his press conference, Seth, in a little over an hour from now. I've put into the chat here on YouTube, and I'll throw it to the texters as well. What do we expect to hear? Let's make a little drinking game out of this stuff here. What do we expect to hear from Dusty or from Jim Crane or Dana Brown for sure at the press conference today?
I think, there's one part of it. I hope that Dusty at times, seemed to, including, in his last press conference after the Game 7 loss, he's referenced the criticism or he's referenced the critics at times, which is understandable, and that's life. Not everybody enjoys hearing criticism about themselves. But I hope he's not letting that color his entire experience of it more than it should be at this point. I think people, including some of Dusty's harshest critics, will end up having fond memories of him for the good and the bad. He took over when the team was in serious flux, and there were a lot of questions about just how they were going to move forward, and he was a steady hand on the rudder in a lot of ways. So, forever how much you disagree with decisions he made along the way, I just hope that that's not his impression right now, is the combative side.
His headedness on some things was frustrating. I'll just say big picture, my overall experience in being a fan of the Astros the last 4 years and being a fan of Dusty Baker, I like Dusty Baker, has been a good one. I think it's been a great experience. You sound silly if you're complaining about any aspect of a team, passionately complaining about the manager of a team that went to 2 ALCSs, 2 World Series, and 1 World Series. Like that, we can nitpick certain things that Dusty did, and even this season, Seth, where he was probably forced, certainly more than the previous 2 seasons. I'm going to put the COVID season aside. The previous 2 seasons, he was managing arguably the most dominant team in the sport, and it ended up playing out that way, at least in one of those 2 years. Looking back at this year, where he by far got the most criticism during the season this year for his various decisions and lineups and so forth, and even with all that criticism, I still don't feel like Dusty cost them the season or anything like that, because ultimately they wound up with the 2 seed in the American League, and they were a good 10 or 11 games behind the Orioles. They're
not, I don't know, the difference between Yainer and Maldonado wasn't going to be a 10-game difference, right?
Yeah.
If Yainer is a 10-WAR player, then everybody's been sleeping. Everybody should be fired. If Yainer comes in next year and has a WAR of 10, then everybody should be fired for him not being the starter this year.
Yeah.
Everybody, including Jim Crane, should sell the team.
Fire himself. So I don't feel like he cost them in the regular season. Ultimately, I might feel different. Obviously, I feel differently if they were a 6 seed and had to play a wild card round or something. Granted, they were flirting with that. I get that, but ultimately, ultimately, he didn't cost them really anything, in my opinion. They were the 2 seed. And I think in the postseason, I think ultimately they lost to the better team. I mean, Dusty made some weird decisions in that series, too. You got outscored. Let's add up. You got outscored 20-6 in Game 6 and 7 in your place. Like, Dusty did weird things in those games like he always did. He didn't do 14-run differential worth of weird stuff. So I'm happy for a new era. I'm happy for a new voice, mostly because it's just more intriguing than bringing the same guy back. I think they can find a good manager. I still think it's a good team. My overall, I'm 2 thumbs up on Dusty Baker today. I'm in on Dusty Baker today.
What if he goes and immediately accepts a job with the Rangers as a consultant? What if he does the old Brett Favre and immediately goes to? Well, Favre didn't immediately go to the Vikings, but he did eventually.
Then
are you gonna change your tune?
Then we pull out the Payne and Pendergast hex and put it on Dusty Baker. At that very moment, yeah. No, that actually wouldn't make me mad. He went straight up to the Rangers.
If he went straight to the Rangers,
a week later, yes.
I almost feel like he needs to go to the NL somewhere. If just out of, I'm gonna have a hard time if he goes to the Mariners. If he goes within the division, especially, I'm gonna have a hard time just letting it go.
Yeah.
If he goes outside the division, I'll be okay. But if he goes inside the division, I'm gonna have to do some thinking about it.
Yep. Someone says on the text page 445. Altuve, that would be the 10 games that you needed to be the number 1 seed.
Yeah, those guys actually playing, those guys staying healthy and being out there together, and that would have been that certainly would have been nice.
Someone says on the text page, he'll definitely remind us of his economic impact on the city. I don't think so, but that would be hilarious if he did.
Did he do that once?
I don't think so. I don't remember.
Oh, okay.
I don't remember.
When was that again?
Yeah. Yeah.
Will he take credit for anything? Conspicuously take credit for anything? That would be the one thing. I don't think he would. I'm just wondering if am I missing something?
Well, he's already kind of preemptively in the future taking credit for what Yainer Diaz we hope turns into someday. Because remember, as is pointed out by Hackashack in the YouTube chat, we're on YouTube and Twitch now. I asked for people to put things in here to put a drinking game together for the press conference. Hackashack says, I'll drink the whole bottle if anyone actually thanks him for playing Maldi over Diaz like he said we would. So remember that late in the season that Dusty Baker
that we're going to thank him.
The whole city's going to thank me someday for the way I've handled the Maldi and Yainer thing. So he's not afraid to take credit.
20 or 30 years from now, those will be on his deathbed. He'll that's what he'll say. They're thanking me now. They'll thank me. Mark my words.
And he just keels over. He just wanted to be around long enough to get thanked. A few people saying, Dusty, if we're going to put a drinking game together, the chances in this press conference, I would say, this is where I'll give Dusty a pass on this drinking game wise. Is if he gets asked about Maldonado, that doesn't count as him talking about Maldonado. I
think the thing that everybody really wants to know is, do him and Chandler Rome go out for a beer? At some point, should Dusty and Chandler just go grab a beer somewhere and have a chat? Remember, at one point, Dusty, it got to the point where Dusty was asking if Chandler had read various 20th century French philosophers.
Camus.
About
Camus. I think it's pronounced Camus, but Camus.
Yeah. Those two just did not see eye to eye.
No.
I'd like those two to part on friendly terms.
Me too. That would be a very, very happy and joyous ending to the story. Okay, now we've opened this can of worms. 0878 on the text page. Yainer easily could have won them 10 more games. That's how bad Maldi is, and there's no argument against that.
Yeah. I was just using the actual WAR stats, which would argue against it. Yeah.
Yainer easily could have won that. Look, I love Yainer Diaz. I thought Yainer Diaz should have played more. My favorite part is
Shohei Ohtani had the highest WAR in the league this year at 10.1 wins above replacement. So if you're looking for 10 more wins, Ohtani for 2/3 of a season, or Yainer for a full season.
Right.
It's one of those two things.
Right. Yeah. Those are I'll say this about Yainer, when he really had it going this year, there were stats out there where like it's Yiner and then like 6 other names of guys who've been to like 4 or 5 All-Star games.
Yeah.
It was, so there were some crazy numbers.
Yandy Diaz had a 5.2 wins above replacement. I saw the Y Diaz and I got like, wait a second.
Yeah,
what?
yeah.
How did I miss out on this?
It's actually Yiner with a rubber nose and mustache. He plays for 2 teams. Someone saying Dusty to the Padres. I think if Dusty stays in baseball, it's either going to be working for the commissioner's office in some way, like an ambassador, which he can do from anywhere. I'm guessing it won't be Houston. He's a West Coast guy. Or it'll be with the team on the West Coast. Like I think there's 0 chance it's with the Astros, like 0-0. And if it were with the Rangers, we would be appropriately angry with that. So, yeah, 11 o'clock today, Dusty Baker press conference.
What do you think? How long do you think it goes? I'd say, what's the over-under on it? I'm going to say 20 minutes. No, I'd say 31 minutes.
I was going to say 29 and a half. 29.
Okay.
Yeah, I think it's about a half hour, and I lean towards it being under a half hour. So, yeah, 20. Because you got 3 guys there. There are 3 guys at that dais that are worthy of peppering with questions. Oftentimes, when you've got multiple people up there, there's a magnet for the questions, and the other 2 guys are just kind of sitting there and get the occasional shrapnel.
Yeah.
I think there's hard questions for Jim Crane about the process for finding a manager, and I think that's a question for Dana Brown too. Like, Dana, what do you involved being in this process to replace Dusty?
So is it the press conference? So it's not just it's those 3, but do you think the press conference is devoted all to Dusty, or is it going to be one of those? It's going to be awkward if they're asking questions about moving forward and everything. I feel like this one needs to be just all about Dusty. Like, Dana gives a brief comment, Jim Crane gets up, talks about how Dusty got them back on track, and then Dusty speaks.
I would say this, and I'll text a couple of the guys who are going to it just to see what their expectation is. But I would say I would be disappointed if it turned into that without the media being instructed that it's that. Like, you've got the owner and the GM sitting up there in what's about to be a really important managerial search, and I don't know if they're going to do another media session like this before they pick another manager. This might be your only chance to ask Jim Crane and Dana Brown questions in that setting. And I think, Seth, too, it's important that they're sitting next to each other in this setting with the reports from Brian McTaggart about what it sounds like the pecking order is going to be in selecting a manager.
Oh, yeah. So Dana Brown, it doesn't. I don't know. Like, obviously the owner's going to be in charge of. Right. I mean, there are times where the GM handpicks the owner, but it's not like it's uncommon times where the GM hand selects the coach. But there's plenty of times also where the owner is doing the hiring, like, because he wants the GM and the head coach or the manager to not necessarily be buddy back scratching each other, all of that stuff. I think like that part I don't think is out of whack.
No, I don't think it is either, but I think the biggest question would be about somebody who's not sitting at that table, and it's what is Jeff Bagwell's involvement going to be in this process? Astro fans want to know. Does John Lopez
I feel like I think Bagwell might have that worst of all job descriptions, which is no job description, which means you get called on for everything.
Yeah,
that's what sucks about it. Like, Bagwell's got to get some. Bagwell's got to refine that job description somehow.
Yeah. How are you feeling about the managerial search?
Well, I'm with you. I understand what Seth is saying, but I don't think there's ever been a general manager yet that didn't want to hire the head coach. Now, sometimes it's out of their hands, and so it's just an interesting dynamic to me, especially when you consider Jim Crane brought in Dana Brown almost on his own.
Yes.
Or did on his own.
Yep.
And so what did he bring him in for?
Right.
You know, is it a situation where he knows, eyes wide open going in, that he's not going to hire a manager, or is it maybe a little bit of a sticking point?
Yeah, it's going to be an interesting next several weeks for sure. The names are already kind of flowing into, and that might be a tell who they end up hiring. Who's had the most influence? Who's had the most influence?
Craig Biggio. No.
Hush. All right, that was Crosstalk, brought to you by D&M Leasing. You're listening to KILT and KILT HD2, an Odyssey station. Seth, antibodies to you.
Antibodies and good tidings to you.
Good tidings to everybody, indeed. We are done. We are out of time. We will see all of you tomorrow at 6 a.m. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig. They are in the loop, and they start now.
You know the craziest thing about tonight, and this might be just a temporary thing, but it's kind of just Either A, that it's so early, or B, this is what we have to look forward to. Week 8 of the NFL season begins tonight. Tampa Bay Buccaneers, the Texans' next opponent after Carolina, and the Buffalo Bills. And we are in a situation right now where probably rooting for the Tampa Bay Bucs because the Bills are just a game ahead of the Texans in the playoff standings.
Absolutely, we are.
That's kind of where
this is where we are.
That's where things are right now. Now, I don't think this is anything permanent. Who knows? But it's going to be kind of cool.
Why can't it be permanent?
Rooting against.
Come on.
I mean, it can be rooting against an elite team because they're ahead of you in the playoff standings, and you want to get in the hunt. You want to get above that in the hunt line.
Yeah. You want to enter the chat. I'm still bucking for that, by the way.
Yeah, it's
it shouldn't be in the hunt. That's too old. It should be the Texans have entered the chat. That is a good way to do it.
That's bad. Who enters chats? Like, honestly, like that's older. That's older than hunting. People still hunt.
Yeah,
Who goes in
1997.
chat rooms? Like,
How do you still say that?
Yeah, what is this? AOL Instant Messenger chat rooms? They've entered the chat.
They have entered the discussion.
I've heard people talk more about hunting than enter the chat recently.
No, it's much more common than in the hunt.
No, nobody entered the chat.
Definitely much more.
Nobody's
recent.
entering a chat. No.
Yeah.
People still hunt. Hunting never went away.
People still chat.
No, they don't enter chats.
Yes, they do.
They don't. Figgy, when's the last time you were in a chat room?
1995.
Yeah. Entered the chat? Yeah. Hadn't happened, sir. You got mail. Is that what that's what your computer says when you turn it on?
Yeah.
You've got mail.
Can't even relate.
So yesterday, Bryce Young met with the media. Bryce Young, number 1 pick in the draft. CJ Stroud, number 2 pick in the draft. And he was pretty giddy. And he kind of got called on it, not like in like a bad way, but he was clearly very, very happy. And I think it was Sheena Quick, who does a good job covering the squad up there. She asked him about it, and this is what Bryce Young had to say about why he was so happy and why he was grinning from ear to ear.
I think I've seen you smile in an interview this much ever. I mean, you're clearly very excited about this matchup. Did you have this circled on your calendar?
Again, honestly, it's just, it's just really, again, just thinking about it. It hasn't been something that I thought about a lot. It's just now that I guess we're talking about it, it's cool. There's a lot of people there's a lot of people on that team that I'm really close with. A lot of people from Alabama, people I know outside of that, and again, it's just, it's just cool, just again, to see people being able to play at the highest level, have success. I'm super happy for them. Again, it still is surreal, and throughout the week and when we're practicing and on game days, and watching film, it's all it's business, and it's still the same process. It's still just trying to make sure we can do everything we can to put ourselves in the best situation throughout the week. But just right now, I guess, since we're asking all the questions, just thinking about it, it's pretty cool. But I think just the actual football part and the work part, you just have to approach it like any week.
I don't know if he's approaching this like any week. You had CJ yesterday talking about him. You have the Will Anderson connection that they're buddies. Mechie and him are good friends. I don't know that it's just like any week. I think this is one that they have for sure in Carolina. This is marked on the calendar, and I think for sure here at one point it was. I think this is a much bigger game than it's getting credit for.
Oh, I think it is, and you know what? I don't blame him one bit. I think it's completely understandable that all of a sudden. It's here. It's something that he's probably thought about a lot in the off season. He's getting questions about. He's giddy. He's happy. I think he thinks it's really cool that this is happening. There is nothing wrong with him being extra happy about this or extra motivated or whatever it is. I think it works on both sides.
Speaking of happy, I know you're happy. Today at 11 o'clock, Dusty Baker going to announce his retirement. You basically packed his bags for him on Monday.
All right, I want to get serious here for a second because I know you guys have given me a hard time because I want him to be happy. Okay, shoot me for Dusty Baker wanting to have Dusty Baker to have a great.
Hey, I got a great U-Haul place for you.
You done? I get it. You jumped on my my wanting him to call it a career and be happy. I get it, but I do want to be serious here for a second, because this is really a day to kind of celebrate what Dusty Baker was. Some things that I went through this morning as I was like, man, first of all, and I want you both to answer as honestly as possible. Go back in time. Would you have expected, and more importantly, predicted the kind of success that Dusty Baker had in 2020 in February when he was hired? Would you have expected or predicted the kind of success he had?
4 straight ALCSs, 2 World Series appearances, 1 World Series win.
I wouldn't have. Just because of the disarray, you know?
No, I think he did a good job.
It was incredible. When you go step back, look, we all know the things that irritated us about Dusty Baker. And maybe it was irritating in the building as well, judging from one of the things he said yesterday, which we'll get to. But let's not forget, when Dusty Baker was hired, it was on a 1-year contract. People were like, okay, well, he's going to try to, right the ship a little bit, and then he'll move on. Remember that? It was a 1-year contract. When he was hired, the Astros were in the midst of taking the brunt, the biggest, the most, backlash, whatever you want to call it, for the thing. They hadn't had their press conferences yet in spring training. So people saying, when are they going to apologize? When are they going to address this, et cetera, et cetera. They didn't have a general manager. James Click wasn't hired until about 4 or 5 days after Dusty Baker. Their World Series championship was considered a fraud. The investigation was ongoing. There was the buzzer thing. I mean, he came in to an absolute bleep show. So I did fun with me and all that stuff, because I do want him to retire, and I think it's time, and I want him to have an enjoyable life with his family, with his grandkids, with his wine business, et cetera, et cetera. But what he did was nothing short of miraculous. And and today's the day to really tip your cap to Dusty, no matter what you thought this year or no matter what you thought back then. It's a pretty incredible thing.
So you're able to kind of appreciate it a little more now that it's gone?
No, I've always appreciated it.
I'm saying a little bit more.
Maybe a little bit more now that there's some finality to it. It was an incredible. It was probably the best job he's ever done. And I'm not saying that because he won a World Series, but because of everything else he did to get to win a World Series,
Yeah, I think a case can be made that a lot of managers could have managed the talent on this roster, but I think you do have to factor in when he took the job and what the overall vibe was and the difficulty of getting through it. Not only did you have the cheating scandal, you had COVID.
Yeah.
So it was kind of a COVID season, which was kind of weird. Like, he probably didn't get to see or interact or do as much with his players and the fans as he would have liked to have. So I do think you have to factor all that in. Yeah, I think he did a really good job. I think he's obviously a legend. He solidified his legendary status. But as far as Dusty retiring, okay. I mean, should. I mean,
you agree with me?
I think he probably should have after last year, after the World Series.
Maybe.
So this happens. It's good. Good for him.
Yeah. And that's why I'm saying, that it's time.
And I also think if he didn't want to, it might be time to move to a new direction anyways.
I think that's probably something that he realized. Don't you?
Yeah. I mean, I got respect for Dusty.
Mm-hmm.
Shout out to Dusty Baker.
Shout out to Dusty Baker. Enjoy the rest of your enjoy your retirement. Your next retirement.
Lopez has a U-Haul place for you.
See, there you go.
Get the hell out of here.
Lopez has a U-Haul.
There you go. That's right. I don't mind.
In the Loop, Sports Radio 610, Landry Locker, John Lopez. Figgy Fig with you. Have you gotten your Halloween candy yet?
Oh, we got it yesterday. That's so weird you asked. We picked it. We went to Costco. Picked up a new fishing shirt right here that I'm wearing.
Okay.
And
sharp.
Brand new, man. And we're doing a trunk or treat on Saturday too, at my wife's school. So we got a bunch of little candy because there's going to probably be a couple hundred kids there. And then I got the full-size bars for the house. So we got a bunch of candy. I think we have like 400 pieces of candy, but most of them are little, for Saturday. Did you? You have a costume yet for your baby?
We haven't decided on the costume yet, or wifey has.
Tick, man.
But yeah, I got the candy.
What are the options here?
Handled the candy.
What should Landry dress have his.
Nah. Some people don't. I mean, she's 2 months. I don't.
Come on, get in the spirit, man. Get in the spirit.
Nah, she'll dress up. We'll see. We'll see how it goes. I don't know.
Are you gonna dress up with her?
I don't know.
I did when my kids, until they were probably in middle school. I dressed up every year.
We'll see how it goes.
Yeah.
Yeah. I don't.
You seem excited.
It's Halloween, man. It's Halloween.
Trick or treat? Yeah, I don't know. Yeah.
When is our Halloween party here? Is it tomorrow?
I think it's tomorrow.
I think.
Or is it Tuesday?
I thought it was today, to be honest.
Oh, Lord.
Wait, what?
I thought it was today.
Okay. We're in the spirit. All right, I got it right here.
Yeah,
it's Tuesday.
So they're having it the day of.
Yeah, day of. Get your costume for that, too. But, yeah, we were looking at the candy last night. I think we have 400 pieces of candy. That's got to be a new record for us. But we're doing that.
The problem is you're going to have a lot of extra now.
No, we're doing that trunk or treat thing. There's going to be a bunch of kids at our school, like basically our whole school. So it's going to be pretty cool.
So just take the candy?
We're taking piles of it.
Do you have an opinion on who should be the managerial replacement for Dusty Baker?
I do. As of today, as of this morning, when I was looking at things, and I kind of like Jeff Bannister. I think he's done a hell of a job. He's bench coach with the Arizona Diamondbacks.
We've liked him forever.
Yeah, I think
I wanted him last time. I wanted him.
I know you. I think I'm in. I think I'm in on Jeff Bannister, especially with the job.
I don't know if they are though.
I don't know if they are, but look,
that manager gushes over him though. That Arizona, you hear him talking about?
I heard that's what did it for me.
Yeah. Geez.
Like he's basically saying Jeff's managing the team. I mean,
that's literally what he says.
That's what he says. Like, this dude's managing the team. I'm just sitting.
Yeah, and I was a big Bannister guy then. I know he's it also would add a little bit to that Rangers rivalry because he's a former Rangers manager.
Yeah, that's what I was going to say. So he was there from like 2017 to 2020, something like that. Somewhere in there. 2016, 17, 18, somewhere in there. And was okay, but it was his first managerial job. He's gone back. Obviously, the Diamondbacks are doing quite well. They're in the World Series. He's getting a lot of the credit. He's been in baseball forever. By the way, he's the pride of Lamarck, Texas, right down the road, and U of H. Let's go. Let's do it.
This was Torey Lovullo, the manager of the Diamondbacks. I think this is a pretty good endorsement, I would say, of the guy that I wanted to have the gig last time. Dusty did a great job, though. Excellent job. But Jeff Bannister, and I'm not even hearing his name really mentioned. Torey Lovullo, Diamondbacks getting ready to play in the World Series. This is a pretty good endorsement, I would say.
I'm so glad you're giving me an opportunity to talk about him. You know you're in a good spot with your first lieutenant when your first lieutenant does your job better than you do. That's the feeling I have. He lets me take my eyes off of pregame. He runs the pregame infield ground balls. I can take care of other meetings that I need to have, one-on-one conversation. There's an office. He oversees the scheduling of the whole day. So pregame, hands off, eyes off, and on top of that, he's probably putting out 7 to 10 small little fires for me that never quite reach my desk. In-game decision-making, I have a former manager sitting next to me that's walked every walk. He can slow the game down and talk baseball with me, and I need that. And he can project. He can get 2 or 3 innings ahead of me. You know, he's doing all the dirty work behind the scenes while I can keep my eye on the game, having conversations about readiness for players, and that's in-game decisions. The work that he's doing to make sure that there is a line of accountability inside of our coaching staff and that every player has, because that's a huge word in every culture, in every successful culture, there's nobody better. He fills in my gaps. Like I said, I tend to be a little bit boring. I've been trying to widen my scope and open up my perspective, but I'm the guy that pays attention to that pile of dirt in front of him. I need to figure out what's going on around me, and he's walking that length with me. So I would be where I am today. He's been the best thing that's ever happened to me as a manager.
Jeez.
Jeff Bannister deserves to be a manager one day, once again, but he has filled in every gap for me perfectly.
All right.
Man,
okay.
you want to... There's my resume right there. There's my resume
there you go.
right there.
Come on down, Jeff Bannister.
That kind of put it over the top for me when I was listening to that. But he laid it out perfect. What can we add to that? Like look what he's done with Arizona. He's a former manager, knows the games, from Houston, respected, does managerial things already. I have one choice. There are candidates that are coming up, though, and I want to kind of gauge the temperature here from you. Walt Weiss.
Screw him. No.
Tim Bogar.
No.
Brad Ausmus.
Hell no.
Joe Espada.
No.
Well, that kind of narrows it down now, doesn't it? That kind of narrows it
Just
down.
move on.
That kind of narrows it down.
Yeah, I'm good on that. Just move on.
What about AJ Hinch?
Bring AJ Hinch back.
I would. Yeah, I mean, if AJ Hinch were available, yeah, I would.
They just can't.
Why?
Yeah,
The Red
move
Sox
on.
did it.
Move on.
Yeah, but man,
Red Sox did it with Alex Cora.
I don't think the Astros can.
I would do it.
I'm not saying it would be a bad move, but I don't think the Astros can do that. There's a lot there that would, they're trying to help their image and reputation right now, not hurt it.
We're on YouTube, Twitch, and the Odyssey app. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. On the YouTube, Shipman Family Sports says, John got a fishing shirt yesterday and is wearing it today. The question is, did he wash it? Minus 400 odds that he did not. I don't wash my clothes.
Do you wash new clothes?
I know some people do. I don't do that.
I don't do that either.
I might throw it in the dryer for a second or something like that, like to get it out, and that's fine.
The only time I do that if I go to a thrift store or something.
Yeah, that's different.
Yeah, I'm not washing my clothes when I
took it off the hanger. I clipped all the tags off.
Well, John doesn't wash it when it's been his for a while. He'll come to work with like one with blood on it. So
well, it's old blood. I took it off, clipped all the tags, and I went like this. Whoosh, just shook it out once. That's all.
Yeah, no, I don't wash the new
I'll wash
clothes.
it tomorrow.
I'm good on that.
I'll wash it tomorrow.
It's the appeal of buying the new clothes. You put them right on.
Yes.
What do you? And then now you're going to get the action. Well, it goes through all this stuff. There's all this germs. The people touch it. Yada. Cool.
The rats in the building run all over them before they package them up.
I'm okay. I'm okay with that.
Yeah.
I'm okay with that. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, a game of as good as it gets and can get much better. Texans version. Will Anderson, are we going to see more production? And when it comes to the receivers, could we see less? That's
Figgy, let's hit him big time.
Houston, let's get in the loop.
Oh, the jokes are coming fast and furious every time y'all talk about this guy.
With Landry Locker.
Landry, I mean, you're going to be in midday forever now.
And John Lopez.
On occasion, Lopez makes a statement that's so ludicrous, it makes me pick my phone up and call you guys.
You're in the loop on Houston's sports leader.
Your champ, 610.
Sports Radio 610.
This was Will Anderson when he joined us before the start of the season. By the way, got some big news for you.
You do?
Speaking of Alabama players, we've been talking a lot about them.
Mm-hmm.
Henry To'oTo'o, 140 straight off the practice field right here.
That's what I'm talking about right there.
Henry To'oTo'o.
Yeah.
We'll talk to him. Another exclusive interview here on In the Loop. We'll talk to him. His teammate Will Anderson, his teammate Bryce Young. Be on the field at the same time. This was Will Anderson joking about not getting to sack Bryce in practice and wanting to get it done when they face him this year.
How about Bryce Young saying to take it easy on him? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said he wants you to take it easy on him.
I'm not taking it easy on Bryce. There's so many times we don't have so many arguments in practice about whether that was a sack or not because I couldn't hit him. So I'm not taking it easy.
All right, so we'll see if Will Anderson can get his hands on Bryce Young, and I know that would be something that he'd really like to do, not just because it's Bryce Young, but because he only has one sack this year. He is in a 5-game drought. No sacks in his last 5 games. He got a sack in his debut. Need to see more sacks from Will Anderson, and I anticipate that production going up. I think that statistical production, not the advanced statistical production. I think the production of Will Anderson will go up. Now, I do wonder, though, about the wide receiver production. And can we expect Nico Collins to lead the league in yards after the catch? Can we expect Tank Dell to be top 10 in yards after the catch? I do. It's been a pleasant surprise, but we are a third through the season. I do wonder, where is the production going to go when it comes to the offense? Is the arrow pointing up? Is the arrow pointing down? Is it pointing sideways? I'm keeping a close eye on that because I'm hesitant to completely buy in to what we thought before the start of the season and what we're seeing. I'm in on Stroud. I get it. We were wrong about or not. I am ready to ride and die with CJ Stroud. I think they got a good one. They got a guy with all the intangibles. So that's one thing that we thought before the season that 6 weeks in, I'm ready to ride and die with that.
Mm-hmm.
I still think in the offseason, adding, if they could, a top clear number one receiver would be something that, if given the opportunity, they should probably look into.
See, I think that's true. I want them to get another big-time receiver as well. And I think it's also true that if I had to bet on Nico Collins, somewhat coming back down to earth, I'd probably bet on that. But when you said that yesterday, I started thinking, and I'm like, there's been a few receivers that maybe have a mediocre first and second year, and then boom, they elevate into something special. So I started thinking about that, and I started kind of digging around. I'm gonna just throw out these numbers, and then the question is, I hope you're wrong that he comes back down to earth. I think you hope you're wrong that he comes back down to earth.
Well, I don't think he's going to be what he was last year. I want to make that clear. I think Nico Collins is a much better football player than he was his first 2 years, and he is a valuable piece of this team for a number of reasons. One of which is that he likes to block. In this system, he seems to take satisfaction in blocking. So I'm not sitting here saying that Nico Collins is going to be what he was his first 2 years. He's already surpassed
because
that.
Like I said, if I had to bet, I would bet with you that there's going to be sort of go back to water's going to find its level. He's going to go back to the mean, whatever, however you want to put it. But let me give you some examples here, and maybe Nico Collins, this is what he's going to be. So Chris Godwin, okay, first year 34 catches, second year 59, third year 86 catches, 1,333 yards, and 9 touchdowns. And he's been dang good ever since. In his third year, he broke out. Obviously, this is Nico Collins' third year. Third year. So let me tell you about Deontay Johnson. First year, 59 catches. Second year, 69 catches. Third year, 107 catches, 1,161 yards. There's another example. Brandon Ayuk, 60 catches, 56 catches, 88 catches, 1,015 yards his third year. Jerry Jeudy, 52 catches, 38 catches, 67 catches, 972 yards, 7 touchdowns his third year. And then if you want to, shoot for the stars, Cooper Kupp.
I don't.
Well,
I don't.
Let me just give you the numbers. 62 catches, 40 catches, 94 catches, 1,161 yards, and 10 touchdowns his third year. So what I'm saying here is, if this is going to be him, this is the year where maybe it can be sustainable if he stays healthy.
Yeah, and
there are examples.
I think those guys that you mentioned, I think I could see Nico Collins playing his way into that category.
Chris Godwin is the one that I thought.
Yeah, Godwin too.
Yeah.
I could see Nico Collins, Godwin, Ayuk, Deontay Johnson company.
Yeah.
And there's no shame in that. That's
no,
awesome.
Those are very
That's great.
good receivers.
That's very good.
Yeah.
But my example would be this: even when Jacksonville had Christian Kirk and Christian Kirk was having that fantastic season, they still rolled the dice on Calvin Ridley.
They wanted another one, a better one.
And same thing with Cincinnati. They still went and got Jamar Chase when they had, some other decent weapons. So I think Nico Collins could easily play his way into the Ayuk and that type of territory. But if we're just talking about top end, and there's also a debate about whether you need a top end number one receiver. Like if you really need that to succeed, if it's in your best interest or not, I don't know. I mean, Nico Collins has surpassed expectations. He clearly fits into the system. It will be interesting to see if there's a little bit more man coverage on him on the back end. But yeah, I'm channeling my expectations with Nico Collins. Somewhere in between what I thought and somewhere in between what I've seen.
No, I get it, but I was just kind of, I always, as you know, kind of go through the show on the drive home and what could we do, what can we build on, et cetera, et cetera. And I kept coming back to that. Like, I agree with you, Nico. I would expect him to take a step back to reality, maybe not to what he was before, but just a little step back. And I'm like, well, there are a lot of examples of guys in their third year that's the year they blossom and then they stay there. So if he's that guy, if he's Godwin or Deontay Johnson, you can get places this year and then add that big receiver next year, But I think that would be that's the dream right there. If he becomes one of those guys and stays there.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Coming up, Frank Reich grilled, and I mean grilled, about whether or not he preferred C.J. Stroud. First, I'm asking you guys a little question of the day. Yesterday, I went to the grocery store. I went to H-E-B, Bunker Hill Supercenter. Big fan. Saw 2 loopholes there randomly. And it got me to thinking, what do you think is the most awkward part of the grocery store? Is it the fruit area? Is it the deli? Is it the butcher?
That's a good question.
What is the most awkward part of the grocery store?
Why? You seem to have an answer.
The deli is just kind of, I feel bad when I go to the deli because, man, that's a lot of work. I know. I'm like, they're freezing their ass off.
Ask you how
Dude,
thick.
even sitting there, there's like people by you, they're freezing their ass off. Like you're even freezing when you just sit by it for a second.
They're wearing mittens.
You got like 75 like meats to choose from. They got to grab the meat. They got to ask you how they want to slice it. They got to slice it on that dang thing. They got to fold it. I don't know how they get the paper between the cheese. I'm sure it's easier than I think.
I don't know why they put the paper between.
Hey, I appreciate it if you want to do it, but that seems like a lot of work, a lot of extra work, and we're not even having to pay extra for it. Like, we have to pay extra for way less than them having to put the paper between every effing piece of cheese. But I just find myself like I'm almost guilty because I'm like there have been times where I've gone there, I really want a pound of this turkey, I want a pound of this chicken, and then when they're cutting it, I'll see some cheese, and I'll be like, I'll just wait. I'll just get the cheese that's already sliced because I don't want them to have to do more. But they're doing it anyways. But it's just
But they be doing it fast too, man. They be damn near too fast.
But then they have to ask you how thick you want it.
Yes,
and they go like that.
The line.
I'm like, sure.
You're like, let me get a quarter of the pound. Pow, pow, pow.
And then there's people that are like, can you make it a little thicker? Oh.
Dude, and then the worst are when they slap it on the scale, and there's some people like they ask for a pound, it's like 1-2, and they're like, is this okay? And take that off. It's like, come
it's
on.
always okay.
Just give them what they got.
Always okay.
Those people be grinding,
and
man.
I feel bad at the deli these days because obviously when all the kids were in the house we were buying all kinds of stuff. Now I go to the deli and I'm like, can I have a quarter pound of salami, please? Just 4 slices, basically. And they look at me like, really? You just want a quarter? I said, yes, because it's less expensive than buying the big pack that goes bad.
Dude, they are out there.
And maybe a quarter pound of Swiss.
Getting the job.
They be fast,
3
man.
slices? Yeah.
How do they do the paper, though?
I don't know why they do it.
But how?
Oh, they just put it on there after every slice. It's on
So they slice and then throw a paper
No, it's
slice?
on this, look, watch next slide. It's stacked next to where the cheese falls. So it falls, they put paper. It falls, they put paper. It falls, they put paper. I don't know why.
Man.
Our loopholes will know. That's for dang sure.
That is crazy, man. Because the butcher's got it easy, kind of. They're just throwing the... But they're also cutting it before, I think.
They are, but
I think the butchers are having to cut before,
that's
which is
the hardest job.
The hardest wrist starts.
You got to cut briskets and shoulders,
steaks,
and all that steak. The one I feel bad for is like when I'm in the seafood side of the.
They got to smell that.
I'm on the seafood side of the deli, and the guy is on the meat side of the deli.
They got to go both.
No, they can't because it's cross contamination. So there's no line in the meat side.
Yeah, because some people are allergic to seafood.
Yeah, so you can't cross. So you have to wait, and that guy's just standing there,
freezing.
Doing nothing.
They're freezing their ass off. That is
Imagine
crazy.
going home smelling like seafood every single night, man.
And cold. Oh man! Shout out to all the HEB deli and
salute
and butcher workers. Sincerely. Coming up, the Carolina Panthers head coach. He's supposed to be getting ready to try to win his first game. However, he's getting grilled on why he took Bryce over CJ. Some entertaining words before Sunday next.
Dusty. Sports Radio 610.
What are your favorite grilled things? No barbecue. You can't
Not
say
smoked.
barbecue or meat. What are your favorite grilled things? Grilled cheese.
Whew, that's up there.
Grilled chicken.
Shrimp.
Grilled
shrimp's good. Right. Salmon's good.
Grilled asparagus.
Really?
Yeah, asparagus is good.
All the time. Mm-hmm. Grilled Brussels sprouts.
Okay.
Yeah, those are all good.
You, Mr. Green.
Hey.
Frank Reich got grilled yesterday. CJ Stroud versus Bryce Young. We've talked about it a lot, consumed a lot of our dialogue. It's coming noon in Carolina. We're going to finally see it. It is going to collide. The worlds are going to collide between CJ Stroud and Bryce Young. There have been a lot of reports that maybe Frank Reich wanted CJ Stroud. This tends to happen when one guy gets off to a start. And I know it's a race, but the one thing you can say is that CJ Stroud is ahead in the race right now. Absolutely. It's not it's a marathon, not a sprint, but right now in the race, CJ Stroud is ahead. I think that goes without saying. Frank Reich was asked about this, and here's what Frank Reich had to say about whether or not he feels 6 games into their careers that he's got the right guy.
Obviously, Stroud has played pretty well down there in Houston, but I think there's a lot of people wondering, do you still feel like you made the right decision by taking Bryce number 1, and if so, why?
Yeah. I mean, we got the guy we wanted to get, and couldn't be happier about that in every way. And I would say this: I'm happy for CJ. That he's had 6 good games, and I have no doubt he'll have many more good games. But quarterbacks or any position, it's years, not weeks. You can't put a label on a guy after 6 weeks or even a year. I've seen guys have Pro Bowl seasons and then a year later fighting to be a backup somewhere else. I mean, it's a crazy league. What you're looking for and what we're looking for, not just from our quarterback, but in every position, is sustained success at a high level for a very long time. And you can't measure it in weeks.
Okay. I mean, I don't disagree with anything he said there, but there are reports that he wanted CJ more, and he got grilled by this. Joe Person, you pesky little reporter, you. My God, friend of the show. My goodness. Love Joe. Man.
Here's the other part.
He wasn't holding back.
He's not wrong on any of that.
No, he's not wrong.
He's not wrong on any of that. But does he have years? See, does Frank Reich have years?
He doesn't.
He doesn't.
I think he should be one and done.
Yeah.
I think you need to move on from this.
Right.
That would be me.
So it just kind of adds to the whole thing of, like, they, again, it sounds obvious, but like even more so than usual, they need to make a statement here. He needs it. Frank Reich needs this more than Bryce Young, to be honest.
Well, I think they both need it.
They both need it, but I think Frank Reich, he doesn't have years. He says it's I've seen this happen where a guy's a star and then he's fighting to be a backup, and he's going to be here for a long time. He's going to be. It's not just about a few weeks; it's about years. Well, okay, you're not wrong, but you need this. You need this because all those years that Bryce Young is going to have, you may not have.
Now listen to where Joe goes next. Because I don't know that this happens here, and I love this. I love the way Joe is. You got it there. You got the first one.
Mm-hmm.
You got to go back for seconds, right? Don't you?
Especially,
like as a reporter, you got to go back for seconds there,
nice,
right?
Strong follow-up based on what he said.
Yeah, don't throw him any softballs.
Yeah, exactly.
Your job. But Joe Person's one of the most
Let's
respected
talk about the
in
receiver
game.
core.
Yeah. Well, what's the mood of your team?
Oh, God.
Here was the follow-up from Joe Person with Frank Reich. And this is where Frank Reich got a little bit defensive.
During the pre-draft process, there were a lot of people, and you've addressed this before, but that thought you were in Stroud's camp because of the big size, and you're a big quarterback guy. Could you address that again now that you guys are getting ready to play him?
I've never said that to one person, anytime, anywhere. I always said I like C.J. Stroud a lot. I like all those. I've said this many times. I like that whole quarterback draft. I think they were all really good prospects. I think they're all going to have really good NFL careers. My eyes and our eyes were on Bryce Young, and from start to finish. You look at the film, you talk to the man, you get a sense for the leader, the player, and what he is and what he can be and how he fits to what we want to do and the vision that we have as an offense, as a team, and as an organization. We got the guy for us. And I'm sure Houston feels they got the guy for them. That's great. I mean, I think it's great for the NFL. It's great for our two guys. I think we're both very happy with where we're at and the direction we're going.
All right.
I would say this one's happier.
But saying your eyes were on Bryce Young from the beginning to the end doesn't mean anything. Your eyes can be on multiple guys.
They don't say that before the draft.
Yeah, and I don't know. Yeah. I don't know who they did or didn't want. I do know that as time goes on, there's going to be. It's just like Bill Polian, and I always use this example. I had a first-round grade on Tom Brady. Well, why'd you pass on him 6 rounds, dumb A?
Yeah.
I mean, like you could have gotten a backup quarterback at the time right there. Mm-hmm. You pass on him for 6 rounds, sir.
Yeah.
Like,
you could have got him in the 5th, 4th.
Yeah. I mean, so you're telling me you had a first-round grade on the guy?
So you passing up on a first-round grade
to be your backup?
Yeah.
Like, okay, Bill.
That'd be a pretty good situation.
Yeah, good for you. Like, then you're weird.
Yes.
If we're being honest. So there are going to be all these reports. You know, you wanted CJ, you wanted this, you wanted that. I do think we should look at this as it's not about minimizing CJ Stroud, because people are naturally defensive of their quarterbacks, and you should be. It's the most important position. It's the face of your franchise, and quite frankly, when it's CJ Stroud and someone who handles himself the way that he does and represents the organization the way he does, you should be defensive about him, and you should want to ride and die with him, and you should defend him. So I'm not questioning that. But I am saying, like, when people look at this now and they look at Bryce Young and they look at C.J. Stroud and they say, you know, the upbringing and the weapons that C.J. Stroud has around him right now, it's a much better situation than the one that Bryce Young has. That's not rewriting history. That's the flipping out where the receivers look better because of C.J. Stroud.
Correct.
The offensive coordinator looks better because of what we didn't know and what we saw. The organization seems more stable because they've turned the corner. So, like, it doesn't have to be an either or. It's like the Dusty Baker thing. Like, you can say Dusty Baker did some frustrating things this year and not take anything away from his previous 3 years. By the way, Dusty Baker going to announce his retirement in about 8 minutes. We'll talk about how Dusty will be remembered, and also hear from Bryce Young, hear what he had to say about all this. But, like, it's not like taking anything away from C.J. Stroud to say this is a better situation and this has developed into a better situation, because the reality is, even if C.J. Stroud is better than Bryce Young, he still needs good stuff around him. Like, look what's happening with Justin Herbert right now with the Chargers. Like, it seems like it's kind of unfolding, and he's kind of declining a little bit. Like, you need all that. So you're not taking anything away from C.J. Stroud when you say the Texans have proven themselves early on as a much better situation for a quarterback than many people felt that it was.
And C.J. Stroud has a big role in that. You know, C.J. Stroud makes it a better situation. We always have talked about his accuracy. How many plays has he made because of that maybe Bryce Young doesn't make just yet? You know, maybe not. You know, and the grasp of the offense. Yes, it's about the situation with Slowick and D'Amico and maybe some receivers that are playing. But C.J. Stroud, the quarterback, has a say. He is making this team better. Bryce Young, they're saying he's making that team better, and he's going to get there. There's a big difference in that.
How will Dusty Baker be remembered? He's going to be remembered as a legend when it comes to his overall resume, but how will he be remembered here? We'll also hear from Bryce Young on CJ, and a guy who thought he was a baseball legend that completely contaminated these airwaves. You'll hear him next.
Nick Caserio.
Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. Bryce Young. He's facing CJ Stroud. He's behind to be the better of the two. They're going to be linked forever. Here's what Bryce Young had to say about CJ Stroud, a guy who he's known a long time, and a guy who he's going to face off with for the first time since 7th grade on Sunday. Here's Bryce Young talking about that.
I've known CJ since middle school. This is about the time we met. We played against each other in basketball, honestly, before even football. Played against him in 8th grade then, always going to the same camps and stuff. Have a lot of mutual friends as well. But I've, just been around him, known him probably since middle school, throughout high school, throughout the recruiting process and throughout college. I've been close, and I've talked to him just throughout the process and season. I talked to him, and that's someone that, again, I'm really close with. Really great person, really great human being. First and foremost, just a really, really great dude, great family, and then obviously great player as well. Has been doing a lot of great things. I have a we're really close and have a ton of respect for him, and that's grown not just from this year but just throughout for a while now.
Did you ever imagine, like when you're playing 8th grade middle school basketball, that you two guys would be the 1-2 picks in the NFL draft?
Yeah, it's pretty surreal. God is good for sure. It's definitely a blessing, but it's crazy, that definitely wasn't something that was something that either one of us probably could have really thought about or fathomed back then. How things have turned out, so it's definitely a blessing.
And it's legit. I mean, we remember draft night, how excited legitimately he was. He had just gotten drafted himself and goes nuts because C.J. Stroud went behind him. It's going to be really cool for them, really cool for us to watch.
Yeah, really, really cool. I'm excited for it. I'm pumped for it. 3.5. Book your bet.
Oh, I think Texans are going to win.
So they're going to cover the 3.5?
I would say they cover 3.5. Yeah.
200 on it?
No, you just asked me to pick.
Okay, I'm just asking. Yeah. So no money, no real money coming.
I don't know. I'll decide that probably tomorrow,
right,
Saturday.
Just checking.
Yeah,
just
you?
checking.
You can put 250 on it.
No, I'm gonna sit out on that.
Sit out on that. You're willing to spend my money.
Just give me the dub. Yeah. No, I'm for sure. Always willing to spend your money. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. We'll hear from CJ Stroud a little bit later on in the show. Also going to hear from Henry To'o straight off the practice field. Dusty Baker right now announcing his retirement. He'll go down as a first ballot Hall of Famer in the MLB. I don't think there's any disputing that. How will he be remembered here? I think that's interesting. Sometimes when guys walk away, you remember them more fondly. Sometimes you look at it and you kind of look at it less fondly. With Dusty Baker, it feels, I don't want to speak for you, it feels like you're kind of looking at this as more fondly than you did before. Not to say you completely dismissed it, but you do seem to have a greater appreciation.
Well, we've always said, I know I've always said, and you too, that you can separate the two things. How great Dusty Baker resume, and then some frustrations this year. And frankly, when he was talking to Bob Nightingale yesterday for USA Today. And
they're tight.
They're real tight, and clearly, and he actually said this, and I'm like, okay, so it's not just us. It's something. This is a quote from Dusty Baker. I have a lifetime of knowledge, much more than those who have never played the game. I was like, this is his farewell with Nightingale, his guy, and I don't know if he's talking about fans or media or maybe someone in the building or whatever. But clearly he had heard the stuff. We've actually heard him during the World Series saying, I've been criticized, for a lot of things. So you can separate the two. And I just want to go through the time machine here. If you go back and then you see where the Astros are today, it's all Dusty Baker. I mean, you can say, well, he inherited a great lineup. Yeah, sure. Absolutely. It's one of the reasons he came here. But that great lineup the whole organization was in shambles. Like an absolute shambles. I mean, he was hired before James.
Shambles. I mean,
a shambles.
The PR, but not shambles. It was still a really good ball club.
The talent, like I said, the talent was there, but the organization was in a shambles.
Yeah.
They were getting criticized up one side and down the other. He was hired, I think, the first week of February. Hadn't been to spring training yet. There hadn't been an apology. The Astros were getting torched.
Yeah, and they handled that wrong too.
They handled that
didn't send
wrong.
the players to the podium.
James Click
buried it in the clubhouse.
Yeah, James Click wasn't hired until after Dusty Baker.
That was bad.
Cheaters, cheaters. Oh, they're going to get beamed by every pitcher they face. I mean, it was the World Series was considered an absolute fraud. It was just an absolute shambles. And now look at them. And I said this when we started the show. I asked you guys, and I'm going to give you my answer right now. I did not expect it to go this good for 4 straight years. I could not have predicted it even with the talent, for it to go this well for 4 straight years. And that's Dusty, man. So let's separate the two things. Were we frustrated? Were we climbing the walls at times this year over some of the things Dusty Baker was doing? Yes. But the job he did is nothing short of miraculous, all things considered. It's two things.
Shambles, I think, is a little bit dramatic.
I don't.
I mean, because at the end of the day, you have to play, and they had the best, arguably the best array of talent in all of Major League. Now, I know Verlander had the Tommy John after week 1. PR shambles, yes, but they were still going to play. Like they were still putting one of the best baseball teams in the league on the field.
Yeah, but I think that.
But it's still a reason they got Dusty though.
Yeah,
they could have got the
handling it.
I mean, if the roster was that fine, they could have got the bench coach to fill in until they got somebody else.
I get it.
They went and got Dusty.
But my question is like, what? So if they would have gotten a different manager, like, what happens? Like, do they like?
I don't know if they go to some ALCS 7 straight times.
Well, I mean, 4 straight with Dusty.
Yeah, 4 straight.
Yeah. That's what I'm saying.
I'm not disputing the talent, man. Come on.
So what do they do, like, if they don't get Dusty? I think Dusty handled it well. I think he's good for the situation. But what do they? Did they just sit in the locker room and cry and not play?
No, I mean that's an extreme. I mean that's an extreme example. What I'm saying is, like, baseball hated, not just fans. Baseball hated Astros, and then all the the players and people coming out about the Astros cheating and all that. The talent was there. But they had no direction, and they were confused, and they wore a scarlet letter in every situation, and they were getting criticized, everywhere. They were the punchline. It was a shambles. It was a shambles, and he straightened it all out.
And I think you brought in a lovable person in Dusty Baker to kind of cover that up a little bit.
Yeah,
he is a lovable guy. I think the 2020 job was great. I think he did a great job. They were bringing in a bunch of guys. They were bringing in like the Belex, the Javier. Like that was before Javier, had his legendary outings and stuff. So I thought the fact that they got to the ALCS there was impressive. 2021, I think they kind of maxed out. And they were fine. They lost to a Braves team that I think was better. 2022, they won the World Series. No complaints there. 2023, I don't think he did an excellent job. The counter I have, though, and I'm just playing this. I'm not trying to be, hey, let me play devil's advocate guy, because I agree with you to a certain point. The counter I have is, like, if they hadn't brought in someone that was just lovable, like someone who maybe would have, taken it on a little bit more head on, like a Jeff Bannister or something like that, or whoever the hell else they want to bring in. Like, what exactly happens? Like, what it seems like we're assuming that like everything would have crumbled. I still feel like they got their share of smoke. Like, I don't know how.
Oh no, they did.
But yeah, so I don't know. Like, even with Dusty, I don't know how. Like, I don't know. Like, it felt like they were still getting a lot of venom. They were still getting a lot of smoke. They were still getting criticized in the media. Like, I don't like what would have happened? Would they have like been front page of the Washington Post every week or something? Like, what would have happened?
It seemed like he made it easier in the clubhouse, to be honest. It seemed like Jose Altuve was more calm and all that stuff, because I don't know if they would have brought in another manager.
I don't know. Altuve looked pretty broken in 2020.
He was.
I mean, Altuve, in 2020, Altuve looked pretty damn broken. He damn sure didn't look calm to me.
I'll put it this way. Dusty brought the best case scenario. Like it could not have gone better. Even though you maybe would have wanted another World Series. Okay, whatever. That happened.
I'm not even saying that.
Yeah. But what I'm saying, like, the best case scenario, from the transition to handling the noise as best as possible, to the calming influence in the clubhouse, to being likable by the media. See, we haven't even talked about that. Like, Everybody was saying, "Oh, they got the right guy. They got the right guy." As bad as things are in Houston, they got the right guy. He's going to do it. You know what they did?
Yeah.
You know, so if let's say they had hired your guy, Jeff Bannister, nothing against him, but maybe he would have handled it completely different, you know,
Yes.
and maybe that would have caused things to spiral even in another direction. So that's what I'm saying. Like all those people who said they got the right guy, 4 years later, there's proof that they got the right guy, and I don't know if anybody else or how many others.
And they know he wasn't going to be the guy going forward for years to come.
Keep in mind,
this is just for right now.
I'm surprised he was here 4 years.
Keep in mind, I was going to say,
I'm actually
Me
kind of
too.
surprised by that.
Keep in mind, he signed a 1 year contract.
Yeah.
In 2020, it was 1 year. Like, okay, he's going to calm the waters and then move on. Nah, man, he went to 3 World
That's
Series.
success of his own, right there.
Yeah. So it was pretty wild.
It was a lot. Shout out to Dusty, legend. Brandon Scott's at that press conference. He normally joins us at this time. He's gonna come through in the noon hour, talk about what the scene was like with Dusty. Also got some stuff to say about the Texans and the Panthers on Sunday. So baseball legend Dusty Baker, and then there's the wannabe baseball legend. I was driving in Saturday night. I just got back from Las Vegas. It was about midnight, I think. Jody Mack.
Oh, our guy.
Was on the air. He was talking baseball. I think he was even talking football. And he was taking calls, as Jody Mack does. This might be the worst phone call in the history of sports radio.
I'm excited just because I want to hear you do Jody Mack.
I'm not doing any Jody Mack. But
you have to.
Jody Mack will be talking about anything, and then he'll just let...
Hey, guys, let's talk about the Houston Texans coaching situation.
Yes, that's what it's at. That was me. That was not him. But yeah, he was just talking. I think he was talking about the Eagles at the time.
Mm-hmm.
And listen to this phone call that went on for minutes. And it's almost like the Spring Breakers. So bad it's good. Listen to this.
But you got to have a good point, an intense point, a thought-provoking point. Humor sometimes works with yours truly, so if you want to try and be a little bit funny, that might help as well. Send your tweet directly to me at Jody Macman, JodyMacMan. Michael from Arkansas, glad to get you back. Hello, Mike.
Here we go.
Yeah, hey, Jody Mac.
How are you?
Maybe the rarest baseball statistic performance would be 4 bunt singles in a game done by 2 professional players in the history of baseball.
4 bunt singles in one game?
Right. Two professional baseball
So
players.
this is a trivia question you're asking me. I have one guess for you, because he is the best bunter that I ever saw, and I've been watching baseball for 50 years.
Okay.
I'll go with Rod Carew.
Okay, that's possible.
Is he not one of them? Do you know
actually,
the two?
I don't know.
Oh, you don't know? Then what are you asking me for?
Well, no, okay. 60 years ago in a Babe Ruth game, I had 4 bunt singles.
Oh, really? Okay, so you're proud of yourself. I got it. I'll give you your props. Good on you.
Cut to bunt to hit the 5th time, and I decided to pull a fast one, so I faked the bunt and pulled back and smashed the ball right at the head of the third baseman. He put his glove up in front of his face to protect himself. The ball went in the glove, and he threw me out before I got out of the batter's box.
Dude.
Now, if I hadn't wanted to be fancy, I could have bunted the ball overhead and had 4 bunt singles and a bunt double.
Bunt double, yeah. He was in. After you were successful the first 4 times, he's probably halfway between third and
on our airwaves.
Yeah,
that's funny. That's a good story. I like it.
Yeah. So
this is happening.
That's not over. I would have got cussed out if I let this on the air, man.
How the
you're a bunt guy.
Out of favor in baseball. Well, if a team wants somebody to teach them how to bunt, I'm the man, right?
If you're 4 for 4 one day, I'd say you were probably pretty damn good at it. Yes.
Yeah. There's actually I had a neighbor back about that time that he would tell me always keep your eye on the ball.
No kid.
Well, that's a key to bunting. And my
This
playing
was
days
happening,
are
bro.
well in the rearview mirror.
This is
But
real.
the one thing I remember that I was taught about bunting is,
dude,
you want to
why
come
is he
across.
He was talking about football. He was talking about football.
But because if anything, you want to be bunting down at the ball. You don't want to be bunting straight at the ball, and you sure as hell don't want to be bunting up at the ball because you're going to pop it up. Could be a double play. So when you turn to bunt, the whole thing is to have it like chin high, so you are making a move downward at the ball when you try and bunt it.
Okay, the other thing about
let's continue
bunting
this.
is, as in almost all athletic skills, hand and eye coordination is of utmost importance.
Oh, wow.
Now, you and I have talked about dopamine before, and dopamine actually enhances brain-eye coordination.
All right.
Switching the music.
What would he say about Dusty's retirement?
Who, Jody Mack?
Yeah.
No idea.
Yeah, you do. Come on.
I have no idea.
Come on.
I have no idea.
Come on.
I have no idea.
Dusty Baker's retiring, Jody.
No idea.
You got to. You got to.
Dusty Baker's one of the best managers of all time. He's a really good manager. I don't think anyone disputes that. All-time great, Dusty Baker. Now let's go to line 2. John out there in Iowa wants to talk about the art of the free throw. Come on.
Oh, my God.
Coming up, Will Anderson asking more sacks. Sacks get stacks.
Yes,
People want to see more production from Will Anderson, and I got the perfect guy to pitch Will Anderson. He happens to be on the other side, though. We'll hear it next.
Let we go. Join the drive with Stoerner.
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker is presented by La Michoacana Meat Market.
Will Anderson facing his teammate this week. CJ and Bryce are getting a lot of love, but Will Anderson, him and Bryce, they went to battle together. They lost national championship to Georgia. Bam together, two of the most heralded recruits in the history of Nick Saban. And they got a lot of love for each other. Here's Bryce Young talking about Will Anderson.
Again, that's also someone that I'm super close with. Someone I consider a brother who we've had we've had the same. We came into Alabama at the same time, and we both grew there, both grew together. And again, someone I have an extreme amount of respect for. Just how he carries himself. Also, again, just a great person, great family. How he carries himself, off the field, and then how that carries over to on the field. Someone who's super hardworking, someone who's always wants to do the little things right, always strives, strives to be the best version of himself and hold everyone accountable. A great leader. It shows up on film too. Obviously, it showed up on film at Alabama and being able to compete against him for a long time there. But shows up on film at this level too. I'm just watching on film, just the strain he plays with, the effort to finish, the high motor, and then just the pure talent and ability that he has. Someone that definitely disrupts a lot. Shows up and pops a lot on film. So it is honestly, it is really surreal. Like just going over the scouting report and watching film, and I still get happy just seeing people that I know and I'm cool with, and I'm friends with, and watching them play when I'm watching film and watching us in NFL uniforms. It is still surreal. So it's gonna be looking back on it. It's gonna be cool just to be able to share the field with a lot of people I'm close with.
So there is something that nobody's talking about this game on Sunday.
Okay.
And it's something you've had a real big problem with CJ. You've had a real big beef with him. I know everything's good, but you've had kind of a beef with him.
I've never had a beef with him.
No,
never had a problem
yes,
with
you
him.
do.
No.
Yes, you do.
Explain yourself.
You do have a beef with something that CJ's done, John.
Here we go again.
And I think it's a good observation by you. I'm just giving you the credit. I'll take the credit for it. If you want to give it to me, I'll take it because I got a beef with him
when
too.
you say it, he go, oh yeah.
I'll take it. Yeah, I'll take it. If you don't want it, I'll take it.
Well,
I'll
what are you
present it as
talking
myself.
about?
Dump that. I'm going to present it as my own opinion.
You said a big
because I think
beef.
it's a good opinion. I'm trying to give Lopez a little something here.
Pick
I'm
six.
throwing him under the bus.
Pick six.
I'll take the pick six if you want. I'll take the pick
You
six.
said
I'll steal
a big
your opinion.
I had a big beef?
Yes, you did.
Well,
and I
explain
think it was a
yourself.
valid beef.
All right.
I think it was a very valid beef by you.
Okay.
So you took exception with C.J. Stroud doing multiple jersey swaps. He gave away 3 jerseys.
Oh, well, that's nothing.
No, the point of a jersey swap is it's your game jersey.
Yeah.
You switch it with
You
somebody. You
agreed
figure
with
it out.
me.
Exactly.
Yeah.
But it was your idea and it was your vision.
Yeah.
So
it's got to be a game-worn jersey.
CJ at the Atlanta game, he did a jersey swap with Bijan. Then he did a
defensive
Quavo.
end,
Then he did it with a DN. Then he did all this. He had multiple jerseys.
Yeah,
while having this jersey on.
He was opening they still had the tags on.
Yes. So you can't. If
Okay,
it's a real jersey swap, you can't be given. You might as well just mail it to him and not do it on the field if it's not going to be a jersey swap.
Yeah.
I
wouldn't necessarily say that's a big beef.
It's a beef, and it could be a popularity thing. Maybe you're just too popular to where you got to figure it out. But it is a beef. I want to ask you this though, Bryce Young, who's a swap jerseys with? Is it going to be CJ, who he's known since 7th grade? Or is it going to be Will Anderson, who he went to Alabama with, who's one of his best friends? He's got 2 best friends.
Who's getting the one with the tag still on it?
I will be disappointed. Would you not be offended if you were Will Anderson or C.J. Stroud and you got the one with the tag on it?
Offended.
I would be offended.
Yeah, I don't know if
I would be offended. You get those to hang them in your game room. Like C.J. Stroud's going to have an elite game room. If I'm getting the one, Will Anderson's the one that should be offended.
I think Will Anderson's going to get the game one.
So you think Will Anderson's going to get the game one, not CJ?
For a number of reasons. Played together. They're going to take their picture together, send it to Alabama for recruiting. They're going to they have been together, came in the same class as you just heard. I think he and CJ are obviously great friends. But I'll put it this way. I think, and the reason I say Will Anderson, I think Will Anderson is more excited about playing Bryce Young than CJ Stroud is. And they're both excited. They're both real excited. But Will Anderson has never sacked them, for real. And they've talked a bunch of crap over the years about the fact Will Anderson joined us and said as much about it, whether that was going to be a sack or not. I'll bet you it's Will Anderson. You?
I think CJ is going to get it.
Really?
I think the historic outlook of it, I think CJ is going to get it. And John Mechie and Henry To'oTo'o, who's going to join the show a little later, they just got to stand by. Just got to stand by. But there will be a picture of Bryce, Will, Henry To'oTo'o, all that.
Yeah.
But I think that I actually want to ask this question, like, who got the real jersey? Who got the real jersey?
That's legit.
You know the best thing about CJ, and I forget who noticed this. I want to give him credit. I think it's Noah on Twitter, which I don't want to give him credit for too much because he's a little bit ridiculous. God, what a troll he is, but in a funny way. But he put a picture of CJ after the jersey swap with Atlanta, and then the jersey swap with the Saints. And he's like not smiling.
That was funny.
He's not smiling in the Atlanta one.
Yeah.
Because he lost.
Because he lost. And he's smiling in the Saints one. And then there's a picture of Deshaun after they lose. And Deshaun's just like head to toe
smiling.
And I thought it was a pretty good pull by our guy Noah.
Yeah. Why do you go there? I mean, what do you have? And you got a lot of time on your hands if you're doing that.
Do you like the jersey swap?
I do. Absolutely, I do. Yeah, especially situations like that. Will Anderson and Bryce. Yeah, I think it's going to be Will Anderson. I really do. Gets the real one. It's cool, man. It goes to show, that these guys are going to be tight forever.
What about the Jim Nantz tie?
Good Lord.
You don't like the tie at the end of the Final Four?
Never liked it.
I feel like that's become almost like a Gadzooks gift, like a gag gift where if you get it, you're like, oh, thank you.
I've seen guys get the tie and go, cool. What does this do? What does this mean? Like he takes it off, unties it, rips it around his neck.
Here you go, son. Thanks, Mean Joe.
Thank you, I think.
Here's Will Anderson when he joined us talking about not being able to get his hands on little Bryce Young.
How about Bryce Young saying to take it easy on him? Did you see that?
No, I didn't see that.
Yeah, he said he wants you to take it easy on him.
I'm not taking it easy on Bryce. There's so many times we don't have so many arguments in practice about whether that was a sack or not because I couldn't hit him. So I'm not taking it easy.
Not taking it easy. The jersey swap, man. Some of the old school folks don't like this. They're not a fan of the jersey swap.
Oh, for sure.
I think it's like the wussification of America.
Yeah, absolutely. And that's dumb. Oh, yeah.
What are y'all doing?
You got to hate those
buddies?
guys.
What are you doing being buddies after the game?
That's
I
not
do
your
think,
friend.
I do think to a certain point, like CJ not smiling. Like it is good to see.
Yeah,
you
sure.
do like as a fan or like a media type to see like the players care as much as you do.
Yeah, no,
But
come on. I mean, it's not like they're not going to play hard. You just hurt him. Not you're going to take it easy on somebody.
I would be a jersey swap in full.
Oh, for sure.
I would be a jersey especially if I were
if I
high
had
enough,
that money and I had the room,
bro. If I were high enough on the pecking order to where everybody wanted mine, I would be. I laid out a whole CJ Stroud jersey swap itinerary before the season. Because if you're an Ohio State Buckeye, man, you got so much. Like he could switch with Olave, he could switch with Garrett Wilson when they play the Jets. Like he's got all these opportunities. Lamar Jackson, like I would be, but you better give me the real one. I ain't doing this. You ain't giving me one on the side, brother. I can go to the store and buy that.
Gotta have
I ain't doing that.
I can't remember who it was. There was like a bio on somebody, and they went through his room. Dude, he had like Lawrence Taylor to the most recent. I mean, it was unbelievable.
Jersey swap in full.
Yeah.
I would be trading with
badass.
everybody. Who would you trade? Like if you were CJ, you want Bryce's, right?
If I was CJ, yeah, I'd want Bryce's.
If you were Bryce, you want CJ's too?
If I was Bryce, I'd
Will's?
I'd want Will's. Yeah.
Who would you want if you're Bryce?
If I'm Bryce, I would probably say CJ because that's my best friend, I guess. Somebody I grew up with.
Grew up together.
Mm-hmm.
Well, Will's a fan.
You know what? That's an interesting thing to note.
Well, I'll say this. I hope that Will Anderson asked Bryce, and Bryce said, I'm already giving it to CJ because then he might look like Jefferson in Fast Times at Ridgemont High with how offended he is. Toss his ass into the stands. Toss him in there.
He may well. He may well.
All right, we have some candidates for the Astros managerial gig. You got to effing be kidding me. Plus, Dusty Baker had some interesting things to say, and I know it's early, but we got to get something off our chest. Right. The hits are lit next.
Doers get more done.
Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, we got candidates. The hits are lit here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610.
Playing all the hits. These are the hot stories of the day. You're listening to In the Loop with Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, lay it out for me. Dusty Baker just announced his retirement. By the way, this was a weird quote from Dusty. For someone who's been around as long as he has, the Houston media is not. I mean, he's been in Chicago, which is a lot more intense, and he lost big games in Chicago.
Mm-hmm.
Kind of wore down the pitching staff, if we're being honest. Yeah, he's been in San Francisco. He's been in Cincinnati. Like, he's been in a lot of places. It's weird how sensitive he was here, but Dusty Baker said that he started thinking about retirement this winter. Then he said, quote, there were a couple instances, couple articles that made his mind up in the summer. What the hell does that mean?
I don't know about that. I don't know if it was about the Astros, about him. More clarity on that. But you know how I always say, like, okay, who is kind of the Dusty Baker? You know, who is reporting that? Because it matters when you connect the dots. And in this business, we know a lot of people who are connected, very connected. Bob Nightingale from USA Today is one of those guys. Bob Nightingale is the one that got quotes from Dusty Baker before his retirement was official. Bob Nightingale is reporting, as of 7 minutes ago, 2, quote, strong candidates for the Astros managerial position. Those candidates are Joe Espada and Brad Ausmus. And he also said that Ausmus finished as the runner-up to Dusty Baker as manager.
What?
And the runner-up to Dana Brown as general manager.
So basically what we're seeing is this is turning into the Raiders with Al Davis after they have success, when Al Davis is just hiring former Raiders to do everything. That's basically what Jim Crane's going to turn this into.
Or, you know, Jim Crane, Jeff Bagwell, whomever is kind of influencing this, they want to find a way to get Brad Ausmus in the building, and this just might be it.
Okay.
He was runner-up.
That's cool.
Reportedly.
Whatever.
For general manager, runner-up for manager.
Whatever.
So there you go.
Yeah. Sounds great. Brad Ausmus, huh? Cool, man. Big gulps, huh?
Big gulps? Yeah.
Big gulps, huh?
Yeah.
All right. See you later. Head coaching matchup, 2 familiar faces in somewhat different places. Frank Reich, we remember him going toe-to-toe with Bill O'Brien. He usually got the best of him, most notably the passing in the playoffs in 2019. He is a first-year coach at Carolina looking for his first win. D'Amico Ryans, former Texans player, former 49ers defensive coordinator. He's in his first year. He's sitting at 500 looking to get a winning record. Here's Frank Reich talking about his counterpart, D'Amico Ryans.
Yeah, listen, I don't know D'Amico that well, a little bit. But the little bit I do know him and know, he has that special it factor, had it as player, coach, coordinator. So, again, good for the league. I mean, he's done it the right way. There's been no shortcuts. He's paid his dues, he's earned his stripes, and he's off to a great start.
All right, so
paid his dues and earned his stripes.
Props. There you go.
Yeah, a lot of cliches right there.
Paid dues, earned stripes. What does earning stripes mean, really? Just like
from military. He's earned his stripes.
So you get stripes?
Like
you got badges.
No, those are medals.
I thought you got badges.
Got
medals.
You get the I forget what they're called.
So what are stripes?
Stripes.
But I think stripes. I think prison.
Private, corporal,
but
sergeant,
they're stripes.
Staff sergeant.
Oh, they are stripes on the
yeah.
thing? Okay.
Actually earned his stripes.
Should respect the troops, Frank. Just kidding. It's not that serious. No, I'm just kidding. Tampa Bay at Buffalo. So this is weird for me.
Why?
Because you're looking at the Texans' next opponent, Tampa Bay.
Mm-hmm.
By the way, they're going to get extra rest against the Texans, so there is that. I'm looking at the Buffalo Bills right now, 4-3. A little bit of a disappointment, I would say.
Mm-hmm.
They are right now again today, and yes, I'm doing this. I don't care what you people say, and I do mean you
it's
people.
Too early.
Shout out to Loop. No, it isn't. Okay, I have not been able to do this in a long time. I don't care. I'm looking at the playoff standings right now. 7 teams get in. The Buffalo Bills are sitting at 7 at 4-3. Sitting at 8, the Houston Texans at 3-3. So I am watching a game right now in which I am rooting for the Tampa Bay Buccaneers because the Texans and Buffalo Bills are in a playoff race, okay?
They are.
Texans, the Buffalo Bills, a dark horse Super Bowl contender, one of the best teams in the AFC lately. It might only be 7 weeks into the season. I'm watching a game through the localized lenses, and I am rooting against Buffalo so that the Texans can catch up to them in the playoff standings. Life is good. And, oh, by the way, I'm going to be watching the Jags and Steelers with the same mindset.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh 4-2. Pittsburgh loses. You know what happens? They go to 4-3.
Yeah.
Texans win. You know what happens? They go to 4-3. Inside looking out, baby.
Yeah.
I got a vision right now.
Well, yeah.
We might get up to that 5 spot.
Well, the
might get
thing
up
is,
to that 5 spot, Figgy.
The Jaguars are in the division lead.
I might pop champagne.
The Steelers are
I might
fifth.
pop champagne if we get in.
I don't know
If we
about
get,
that.
hey, let's have an above the line champagne celebration.
What do you mean? Oh, once you get into the
No, just above, like where there's the line.
Yeah, I'm looking
where
at it right
where
now.
there's the line and then below.
Yeah.
Let's have an above the line champagne celebration.
I'm always up for that.
Yeah.
Not a big champagne fan, but
Now,
I'm
don't pour Budweiser on me like the Rangers were doing.
That's so dumb.
What are you pouring beer on
That is
someone
so
for?
dumb.
What's wrong with you? What's this, Bad News Bears?
So the Bills are 7th. The Czechs have entered the chat. Still working that. Browns are
that.
It's legit.
It's awful.
It's legit.
It's the worst thing you've done.
It's not. I've done a lot worse. The Browns are next, and you're playing the Browns. Then above that, the Steelers in the 5th spot.
You're on board.
No, absolutely, I'm on board.
You're on board.
And how'd you do against the Steelers?
Beat their ass.
So they're 5th, Browns 6th, Bills 7th. There you go.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Whooped them. Telling you. Look at it, man. It's fun. You win this game this week. Ooh, wee.
Yeah.
You got Baker coming. Then you got the trade deadline next week. By the way, the Chase Young price that I've been seeing, it's not even a second. It's like third and something. Dude, just do it.
Just
Please.
do it.
Just do it. Just be like Nike.
Montez Sweat too, right?
Just get one of those guys, please.
Yeah.
Like Chase Young. I love Chase Young, man. I don't know if they like him or not. That's what I do want. I wonder if they like Chase Young. Bring Chase Young in, give him a 4-year deal, put him opposite of Will Anderson. You're pressuring the quarterback better. You got some more Buckeye love.
Yeah.
He's going to be excited to play for D'Amico Ryans. He's not playing for that curmudgeon Ron Rivera.
Yeah.
God, what a miserable presence he has lately.
And he's such a good guy too, but he just—it's like it's running.
He's worn out.
Yeah, it's running.
He's worn out. Like you've been in Washington. Come down here, Chase.
Yeah. It's run its course with him anyway.
I'm all in on this Chase Young thing.
Yeah.
Big time. College football this weekend. Texas hosting BYU. There's talk that we could see Arch Manning for the first time. Malik Murphy, the backup right now, but we could see Arch Manning as Texas hosts BYU. South Carolina, Aggies a double-digit favorite in this one. The Cougs coming off their rough game against Texas, in which apparently Dana Holgorsen, I heard him say the other day that they would have gotten the first down if it would have been a good spot. Then they would have scored a touchdown, and then they would have gone for 2, and they would have won by 1 point.
See,
so
that's
a lot of foresight there, Dana. I'm not saying you didn't get screwed. That's a lot of
assumptions.
That's a lot of assumptions there, Coach.
Yeah, no, look, they got screwed on the call. I think
No doubt.
everybody would agree with that.
No doubt.
But then what? You know, there was still a
You're
little
on the 6. You got to score.
Yeah.
Then you're going for 2. You're guaranteeing that you're going to get the 2, huh?
Yeah.
That's a lot. That's a lot. But
that is asking a lot.
You do you, Dana.
Yeah.
Number 8, Oregon at number 13, Utah. The interesting thing out of Utah right now is that they're coming off that dub against USC. They're saying Cam Rising might just redshirt now.
Why not?
So Cam Rising hasn't been able to play, one of the best players in college football last season. He might just redshirt, so Utah might have him next year. Just stay on campus, get that NIL money, chill, have your mustache, your hat, go to the bars, do whatever you got to do. And then Rice hosting number 22 Tulane. Shout out to Willie Fritz.
And you didn't mention Michigan. I'm feeling stronger and stronger that they're going to be banned from the postseason this year.
Okay.
That opens up a whole world of
By the way,
possibilities.
C.J. Stroud was asked about that and had something interesting to say. We'll get into that tomorrow with C.J.
Bad at Michigan.
Well, apparently it wasn't very surprising to a lot of folks.
Right. And it's one thing like, oh, the NCAA doesn't have power, which you and I both agree on. This isn't recruiting, man. This is the, quote, integrity of the game and, organized ways of trying to build an event. I'll bet you they get banned from the postseason this year. And that opens up.
I'll bet you they don't.
Okay. 20.
All right, $20.
I bet you they get banned for it. Well, okay.
He's not that confident.
No. I had to think about it.
That's in his couch.
One proviso.
$20 bills just laying in his couch.
One proviso. What's
a proviso? You just said they're going to get banned.
Listen. If it's determined this season, like they might kick the can down the road, it's not determined until next season.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying is going to happen.
For this season.
No,
Yeah,
I'm
that's
saying
my
if
bet.
they come to a decision on Michigan before the end of the regular season, the bet is on. If they don't even make a decision, how can we have a bet? I'm saying that the decision is going to be made, and it's going to be a ban
for this year.
For this year, if it's made this year. You know what I mean?
I'm saying that they're not going to make the decision this year. That's my
well, that's a different bet.
Well, I think it's kind of the same. You
No.
said they're going to be banned from the postseason. I said they wouldn't.
Yeah, that's different than making the decision.
The decision can go either way.
I'm saying if they make the decision here in the next month or whatever, I bet you it includes a ban this postseason. And if they don't make a decision, then no bet. You know, if they say,
that's not a good bet for me.
You agree with me that if they make the decision, it's going to include a postseason ban.
No, I just don't want to. I mean, I don't want to eliminate the variables, the potential variables.
Well, why would I bet on something that's not even determined this year?
Because if it's not determined, then I win.
That's not a good bet.
But you said they're going to be banned this year. That was the initial. So let's just rewind. They're going to be banned this year if they make a decision this year.
Yes.
Sign John Lopez.
Yes.
Okay. There you go. Yeah, I'm not as passionate.
And you're saying
about
they
that.
won't be?
I'm saying they won't make the decision this year.
Well, that's a different thing. Well, then there's no bet. Then you're saying that.
Okay, no bet.
Golly.
No bet. We're good.
Of course, if they don't make a decision, they're not getting banned this year.
Yeah, I'm saying they're not in a hurry to figure it out.
Well, that's then forget what I said.
That's what I'm saying. Rockets yesterday, man.
Yeah, moving on.
116-86 loss to the Magic. I love
Picking up from last year, huh?
I think Ime Udoka is going to be a very, very good coach. I think he's the right coach. I think this year and next year is about figuring out if these young players that have been hyped up by I say previous regime, but Rafael Stone is I guess still the general manager technically, although it seems like it's kind of Ime's ship right now. But this is about finding out, what Jalen Green is, what Jabari Smith is, what Şengün is. I think Smith and Şengün can be very good complementary pieces.
I agree.
That other young man, if you're crossing your fingers and can be number one option, then your fingers are going to break. He's not. And I don't think that he has the wherewithal or the awareness either to be able to be a good number 2 or number 3 player. I do not. I think this guy is an AAU guy. I think he is a guy that's talented enough to where he can score 30 points, 30 any given night. But I also think just as often he can look completely lost and score 8 points like he did last night. That dunk that he tried to pull off that got blocked by Austin, he wasn't even going to dunk that. Like, he's not even trying to score. He's taken off, like,
would have been a hell of a dunk.
3 feet from the dotted just for the hell of it, like a guy at your local rec center. I'm looking up his NBA 2K rankings. They have his intangibles at 70. That's one of the most generous things I've ever seen. That's like University of Texas preseason rankings when they're in the top 10. They shouldn't even be ranked.
Yeah.
This dude's awareness in NBA 2K shouldn't be anything over a 30. He is awful. He is awful.
Well, let me add to that because no one here is saying, "Hey, one game here this is what the team is." No.
And the guy's not playing hard consistently.
Right.
Like that was a problem last year. This guy, he's not going to be your best player on a good team, and I don't even think he's going to be your second best player on a good team. I like Smith. I like Şengün. I even like Van Vliet as like a complimentary piece. I like him as a piece to see what Green is. But if you're sitting around thinking Jalen Green's going to be, I've heard the name Devin Booker thrown out or Tatum or something like that. Those guys have more basketball IQ in their pinky than he does in his
Here's what I'm
entire
saying
body.
about. Here's what I'm saying about just one game because it's just one game. We know everything can change, but I think it's pretty evident that with this squad right now, it's a personnel problem. Like just in general, if you had to say, what are they? They don't have a true go-to scorer. They don't have guys, and I'll throw Jabari Smith in this based on what was happening yesterday. They don't have in between Jalen Green and Jabari Smith. I don't think they're ready to or able to run in an offense. I think they're just used to, like you said, AAU guy. So it's a personnel thing. You mentioned Fred Van Vliet too. He's not if he's your go-to scorer, you got issues. I think it's a personnel problem. Well, who does that point to?
Yeah,
It's a personnel problem.
And they got to figure it out. And look, sometimes it's not there. You just got to figure it out. But if you're sitting around saying, is Jalen Green going to develop into Devin Booker? Just stop.
Yeah.
Like it's not happening. My man tried to take off 3 feet from the dotted and threw his arm out. Like, I mean, dude, if he would have just moved out of the way, then we'd still be watching that blooper.
He'd be hung up.
And then they're calling timeout when they're down 30. There's guys coming off the bench giving fives and stuff. My man's just sitting there like kind of laughing and like, it's not going to work. And the Evan Mobley move, I know Adam Spillane was a big Evan Mobley guy. I saw Roosh Williams tweeted it. It's just not going to happen for Jalen Green if that's what you're hoping for.
Yeah.
And I don't know that he's going to be a guy who takes a back seat, number 2. I'm just not feeling it.
Yeah.
Am I being too harsh, Figgy?
I don't think you are.
Yeah,
Especially after last night.
It's not there.
They can't play in an organized offense.
Yeah, it's not.
They can't do it.
It's not there. Coming up, Bryce Young got grilled. Sometimes you're happy for your friends. Sometimes you're not. Is Bryce Young truly happy for his friend? We'll get to the bottom of it, and we'll hear from the man himself next.
All right, guys. Let's talk about
Bryce Young, CJ Stroud, Volume 1 this weekend. Here's Bryce Young being asked by Joe Person. Boy, Joe Person went in there crazy. Reporter for the Carolina Panthers. I know you're happy for your friend, but come on, man. This has got to be this. You'd kind of rather be in his spot. This is Joe Person grilling Bryce Young about his buddy C.J. Stroud.
So do you ever look at it and go, this kind of motivates me a little bit, when you see him doing well, and then does it motivate you at all?
Personally, I've just always been big on trying to control what I can control, and, what other people just throughout, in all aspects, it's not really something I can control. So I try to be, just internally motivated and draw from that and try to run my own race and, try to be the best version I can and focus on the stuff that I can control and stuff that I can improve on. And, there's never going to be a time that I'm not rooting for CJ. I guess outside of, obviously, I guess maybe this weekend would be the exception. But, there's never going to be a time that, that's just, and I think, don't speak for CJ, but I think the same way. Like we just, we both want what's best for each other. We both want, we both want each other to be successful. So it's for me, again, I try to be internally motivated and run my own race and just try to focus on myself. But, with CJ, with all the guys that I know, I'm always going to be rooting for them, always going to want what's best for them. And, I don't really, I'm always going to, that's kind of just something I'm always going to carry. So I kind of just look for myself when it comes to motivation, things like that.
When you hear these early comparisons, and Frank addresses, part of you like, well, hold on now. It's only been 5 or 6 games here.
I mean, for me, I don't really feed into, whatever, whether it's media or fans or people say. Everyone's obviously always going to have an opinion. That's the beauty of sports. Everyone has a voice and everyone gets to talk. And I think everyone's entitled to have opinions. Again, comparisons and whatever are always going to be. It's always a part of the game, regardless. That's not a me thing. That happens with everyone. That's part of it. And I don't. But for me, it's not really something I focus on, not really something I put energy into. Again, for me, I try to run my own race, be the best version of myself, and then focus on the things I can control. I wish everyone well. So for me, that's really kind of all my focus goes to.
It's got to be just eating at him.
You think?
Well, let's.
I kind of feel like I kind of believe what he said.
Look, he and CJ went whichever.
And we'll let the man speak for himself shortly. We'll hear from CJ in a minute.
Yeah, whichever PR firm has helped CJ and Bryce, they did a dang good job.
Huh?
No, I think it's them, but they've been clearly
shots fired.
And no shots. They clearly have been helped along, coached, and they're awesome at it. But let's go back to like when they were at Alabama and Ohio State and pre-draft. We always hear such a competitor. He wouldn't be a competitor if this was just cool, and he said, he cheers for everybody. He just hopes everybody has fun. No, man. No. And I want it that way. I'm not criticizing him. That's what makes it great. This has got to be eating at him, that he wants to show something against C.J. Stroud on the same field. I mean, that's all that people talk about with these guys, their competitiveness. Okay, and it's there. So he absolutely wants to show it.
I keep saying, this is big for the Texans for obvious reasons, but I think it's almost like the Panthers season.
Well, I said yesterday, I think it's bigger.
Yeah. It's almost like the Panthers season. I heard the guy from the Charlotte station on this morning, and he was, they're basically in the same situation where they're like, oh yeah, we want them to play well, but we want to lose. I'm like, man, that sucks. We were there, 10 months ago, and I feel bad for you, but I couldn't imagine saying that with the quarterback. Mm-hmm. Like normally when you say that to get the quarterback.
Yeah.
Not with the quarterback. We want to lose. That just seems a little bit wild to me, but
yeah.
Hey, to each his own. Let's hear from the man himself, C.J. Stroud. C.J. Stroud facing one of his best friends, Bryce Young, and I'm going to play a game with loopholes. Get it in, 713-572-4610, YouTube and Twitch.
You're going to play a game called Get It In?
How many times, get it in.
Okay.
Get your vote in.
All right.
How many times will we hear a combination of the word brother and blessed? This is a little chunk of
CJ?
CJ with CJ talking about how many times this is the best 5 minutes about Bryce Young.
Mm-hmm.
How many times will we hear brother and blessed?
Are you asking me right now?
I'm asking you right now.
Brother and blessed.
Brother and blessed.
5.
Figgy?
4.
All right, you're going 4?
Mm-hmm.
Yep.
Now, I've listened to it. I'll go 6 just because. So Figgy 4, Lopez 5, me 6. But I wasn't listening like specifically
right for that. Yeah.
Here's CJ Stroud talking about, and get your votes in. 713-572-4610. Here's CJ Stroud talking about facing the number 1 pick in the draft and his close friend Bryce Young Sunday at noon. Right here on Sports Radio.
My brother, man, somebody I have a lot of respect for. Known him since like middle school. Got really close probably after high school. And always rooting for him. I know he's always rooting for me. So.
Do you remember when you guys first met and what made it where you all ended up being friends?
I don't even think we were friends at the time, but we played each other in the 7th grade or the 8th grade, one of the two, and they killed us like terribly. Like he played for the IE Ducks, I played for the Pomona Valley Steelers, and they put it to us. And I remember we played in the rain. He had a really good game. I played terrible. So this will be, I think, our second time playing each other, I believe. And we played each other a couple times, 7-on-7, in high school. So yeah, I think that was the first time we met.
Just as a quick follow-up, after knowing him for so long and being friends with him for a few years, how cool is it to be, facing off against him, being the top 2 picks in an NFL game now?
It's cool. Yeah, it's really cool. It's a blessing to just know that we're from the same area. We grew up knowing each other, and then our parents know each other. Our moms are really close. Our dads know each other, and it's cool just to see somebody as their journey has gone from high school to college and now into the league, and it's a blessing to have a brother like that to go through the same type of struggle, the same type of pressures and things like that. So we talk a lot about that stuff in the off season and things like that. So it's a blessing to have somebody like that in my life.
You said you played 7-on-7 together. What about 1-on-1 though?
Yeah, that's a great question. We hoop all the time. Bryce is somebody that, because we go with our quarterback trainer, we train with the same people in the off season. So our trainers tell us not to guard each other because we get too competitive. Because it gets crazy. He'll get me a day on the day, I'll get him on the next. So it's very back and forth. So he can hoop though for sure.
Yeah, basketball, you got 4 inches on him. What's he doing on the court if it's working?
He's quick, man. You can see it on the field. He's super quick. He has a really good jump shot. He knows how to create space. He's a sneaky fouler. So he'll hand check you, and when you try to go up, he'll just move his hand. So you think his hand will be there, you'll get the foul, and throw your jump shot off. He talks a little bit, so a little bit of everything. But he might be small, but he's pretty strong. He's low to the ground, so he's able to kind of hand check you and keep you in line when you're going to the basket. But I try to put him in the post, and sometimes that doesn't even work. So we often are just going. He has a really good handle, and I have a decent handle too. So that's usually where we try to get each other.
Bryce has had a tough time, I guess many would say. Have you communicated with him throughout the season? It seems like you're a positive guy, maybe helping him along.
I don't honestly and personally, watching the film and watching every game of his, I don't think he in any way, aspect, or form he's playing bad. That's what people think if you're not winning or you have a turnover here and there. Bryce is playing some really good football. So I just don't think people watch in depth. If you're a quarterback, so I think he's playing. It's always things you can clean up. I can clean up a lot of things, and I'm not here to be his coach or be that or be that. I'm here just to support. So we texted a couple weeks ago, just checking in on each other, and it was nothing about football. That's not our relationship. So, but personally, I think he's playing good, and I think he'll continue to be great in his game because he has that swagger and that mentality and that type of playing style. So.
How much do you think Ohio State prepared you for the NFL, and do you think that narrative about Ohio State quarterback is fair?
Yeah, I was really well prepared coming from Ohio State. It's a special place not only in between the lines, but outside of it, the attention that you get, being that constant person people are looking toward as a leader, not only on the field but off, like walk around campus. Those are things in the NFL, man, that you can't really get prepared for until you do it. But for me, luckily, like I feel like Ohio State's a mini NFL team. The attention that we get, the fan base that we have, all the critics that we get, like things like that. So like it definitely helped me a lot. And on the narrative, man, I mean, I feel like as a player, everybody is going to have something to say regardless of what's going on and how people look at the truth. And I mean, just like we have a job, the media has a job, you guys have a job, and it's to write stories and get people to tune in. So I think stories have been written about Ohio State quarterbacks that aren't necessarily true. And for me, I mean, that's fine. Like, there's a million things out there that's clickbait and stuff like that, but it's my job to go out there at wrong and try to prove that, I mean, we're getting prepared the right way at Ohio State. I think we've had kind of a short stick, like, we've had a lot of running quarterbacks, and then tragically what happened to Dwayne, which RP to my brother there, man. I think he was on a really trailblazing, upscale, positive route on getting his career back and playing at a high level. And talking to some of the people at the Steelers, man, he was like close to like being the Dwayne we knew that he could be. So, man, RP to my brother there, man. And I think Justin is doing great and amazing things. I know he just got hurt, but I know once he gets back, he's going to continue to do great things. And me, I'm trying to just do what I can do in that race as well. But I definitely think that we'll show that we can be great coming from Ohio State, and I'm blessed to be a part of that fraternity, that brotherhood.
That's 6. That's 7.
8.
Yeah.
Said it at the end there.
Yeah, so I won. Didn't I say 6?
You said 6.
Yeah, you said 6.
So you didn't win.
I won. Price is Right rules.
Well, you didn't say that before.
Price is Right rules, baby.
Making up rules now?
There you go. Of all the criticisms, and there was a lot of dialogue about these two. The he's from Ohio State was the dumbest.
Absolutely.
Like that made no sense. He's from Ohio State quarterbacks. I know that like you can talk like systematic.
Look at Justin Fields.
Yeah. I mean,
why would you want a quarterback from there?
Yeah, that didn't make any sense.
Never did.
That was because you could have said the same thing about Alabama.
Yeah.
And Kentucky.
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Like I'm surprised people didn't bring up Tim Couch when talking about Will Levis.
Who was the chubby one?
Jared Lorenzen.
Yeah, Lorenzen.
Rest in peace. Pour one out. 22, hefty lefty.
Yeah, the hefty lefty.
Tim Couch.
That was the dumbest thing ever. And we said it at the time. I mean, come on.
Yeah, that was weird. There was a lot of dialogue, but that was the wildest of all. Brandon Scott going to join us in the noon hour. He was at Dusty Baker's press conference. Dusty Baker has retired. Bob Nightingale says, look out for Joe Espada and Brad Osmus.
Yeah.
To be the front runners.
How does that make
you feel? I mean, it makes me feel terrible. If we're being honest. I mean, I think a lot of people could manage the squad at a decent level, but yeah, just bringing in Brad Osmus, that kind of bores me. I don't think it's like a D'Amico thing. Let me put it this way. Like, I know there's some nostalgia and there's some excitement with D'Amico coming home. He was the top head coaching candidate on the market. Like everybody wanted
he was doing
him.
a good job in San Francisco.
There's not another team in baseball that if their managing job opened up, that Brad Osmus is at the top of the list,
but
except Jeff Bagwell.
There is some nostalgia and some, he was very popular.
Good for him.
No, there is some nostalgia with Brad Osmus, but you're right on the other part.
How many people had a Brad Osmus jersey?
Lots.
Okay.
Okay, don't
what
believe
percent?
me.
What percent of jerseys?
I don't know what the percentage would be, but believe me,
1%.
Believe me,
I'm just asking, like, what percent of jerseys?
I don't know what the percentage.
Text in a picture of your Brad Osmus jersey, 713-572-4610.
I don't know if they still have them, but yes, they did.
You got to go get that Brad Osmus jersey
Extremely
out. I'm at the fan shop. Let me see. Bagwell, Biggio.
Yes.
Oh, let's go with the Osmus.
Roll your eyes all you want. Extremely popular player.
Lord.
Yeah.
Brad Osmus. I mean, is this what we're doing now?
I don't think
it's better to hire him now than in 2020.
Whatever.
Yeah, I don't
know about that. I don't know. At least you still had like a really solid core. Like this is kind of an aging
a hell
core.
of a job. I can't change anything on that. But no, Brad Osmus very, very popular.
I'm not saying he's not popular, but I mean that's not like, oh God, welcome back.
No, but what I'm saying is you're right about the what's the buzz around him? in terms of being a manager. No,
The
you're right.
buzz is we've seen him manage.
Yes, exactly.
That's the other thing. We've seen him manage. It's been okay.
Mm-hmm. No, I agree with that part. But you were talking.
The other thing I heard is he managed Justin Verlander. Verlander's 41.
Yeah. Who hasn't?
You let him go, and now he's back, and now he managed Justin Verlander is a factor in bringing in Brad Ausmus?
No, I don't know if it's. Well, maybe it is. I don't think it is a factor. I'm telling you, the interesting thing about this is not necessarily, and this is where the eye roll comes in.
I know the women loved Ausmus. Someone on the text line brings that up. Yeah, they loved Ausmus.
Yeah,
and they loved him when he was managing.
And they had his jerseys. But my thing with the Brad
832
Ausmus
says he had a jersey. You're lying your ass off.
No,
Let me see
they're
that
not.
picture. Let me see that picture, 832.
Well, they probably threw it away by now. But it's not that the Brad Ausmus is the problem. It's who's running the show here. We know Jim Crane has done, he's been the guy. But if I was Dana Brown, I'd be kind of ticked, man. Like, you hired me to be your general manager. A big part of that job is to hire a manager, and I don't think Brad Ausmus would be Dana Brown's first choice. That's where I see a potential, I don't know if issue is the right word, but maybe disagreement. It's not that the Brad Ausmus by himself. It's like, is Dana Brown calling the shots or not?
We're reaching if we're going to sit here and act like this is like real exciting that Brad Ausmus coming back.
I agree
some
with that.
sort of homecoming.
No,
type of
I
thing.
agree with that. I'm
Like,
just saying
D'Amico
he
was the
extremely
captain of the
popular.
team.
Yeah. No, I agree with that part.
And he was a very popular candidate.
Yes, he was the most popular.
This is not just bringing someone back to bring him back.
Correct. No, that
Because he's
part
your
I can
buddy.
agree with.
Yeah, like the Astros should
Yeah.
be above. I'm bringing this guy in because he's my buddy.
Right.
We should not
he
be
was
there.
real tight with Bagwell.
Yeah. And they still are. They're still really good friends. You
Yeah.
see them on the red carpets and stuff like that. They're
Yeah.
bros, man.
Yeah.
Coming up, lunchtime confessions here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. By the way, props to the 832. He said he was lying. He did not have a Brad Ausmus jersey. Appreciate your honesty.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
All right. Brandon Scott was at Dusty Baker's press conference. We'll hear from him at a special time 10 minutes from now in studio here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. But right now, lunchtime confessions. We confess our sins to you, the Loophole. Shout out to the Loopholes. If you listen, you are one. Some of these confessions have to do with sports. Some have nothing to do with sports, but we're transparent with you 24/7. Let it hang a little bit lower during lunchtime confessions. It is time to confess.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I want Jeff Bannister. We were just talking about the two candidates. Obviously, that Bob Nightingale would put up there as leaders potentially, being Brad Ausmus and Joe Espada. I think Jeff Bannister is about the best option out there. I know Walt Weiss has been mentioned. I don't know much about him. I know some other guys. Tim Bogar, Joe. Obviously. I think I want Jeff Bannister early on right here. I think what he can offer and what he's done in Arizona, said he's doing my job.
Yeah, he said he does his job better than him.
Yeah. I think I want him. Do you have a front one? Is it Bannister?
Jeff Bannister was my guy last time around.
Is it still?
Sure. Whatever.
You seem convinced.
I mean, it's just a different point right now. It was about holding up an elite core. Now it's about building and developing. I don't know if this is ideal for him, but I mean, if Brad Ausmus is the choice, I would rather go to U of H or Rice and get their coach. I'm dead serious. I would take the Rice or U of H baseball coach, and honestly, if you let me go watch, just spend a week going and watching high school games, I'll find managers that I'd rather have than Brad Ausmus there too.
That's harsh.
My confession is I want no part of Brad Ausmus. So that's where I'm at right now.
What is it about him?
What do you mean? What is it about him? He's just getting the job because he's buddies with Jeff Bagwell.
So
I don't like that. Yeah, I don't need that.
So is it Jeff Bagwell?
No, at this point in the transition, why did Barry Switzer get the job with the Cowboys?
He knew Jerry Jones.
They were buddies.
Yeah.
Jerry Jones and Barry Switzer were buddies.
Yeah.
That's why. That's it.
Won a Super Bowl.
Nothing more, nothing less. Yeah. But that's fine. But like the transition there, that was kind of like the Dusty stage, and Dusty is way more than Barry Switzer. He's not that. I've heard people try to say that. That's, you guys are crazy. But yeah, I mean, it's very much he's my buddy, so I'm going to bring him in. He's already gotten the shot. But yeah, my confession. On top of your confession, I want no part of Brad Ausmus. None.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Would like to know what kind of shampoo he uses, though, because
he has great hair.
Goodness gracious.
Yeah.
Very nice hair. I confess, I kind of enjoyed the awkwardness in Dusty's press conference, and I've watched it between the breaks. Chandler Rome. Did you know? Could I interest you in a stat?
What's that?
Did you know Chandler Rome asked Dusty Baker at his press conference 0 questions?
I did not. I thought Chandler Rome asked this one.
He asked Crane one
on Twitter about do you feel like you were treated unfairly, whatever,
by the Houston media?
And he said, yeah, in some instances or something like that.
It's interesting you say that. Let's hear Dusty Baker talking about that.
Have you feel mistreated by the media, Houston people?
Yeah, somewhat. Yeah, but I learned from Hank, and I learned from really from Buck O'Neil, because those guys had a whole bunch to be mad and bitter about. But Buck used to tell me, he said, "Hey man, bitterness don't do nothing but eat you up, and vengeance is somebody else. Because see, some of those people won't have good luck. I certainly believe that." And I've seen that in my life, that the people that mistreat people, my mom used to tell me all the time, God don't like ugly. And I don't know if y'all ever heard that before. But he does not like ugly, so I'm trying not to be ugly.
Hold on a second.
Was he looking at Chandler Rome when he said that?
I don't know if he
might have to ask Brandon Scott about
ugly.
that.
First of all,
damn, man.
You want to know how badass Dusty Baker is? He's quoting Buck O'Neil, man. That's from the Negro.
How do you
That's awesome.
What do you say to that?
And look,
I mean, that's embarrassing. Like, it'd be one thing, it'd be like me having a beef with Dusty Baker, and then all of a sudden him going, Willie Mays told me about people like what the hell do you say to that?
I got nothing.
Yeah.
I got nothing. I heard from Hank Aaron and Buck O'Neil. I was like, well, you win. you win then.
All right.
I do think, he got fair criticism, and he knows that just comes with the territory. It wasn't unfair, but if he says so, I guess whatever Buck O'Neil says.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
I feel like Adam
Satchel Paige once told me.
Buck O'Neil played with Satchel Paige. I feel like Adam Silver's just spitballing now.
What do you mean now?
Well, maybe more, but he's just throwing crap against the wall to see what sticks. So now we're back toward East versus West.
Thank you.
Game.
That draft was awful, man.
Well, yeah, but how is this going to be much better? It's a bad
because it's actually
product.
But yeah, I get it, but what was the point of that?
Nobody tried. I feel like Jeff Van Gundy here, but it's a complete checkout. They just gotta. He's just like, well, let's try this again. I guess it's bad. It needs to be overhauled. There needs to be more thought put into it. Actually, the whole All-Star weekend, to be honest.
What do you mean?
I like the 3-point contest.
I like the All-Star weekend.
Dunk contest has been watered down.
Sometimes it's good, sometimes it's bad.
But it's been watered down.
Just happens.
All-Star game is disaster.
They're just chilling, man. It's a celebration.
Yeah, so what's the deal?
They're celebrating.
Why
what do
should
you
I
want
watch
them to do?
it?
Tackle each other?
Die for it. That's what I want him to do.
It's an exhibition.
I want him to die for
They're
it.
just hanging out. They changed the score, all this stuff.
But he has no clue.
He's a terrible commissioner.
He's just
sucks.
no clue.
He's not a good commissioner.
Yeah.
He's the worst commissioner that we've ever had in sports. It's awful. It's a damn shame.
Yeah.
Damn shame what they did to that league.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
Speaking of which, I got to confess, it is hard for me to watch Jalen Green hoop.
Oh.
And it has been for a long time. It is hard for me to watch this guy hoop, man. Really, really hard. I think the biggest goal for the Rockets right now is they need to evaluate their core guys, figure out what they got. At one point, you wondered, could Jalen Green be the best player on a good team? Then it was like, can he be a complimentary guy? It is very, 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 very difficult for me to watch Jalen Green hoop. Like, really, really hard.
Yeah, it is.
I can't believe his awareness in NBA 2K is 70.
It's high.
That is.
It's not high.
That is
it's
way
high for him.
Yeah, it should be half that.
Yeah.
That dude tried to act like he was trying to dunk on someone yesterday. Brother, you were going to hit the net. Like, go up and try to get the foul or something. He's taking off from the dotted like he pushed the wrong button in NBA 2K. It is hard to watch that guy ball for me.
I just was watching that, and I didn't watch the whole game. I forgot. I was doing something else. You guys texted, and I was like, oh, yeah. So I watched a little bit, and I'm like, they can't. I mean, Udoka's going to be fine, but they can't play in an offense. Jalen Green especially. You mentioned AAU earlier. That's exactly what it looks like. It's going to be frustrating. You can't judge too much from one game. But
just the first game.
Yeah, you can't. That's fair, but you can judge if a guy
80 more games left
has got it or not. And they don't have a single player that's gonna be like a legit big time scorer.
No, but I mean I don't hate their moves because I think they put you in position to where you can evaluate these other guys, the Şengüns, the Jabaris, all that. Man, but that scoring is gonna be hard to find.
Yes, that's what I'm saying.
Because Jalen Green, if anything, should be like someone that you can run your offense through.
Yeah,
you can't.
No. Not at all.
And be successful. Now, there'll be certain nights where he'll go for 35, and I'm sure we'll see all kinds of highlights and stuff like that. But I mean, it's
like every night, night in, night out, this is going to be the guy.
He's an Instagram
They don't
guy.
have absolutely.
He's an Instagram workout guy, and that's what he is.
Yeah.
Like he's a viral sensation.
Totally agree.
Hard to watch.
Watch this. These are my confessions.
So this Astros stuff has me thinking of something that I don't think we've ever experienced in this city. Not one of the three major general managers in this city has full authority.
What do you mean?
Nick Caserio, D'Amico's probably going to have the swing vote there. Rafael Stone,
yeah.
Udoka's going to have the swing vote there, if not Tillman. And now Dana Brown. Like, it's Jim Crane and Jeff Bagwell, not the guy that they hired to be general manager. That's weird to me.
Well, I think I think it can be healthy.
It's healthy with the Texans.
It can be healthy when done right. Yeah, I think it's healthy. I think Caserio and D'Amico have a good vibe going, good thing going.
Yeah, I think that's probably the healthiest one.
I just think you can't be stuck in your ways if you're going to do that. And I feel like the overall vibe, and I'm not saying whether this is true or not, the overall vibe with the Astros is that Jeff Bagwell's stuck in his ways. It's old school. It's my
That's
way.
what you hate the most,
card
isn't it?
and stuff. Yeah, I just don't. I don't get it. Like I really just don't. I don't understand it. And I feel guilty because, I was like, man, this James Click guy, anyone could do this, like GM type of stuff.
Yeah.
And now all of a sudden it just seems like they've just gone completely the opposite direction to where now it's just.
Yeah. But it's weird to me. Like, nobody here in this town of the general manager has, like, authority to do general manager stuff. Full authority. No matter what's in their contract. No matter what it says in their contract.
Coming up, the Texans could be without one of their best players. This is some interesting development coming from NRG. We'll talk to Brandon Scott. We'll talk about how C.J. Stroud is going to have to do something he's never done. It's next.
Dusty is done. After
In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
All right, Brandon Scott was at Dusty Baker's press conference, retirement. Was it as awkward as it sounded with the Chandler Rome shot, all that?
Yes.
It was.
Very awkward. Very tense. And I wasn't expecting it. Like, I know that they've had a tense relationship. I've been around. I'm around them both. But I didn't know or expect it to go quite like that.
What made it
What
so
do you think
awkward?
was going to happen?
Maybe because I knew. Like, because I imagine for some people it wasn't awkward at all because they weren't thinking about. Maybe they don't read all of. Like, I read everything that Chandler Rome writes.
They don't know the backstory.
And I listen to everything that Dusty Baker says, and so I can kind of piece it together. But yeah, no, and of course I know them both a little bit, not super well, but I respect them both,
Yeah.
So it's like, this is interesting. This is interesting and awkward and very very chilly. That's how I would describe it. It was chilly. But of course it's a coronation for Dusty Baker.
Yeah.
Because of who he is, but in the same time, kind of like in the backdrop, like the game within the game is this other thing.
What was unfair about the way Dusty was treated? He said at some point, I think that we're kind of like generalizing, and this is where it gets kind of. I think he's just talking about Chandler Rome, or is he just talking about like fans too? Is he lumping it in? Like what would have been unfair with the Dusty criticism?
Yeah, I don't get a good sense for how much of the criticism that Dusty Baker necessarily consumed. Like I don't know how much he's on Twitter or anything like that. But I do think that we can honestly, incredibly say that there were people who, like, you've got factions, and I think it's good that you say to not overgeneralize, because you got factions of people that criticize Dusty Baker on a case by case.
Yeah.
You got extreme factions of people that will defend anything and not criticize Dusty Baker whatsoever. And then you've got another faction of folks that just seem to go way overboard and over the top.
Criticize everything.
In some of the criticism and some of everything. And so that's kind of the odd, I guess, polarizing aspect of it. And I imagine Dusty Baker has a sense for that. And then somewhere in between there's the reporting of, hey, he doesn't like Chaz McCormick,
which came from a pretty decent source.
Yeah, and but of course you could imagine why a manager wouldn't want that out there. Right, or wouldn't? Yeah. No,
you can go back. They first of all, they had a really bad start to their relationship. The whole
Verlander, which he was right about,
right, and Chandler Rome was right about.
He was right
that.
about the Tommy John.
So they had a really bad start, and then you had the you always ask negative.
And
questions.
plus, Chandler's he's a sourpuss.
He is.
Right. I don't think there's very many people that cover baseball better. He's a sourpuss though.
Yeah. But again, so it started out bad. The whole negative question thing that we laugh at sometimes. And then he got stuff. That irritates people.
Yeah.
So it's not like it's like you were treated unfairly. No, you were mad. And I don't want to generalize. I'm sure there were some things that he thought was unfair. But what I'm saying, I think he also was mad because how's this getting out?
Yeah.
Yeah. No,
I think that's part of it. Yeah. But I think both sides can have a sort of reasonable view of it, like to look at it like, hey, like, why is it getting out that whatever it is going on between me and Chaz McCormick, why is
or
that
whomever,
right? Why is that out in the paper? Whatever's going on with Justin Verlander, why is that out? I can see why I've always said this in media and with our interview subjects that it's always cool to have a healthy adversarial relationship. Our interests are not the same.
Holy crap!
What's going on?
So that's part of it.
Oh my, dude, we just got the cut sheet from that. Dana Brown was allowed to talk. There's one cut down there. Okay, I did not know he was there.
Dana Brown did speak.
Oh, okay. I'm just making sure the general manager was there. Okay, so that's big to me. Okay, I did not know that. Wow, there he is. There's one cut right there.
Dana Brown had an opening statement on the press conference when we were, following up on the managerial search, which they weren't.
How about that? He got to talk.
They weren't too keen on us asking questions about the manager search anyway. But when those questions did inevitably come, they went straight to Jim Crane.
Okay, good.
Or was Bagwell?
Not on stage.
Well, was he there?
Not at the podium.
Was he there?
Of course he's lurking somewhere. He's there.
Yeah.
I did not see Jeff, but
We're organized in a very unique way.
Oh God!
Oh wow,
Figgy!
Oh,
I hit the wrong button, man. I hit the wrong
Jack
button.
Bagwell,
Hey,
Easterby.
nah.
Oh,
I hit the
my
wrong button, man.
gosh.
Man,
I hit the wrong button.
Man, back
Jeff and Jack.
He's a legend, man. Don't do a legend like that. He's still Jeff
that's exactly
Bagwell.
what I was gonna say. Like, Bagwell's awesome. I
Oh, yeah.
love that guy
I could listen to him talk forever.
all day long. The problem is not that, and he may well bring in someone, whether it's Osmus or whomever, and it's like awesome.
Hey, can y'all come on, man? I know that's out there, man, but let's have more positive energy on this awesome thing. I feel like y'all are breathing life into this, man.
No, all I'm saying
What
is
are we doing?
it's not Bagwell.
I would be so grossed out.
It's not Osmus. It's Dana Brown.
It's the buddy thing.
Has been neutered.
This is Barry Switzer.
Yes.
Like, no, this is like Barry Switzer. This is literally Barry Switzer. This is Jerry Jones likes to drink with Barry Switzer, so he brings him in to coach the team.
It's not.
Like, that's what
it's
it
not
is.
each of these
and
guys
Jeff doesn't drink
individually.
anymore. I'm not saying that. I'm just saying like they're buddies.
Like I
or he might. I don't know.
I went with Brad Osmus. It's the backstory. It's the background that kind of like it just doesn't kind of feel right, you know?
Yeah, it doesn't feel. Well, I mean, last offseason, you functioned without a general manager. Like you brought in Dana Brown after you had a very poor offseason, by the way. That wasn't vindicated by any way by what happened at the end of the season. Like, let's just be serious. Jeff Bagwell oversaw that, and now all of a sudden, you have a general manager, and if Brad Osmus comes in, I would believe that would be a Jeff Bagwell thing.
We would all know.
So why even hire a general manager in the first place if you're going to do that?
Yeah.
That would be my problem.
It feels disrespectful to say this, so I'm going to reluctantly say this, but I feel like Dana Brown is essentially a glorified scout.
Oh, wow.
I've said that about other people in this city.
Yeah, well, and I don't mean it to be like demeaning, but I do think that that's kind of what the role is. They brought him in there specifically for his scout's eye, and that is his specialty, scouting. And they're going to do kind of they're going to actually end up doing whatever it is that they want to do, but they trust Dana Brown's scouting prowess, right? So they wanted that around as an asset, so they bring him in as the general manager. But really, like, who's the boss really? Who's really running things? It's Jim Crane, and then whoever has Jim Crane's ear, and we know that to be
Bagwell
Jeff
and Reggie.
There you go.
Yeah. No, I agree with you. I just said he's been neutered. I mean, and I think that's fair from what we're looking at, from where we're sitting.
I'm reluctant to say neutered because I feel like that's like he was kind of just brought in. I don't think he was ever brought in to be a powerful figure in that way, in the way that we're talking about.
We're wide open.
Trust opinion and they respect him. I just don't think that that's exactly what he was brought in to do, to decide who the manager is going to be.
Yeah.
No, go tell me who's, the next second baseman in wherever. You know what I mean? Like more so that kind of thing. We'll figure out who we want to be the manager.
Brad Osmus, man. Brandon Scott with us here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. So we got some big news with the Texans. CJ Stroud is going to perhaps do something that he's never done. Ever. Never, ever, ever. At least not in a Texans uniform. Perhaps play a game without Robert Woods. Robert Woods not at practice today.
Yeah.
Foot injury. Yesterday, I kind of dismissed it because it was Wednesday. He hadn't been practiced on Wednesday.
Yeah,
he's been getting the Veterans Day off all year. Now he's not here today. Big part of what CJ does on third down. Big part of what the Texans do in the middle of the field. Does this mean we get more Mechie? Does this mean Dalton Schultz steps it up? Do we see Tank a little bit more in the slot? Who knows? But CJ Stroud, I don't want to say Robert Woods is his whoopee, but he's been a big part of what he's done. It looks like it's leaning towards CJ not being able to play with Bobby Trees.
Well, especially when you look at Sunday. Well, especially when you look at the fact that they're coming off the bye week. Like you mentioned, you consider his veterans rest that he gets every week. Okay, cool. Even after a bye week or even coming off a bye week. But the second day you don't practice, now it's the red flag. Now you kind of sound the alarm. I would say, though, for me, the timing is pretty good considering that you are getting Tank Dell back. And I was saying, and this is yesterday with the guys on the drive, that right now Texans fans have to feel as good as they felt about the collection of weapons that the Texans have. Noah Brown is back, had a decent game in their previous game against the Saints. Mechie has played better. So if Robert Woods was going to go down, and Landry's 100% correct, that has seemed to be the guy that CJ Stroud trusts the most on third down. And fortunately for the Texans and CJ Stroud, he's been excellent on third downs, or overall been pretty good on third down. So it does hurt to miss that.
Yeah.
But to see Dalton Schultz coming on over the last 3 weeks, Noah Brown coming back, Tank Dell coming back, we've seen what he could do. We've seen what Nico Collins can do. It seems like he's got enough of a collection of weapons now, as opposed to like, you remember the first game where it was like very clear that Robert Woods was the dude that he was trusting on third down, and you didn't really know much about everybody else at all.
Yeah.
I feel like the progress that you make from then to now is you feel a lot better about the collection of dudes that he can rely on third down.
The only problem is, like, he didn't get better in an off week. That would be my concern. Like, he had an off week, and he's still missing practice. So it's probably a more serious thing than we could have imagined.
Yeah, and it's something we haven't seen.
Yeah.
It's like something we have not seen. So
and he's older, has been injured
helps
before.
Him line up, all that too.
Yeah.
That's the other thing. He's got the intangibles. Henry To'o, by the way, going to join us 142 straight off the practice field. They're going to hand him the phone. He's going to jump on.
Good.
Right off the top.
Let's go.
I'm going to ask him, hey, CJ's better than Bryce, right? First question. CJ's better than Bryce, right? You played with Bryce for 3 years. CJ's better, right?
He's going to give you another.
Get him to dance.
Ask him, did he know when Blake Cashman came back that one of those Alabama linebackers was going to have to come off their spot?
Yeah,
him or Christian Harris, as I've said on this show.
Rude, Brandon.
Hey, man, it happened.
Just being rude. Goodness gracious.
I told y'all that was a thing. That was going to be a thing.
Christian Harris behind Blake Cashman on the depth chart. You can join the drive with Stoerner and Hughley at Buffalo Wild Wings for a Bud Light Thirsty Thursday. Grab some wings and a cold Bud Light. Enter to win awesome prizes on site. Stick around after the show to watch the game. It's a Thirsty Thursday with the drive and our friends at Bud Light at Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. That is right after us. We're going to pass it off to them. Let's go around the NFL. Very enjoyable experience tonight, and it's not a familiar one. Plus, good God, how much trash talk is going on around this league? My goodness, a lot of drama going on.
It's Texans Game Week.
Let's go around the NFL to keep you in the loop. This is Houston's sports leader, Sports Radio 610.
All right, let's go around the NFL. Big news, Robert Woods, no practice. He's been getting Veterans Days off on Wednesday, but now Robert Woods, his status very much in doubt on Sunday. What does that mean? What does that look like? Who knows? If you have bye weeks and you can get Tank Dell on your fantasy team, might be a good time to do so. But C.J. Stroud could be without Robert Woods for the first time in a while. Bijan Robinson. There's a lot of talk about Bijan Robinson heading into the draft. There's a lot of talk about Bijan Robinson on Sunday. Didn't play a lot. The internet was going nuts. The fantasy nerds were pissed. The Falcons still won, but afterwards all anyone wanted to talk about was Bijan Robinson. And then we found out that Atlanta was getting investigated for the way in which they handled the injury report with Bijan Robinson, who ended up being sick. Listen to Arthur Smith being asked about this.
No, I mean, guys, if you guys really understand how things really operate, I understand outrage
explain it to me.
And drama sells. Like, you're not. If you really understand like how things really operate, that there's nothing there. So I don't know what. Like, I haven't given 1 second of thought about it. Mike, we're not going on this. We'll talk about the Tennessee Titans, the big game we have going on. I'm not like you can ask. Rumors and innuendos. I can go find sensational stories. We can talk about climate change. What's your thought on climate change? You want to go down that road? Talk about world politics? We can do that too. I'm sure you got an opinion. What's your thought on climate change? No, I'm just saying. That's what we're doing here. Let's talk about the Titans and let's talk about the Falcons and let's talk about football. I'm just saying, like that's everything you do. It's 2023. Everything is transparent.
What?
He is.
The hell was that?
What did Shakespeare say? Doth protest too much?
No idea. You're asking the wrong guy.
No
idea.
What did Shakespeare say? Doth protest too much, B. Scott?
I'm sure that's in there somewhere.
This is ridiculous. He is like trying to change the topic, deflect. First of all,
and the condescending. Well, I mean,
exactly.
If you know how it works,
tell me. That would have been my thing. Hey, tell me about it.
No, that's literally why we're here.
Here's what John Lopez would have done talking in the third person.
Wow,
talking in the third person.
This guy.
Here's what I would have done. Well, you do acknowledge that you're being investigated by the NFL, correct? I mean, that's the thing. He's like, nothing to see here. Let's talk about climate change. You're being investigated by the NFL, correct? Is that am I wrong on that?
Yeah.
That's the question.
Or like, so to be clear, you said that you haven't given it a second thought. So are you saying that you're not thinking about being investigated by the NFL?
Yes.
That seems awfully dismissive,
it's
sir.
It's not painting him into a corner. It's like, hey, let's talk about why I'm asking this question. You are being investigated. Yes or no, Art?
Yeah. That's not a good look.
Yeah, not a good look for him at all.
Not a good look at all.
Yeah.
But that's probably the first time, because I think he's a okay or decent coach. That's the first time I felt the FedEx Art.
I mentioned the week that the Texans played the Falcons. The bloom is kind of coming off the rose with him on me.
Yeah,
I think his offense is not quite what it was, portended to be. And clearly now,
they're in first place, man.
I know. I'm just saying the bloom is coming off the rose when it comes to Arthur Smith. How's their offense doing?
Not great. They don't have a quarterback, but they're in first place.
Well, he says
they're
they have a quarterback.
With Desmond Ritter.
He's an eye coach.
Yeah.
He gives me Jeff Fisher,
like coaching for Iowa,
Bill O'Brien vibes. Like just okay. He's just all right.
Yeah, it wasn't horse on offense.
It's coming. I don't know about this cat.
So we all remember when Tony Romo went to Cabo with Jessica Simpson. It was a big controversy during the Cowboys bye week before they faced the Giants.
Yeah.
Sean Mraz, this guy's getting a little wild for me. Ever since he went to WFAN and left DA, he's getting a little bit wild for me. So Zach Wilson during the bye week, he went to Utah. Just a laid-back little trip with his girlfriend. I think they went hiking or something like that. Apparently, Mraz didn't think he should have done that. And this is what he had to say on the afternoon show at WFAN.
A new issue with Zach. What's the problem? Zach Wilson, in what is about to be the biggest stretch of his career, decided it was a good time to take his girlfriend to Utah to apple and pumpkin pick and go to a haunted house.
He wanted to meet the family, man.
He's a professional athlete. The family could fly to New York and New Jersey. I'm sorry. The Jets stink after buys. Zach Wilson's season last year derailed after a bye.
Yeah.
I believe 52 guys could have gone and visited families. The quarterback, the leader, needs to. Zach Wilson has not done enough to get his ass on a plane with his girlfriend and go to Utah for a week.
My quarterback is going to kick your ass on Sunday.
Boy, I don't know. The last time I remember a quarterback about to face the Giants with a visit out of their area to Pound Town.
Don't
let's call
compare the Tony Romo, Jessica
Tony
Simpson.
Romo with Jessica Simpson combo. How did that work out? The focus needs to be in the film room, Evan, the weight room, the study room.
Utah is very different than Cabo.
Yeah,
that was irrational. You got me to support Zach Wilson.
Okay.
You pulled it off.
Good job.
You Jet fans will do anything to defend your player.
This is embarrassing. That's embarrassing.
Wow.
Come on,
That's
Sean.
terrible. That's
He
imagine.
thought it was a good time to go to Utah because it was.
Yeah.
Because it was an off
I don't think I could think of too many places better to go during a bye week to chill than Utah.
Well, and
You're not gonna do a damn thing.
Well, imagine thinking that somebody shouldn't enjoy their bye week by doing whatever the hell they want to do because they quarterback the New York Jets.
But between playoffs and week 7 to 8 is different.
I don't give a damn. It's the Jets. It's the 3-3 Jets that have really. I don't think that they got really much of a shot personally. But like, they're the Jets, man. Look, if I'm Zach, y'all didn't sign or traded for y'all brought in Aaron Rodgers to replace me. Now I got to save y'all ass anyway. Y'all wanted me to be the backup, and I can't enjoy my bye week because I quarterback the Jets.
This is embarrassing.
Get out of here, dog.
This is embarrassing for trolls on Twitter. Like that's what this sounds like. Oh, he needs to be in the film room. Dude, these people
to quarterback the Jets.
Weights and practicing and throwing at trash cans and
get out of here.
Get the hell out of here.
They had a wild day yesterday on WFAN. So here's another awkward exchange. This is Brandon Tierney, and he's talking to Giants legend Carl Banks. Played with Lawrence Taylor back in the day. He joins WFAN. They're talking about Kayvon Thibodeau, and Carl Banks and Brandon Tierney gets a little bit awkward.
See a player who's getting a little bit better, no doubt. He's got a good sack total. I got you. But I see a player who kind of just jumps on a quarterback at the end and gets a sack. I don't.
I get it. And this is not a knock on you because you're a Jet fan and you can see it the lens you see it in.
I can have an objective evaluation. Now, I could be wrong, but it's not because I'm a Jets fan. I can promise you that.
Two things can be true.
Okay.
But I will say this much to you guys. This unhealthy obsession with finding what's wrong with Kayvon Thibodeau, it's bordering weird. I mean, it really is. When you talk about you don't like a guy's body,
tell me
what are we talking about?
That is weird.
That is definitely weird.
They don't like his body. I'm not a big Thibodeau fan, not nearly as much as I was going into the draft.
Yeah.
Well, not one at all, actually, anymore. But his body, a little weird. But they do things weird out there.
It's frustrating to hear some of these things. Make us all look bad. It really does. It makes
You media people.
Yes, it makes us all look bad.
Yeah. Well, and that's like the feeling in the press conference, like, and I don't think that's me bad or anything. Like, that's ridiculous. But just the idea
awkward,
that we're in there kind of all sort of associated. Like the question of, do you feel like you've been mistreated by Houston media?
Yeah.
Well, he says somewhat, but hey, look, it's like 40 people in there that he's actually cool with, and he's really only talking about 1 or 2 people.
Tampa Bay versus Buffalo tonight. Week 8 begins.
Go Bucks.
It's crazy.
Yeah.
You're looking at Buffalo. They're one spot above the Texans in the playoff chase. And, yeah, it is early. I'm looking at the playoff chase. So don't it's early me. Save that for your baseball season. Save that for your basketball season. It's early. I'm looking at the standings. Hey.
Yeah.
We're a third into this thing.
Yeah.
Over a third. I'm looking at the playoff standings. I am rooting for the Tampa Bay Bucks to upset the Bills.
We see them next week, too.
Yep.
Well, just to kind of localize that side note on the Texans, for me, I view this game the exact same way, Landry, that you did the Saints game, how you were calling it a must-win, and I came in here and was like, nah, I think they could afford to lose it, but if they win it, it'd be huge.
Yeah.
This, to me, is one that I feel like they can't afford to lose. Like, the vibes are high. Landry, you're over here talking about how you're looking at the standings. All of us think that they could credibly contend for the AFC South or be somewhere in the playoff mix. Like we're looking at this
the wild card already.
Yeah, like we're really looking at it.
Yeah.
But if they lose to the worst team in football,
yeah, then all of a sudden you're like, okay, was it fool's gold?
Yeah, it kills the buzz.
Yeah, was it fool's gold?
Right. Is it fool's gold? What's real? What's fake? And we come away from it not really knowing the difference.
No, that's fair. I think bigger for Carolina because it'll go off the rails, man.
I mean, it's already is.
Yeah, I was going to say, dude, they've lost 6 games.
If CJ comes in there and throws for 260 and 3 touchdowns, and Bryce is kind of like flailing, maybe throws a pick, off the rails in Carolina.
But Lopez, the thing with them though, they're already looking at the draft, man.
Yeah.
They lost 6 games.
Yeah.
So I feel like if I'm a Panthers fan, or if I'm talking
but
about
I'm talking
the
about
Panthers,
like that instance, the Bryce Young versus CJ Stroud thing is going to go nuts.
Yeah. Well, I mean, it's
already going nuts.
Yeah, I was going to say it's already kind of lopsided in Houston's favor.
Yeah.
And you're looking at the draft, you don't even have your first round pick, right? I mean,
that too.
That's weird, isn't it?
That's what I was wondering. Why is they looking at the draft?
Yeah, I heard like you don't play well, you want that second so bad.
I
I'm trying
guess.
to figure that out.
Here's to number 33.
Yeah. I mean,
and who is they tanking for?
It's better than nothing. Yeah. Who's the? Hey, somebody get John Harris on the phone and find out who's the 33rd best prospect in the draft, man.
They're taking for Chris Jenkins, the D lineman out of Michigan.
Okay, that'll fix it.
Or Michael Hall Jr., the D lineman out of Ohio State University.
That'll fix it.
There's take for offensive lineman.
That's what they're doing, man.
There's the answer.
Yeah, that's where we're at right there.
Good Lord. Yikes.
It's unbelievable.
That's bad.
It's unbelievable. Some people kind of took exception with this, and I don't get why. Brandon Scott in with us here on In the Loop Sports Radio 610. He was at Dusty Baker's press conference, so we pushed him back to the 1 o'clock hour. It's a fluid process in sports. Like, sports are fluid. Shout out to John Jock Taylor. He always told me this. Why would, and it's not taking anything away from CJ, but why would anyone take it personal to look at what Carolina is 6 weeks in to the Frank Reich era and what the Texans are 6 weeks into the DeMeco Ryans era and say that CJ Stroud has better surroundings around him? Like, why is that? Why is there a notion that somehow can't be the case now and that it somehow takes away from CJ Stroud?
Yeah, well, I think part of it has to do with always, I'm not going to say always because that's overgeneralizing, but there was some minimization of CJ Stroud coming out of Ohio State. So it's like, oh, well, he's only good because he had the best receivers in the world.
Well, that's at Ohio State,
because he's at Ohio State. And now he's here and he's in the best scenario, in the best situation. At what point do analysts and pundits like ourselves take some accountability for almost the consensus being wrong that Bryce Young was the better quarterback prospect coming out of college, and maybe it was always C.J. Stroud? Maybe our consensus was just wrong. At what point do we just all kind of fall on the sword for that? So, like,
it's fine.
I think maybe there's just some.
It could happen. Like, what is
pushback
accountability?
on that.
Like, what do you want me to do? You want to go sit in the corner like for 20 minutes? Like, I want to be wrong about that.
But to your question, I think they're just wanting you to not say, oh, it's just because he's in a better scenario. It's like, hey, give him his flowers, give him
but
his
it's
credit.
not about it's because it's about what the Texans have built. It's about like you can have a multiple, like the Patriots.
That's nuance.
There could be multiple things. Like, you want that in an ideal situation, even all butts.
And I don't even know how real it is. Let's go.
I mean, we were saying the same thing about Mahomes and Watson at a point. We were saying, well, what if Deshaun had gone to Kansas City? That would be unbelievable. Not to say that Patrick Mahomes wouldn't end up being better, but I think it's a good thing to say that.
But I also think people are saying that to kind of fit the narrative and defend Bryce Young. CJ Stroud doesn't have these great surroundings other than coach, and coordinator, which is huge, which is the Kansas City thing. But like, who here was saying, "Oh boy, what a great receiving core he's going to"?
No, nobody.
Yeah,
that was one of the biggest question
Dalton
marks.
Schultz is the next, whatever Kelsey. Well, no, he doesn't have. He's making them better.
I do think though.
Just real quick, people don't want to admit yet that he can make this team better.
No, he can,
and
but the team can make him better too.
I think the coach and the coordinator.
I think the coach, yes.
Yeah.
I think the DeMeco Ryans culture is better than the Frank Reich culture.
But
do I think CJ would be lost in Carolina? No, I don't. But I do. But I think if you can say CJ Stroud is better than Bryce Young, and CJ Stroud has a better situation than Bryce Young, even if it wasn't just blatantly obvious before.
Yes, but I'm dumbfounded,
especially in the NFL,
by the fact that, like, Oh boy, what a situation. The situation is coach and coordinator. He's made Nico better, made Dalton Schultz better, made Tank Dell and Noah Brown.
I agree.
And all that. How many plays have we seen where like, whoa, that was accurate? You know? So I don't think Bryce Young would be much better if he was here.
Yeah, I think that some people just want to reject the notion of minimizing what CJ's doing.
Yes.
And I also think there's some surprise. Well, first of all, we should point out the obvious. When you get drafted 1 and 2, you're more than likely going into a situation and a scenario that is either not good at the very least, or at the worst, and at the very least, uncertain. But I do think that there's some surprise that CJ's in a better situation because Carolina does have the more established coaching staff and the more offensively focused coaching staff with Frank Wright, with Josh McCown, with Thomas Brown. I think it is surprising to a lot of people to hear you say and to be correct in what you say that CJ Stroud's situation is better because
he's a part of it,
right? Because
he's the face of the culture. Like that's not to say but DeMeco Ryans is also one of the I think DeMeco Ryans was my number one choice at head coach.
Yeah,
I thought that the dialogue, whether it was national media types like talking about the Texans and the past and all that, I didn't think it was relevant. As soon as DeMeco got here,
even the day before the NFL season started, the regular season, I don't think too many people would have said, "Oh, CJ's in a better situation than Bryce."
Yeah,
because he was first-year coach, first-year coordinator, receivers who knows, running backs who knows. I think most people would have said Bryce Young was in a better situation.
That's fair.
Yeah,
that's fair.
Right. It's the confirmation bias of what the Panthers coaching staff has been and is supposed to be as a collection, and what the Texans have been, and the idea of, hey, that wasn't a good situation. The opinion can't change. Be like, oh, you know what? I didn't know what DeMeco coaching staff. Now you know a little bit more.
Not that CJ needs me to defend him, but it's frustrating to me that people aren't admitting that CJ Stroud is better. He's been better.
He's been way better. He's years
flat
ahead.
out.
Yeah.
Regardless of what it was, it's okay.
Yeah, he's better.
Yeah,
and he's made his team better.
Yeah, he's done his thing.
Yeah.
I think it's been a really, really, really good mix. I think it also the Texans, the Bobby Slowick, all that. It's better than we thought it would be. Even being optimistic in the Carolina situation, they've already changed play callers, dude.
Yes.
Bryce Young will be playing for his second offensive coordinator. We talk about you hear a lot of people say, well, you can't get rid of that coach because now the quarterback's going to have to learn a new system the next year.
Yes.
This dude, he's not learning a new system, but he has different play callers, 2 different play callers in 7 weeks.
Yeah. It's
ideal.
Bizarre to me.
It's embarrassing.
Not ideal.
It's absolutely embarrassing. Landry Locker,
going to be for Halloween.
John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you.
Bumblebee, my youngest daughter.
Mm-hmm.
I think my son's going to do Black Panther again. I guess he just likes it. He's done it at least twice already. And then my oldest daughter said that her and a couple of her friends are going to be TLC. So she's going to either be.
Whoa.
So I don't know how to feel about that.
Well, I think as long as she's not Left Eye, you can be all right.
Well, I think that's who she wanted to be. Yeah.
Your house might get burned down.
Yeah, I know. I'm worried, which I thought was a possibility to begin with.
You should let her. She doesn't have a boyfriend, right?
No, she doesn't.
Her boyfriend should be Andre Rison.
Yeah,
she should be Left Eye.
I don't want to be none
Walking
of
around with a can of gasoline.
Yeah.
Well, T-Boz was married to Mac 10. Chili dated Usher. I don't want her to be none of these people.
None of them.
Oh God. Yeah.
It's only starting, my man.
Yeah. No.
It's only starting.
I know. Pray for me, guys. It's rough out here.
All right, B. Scott, appreciate you.
Yes, sir.
Coming up, the internet goes nuts. Frank Reich, he has to face the music about Bryce. Plus, Lopez has an interesting thing that he is bringing to the table that might have you running for your life if you are.
a meat market.
I got the internet going nuts.
All right, internet going nuts here on In the Loop on Sports Radio 610. Landry Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Frank Reich, he was asked, do you think you got the right guy? Joe Person, man. That Joe Person was all up on old Frank. CJ versus Bryce. Do you think you got the right guy? Here was Frank Reich answering that question.
Obviously, Stroud has played pretty well down there in Houston, but I think there's a lot of people wondering, do you still feel like you made the right decision by taking Bryce number one? And if so, why?
Yeah. I mean, we got the guy we wanted to get, and couldn't be happier about that in every way. And I would say this: I'm happy for CJ. That he's had 6 good games, and I have no doubt he'll have many more good games. But I know this: when it comes to evaluating quarterbacks or any position, it's years, not weeks. You can't put a label on a guy after 6 weeks or even a year. I've seen guys have Pro Bowl seasons and then a year later fighting to be a backup somewhere else. I mean, it's a crazy league. What you're looking for and what we're looking for, not just from our quarterback, but in every position, is sustained success at a high level for a very long time. And you can't measure it in weeks.
All right, well, Joe Person wasn't done there. About a follow-up, man.
How about that?
Forgot you were allowed to ask us. I've been here too long. Here's the follow-up from Joe Person.
There were a lot of people, and you've addressed this before, but that thought you were in Stroud's camp because of the big size, and you're a big quarterback guy. Could you address that again now that you guys are getting ready to play him?
I've never said that to one person, anytime, anywhere. I always said I like C.J. Stroud a lot. I like all those. I've said this many times. I like that whole quarterback draft. I think they were all really good prospects. I think they're all going to have really good NFL careers. My eyes and our eyes were on Bryce Young, and from start to finish. You look at the film, you talk to the man, you get a sense for the leader, the player, and what he is and what he can be and how he fits to what we want to do and the vision that we have as an offense, as a team, and as an organization. We got the guy for us. And I'm sure Houston feels they got the guy for them. That's great. I mean, I think it's great for the NFL. It's great for our two guys. I think we're both very happy with where we're at and the direction we're going.
All right, Coach.
Yeah.
Appreciate you.
One's happier.
Thanks for coming out, Coach.
I think one's happier.
Appreciate you, sir.
I'm just glad that we're on this side of that whole argument.
I got the internet going nuts.
He is right. It is early.
Kind of.
I still want to ride and die. I was a Bryce guy. I still want to ride and die with CJ just based on the intangibles. Don't care.
Yeah, and what he's done.
Yeah, and what he's doing on the field.
What we've seen.
I'm good. I can ride with him.
So I don't know how many parts this is. Part 17. Deshaun Watson has got the internet going nuts. He has spoken.
What'd he do?
Deshaun Watson.
He asked about Quincy Avery?
He was not asked about Quincy Avery, but he was asked about
in Cleveland.
The Brady Quinn thing that we talked about yesterday.
That's Quincy Avery.
Well, I guess, it was the thing, but what Brady Quinn said about him.
Yeah.
And he was asked about the speculation that he doesn't want to play. Quote, "Why wouldn't I want to play? I just worked my butt off for 2 years to get back to play." And then he followed up regarding some of the commentary. "If it doesn't come from me, all that other stuff is just bull bleep." Yeah, because you are a man of high integrity, as we all know. You are a very truthful and forthcoming man.
Just take my word for it. Just take my word for it. Just listen to me. If it doesn't come from me, it's bull bleep.
Let me just tell y'all something. If I'm not telling you, the rest of the stuff is bull bleep. Yes, you are a high integrity person, Deshaun. What were we thinking about you not wanting to play? It's bizarre, to say the least.
I got the internet going nuts.
So Halloween is coming up.
Exciting.
Candy corn is trending. Can we just of all the can we not argue about candy corn anymore?
Well, I've never argued about candy corn by itself, but here's
there it goes.
This is about
I gotta mix it with something.
4 or 5 years in a row. You still haven't tried it. I've been telling you this for about 4 or 5 years.
I'm good.
Figgy, I don't know if you've tried it or not.
Good.
You're not good. You're missing out on something special.
I tried to somebody make it.
I'm good.
You know what? I'm
not
going to make
making.
some.
I'm not making
it. I'm going to make some.
I'm
it's so
good.
simple.
I'm good.
Dry and candy corn, mix it up.
No.
Delicious.
It's dumb. This
Delicious.
This is the point.
I'm good.
No, what this is
Welcome to the good life.
Yeah, of course it makes it taste better. Like wax tastes better with anything.
No.
Like that's like saying try dog crap and steak. Like I promise it tastes better. Of course it does, dude.
You know how just
like,
some things mix and it's like,
it doesn't
wow.
mix, man. It
You've
just
never
covers up
had
the
it.
wax.
How do you
covers
know?
up the wax, bro.
There's
That's
no
all it does.
wax.
Yes, it doesn't. That's the whole point. Yes, of course. You take something crappy, you cover it up. Yeah, if you eat a piece of paper with a piece of cheesecake, the piece of paper is going to taste better. Like candy corn does not taste good with that. It's wax, brother.
You have no idea what you're talking about.
This is insane.
You have no idea.
I got the internet going nuts.
How do we do this one? Dwight Howard has got the internet going nuts.
Oh, my God. I did not know you were going to do this.
Dwight Howard.
I'm sitting this one
I
out.
thought this was a sports station.
I'm sitting this one out.
Dwight Howard
I'm sitting this one out.
has got the internet going nuts. I mean, that's what we're here for, right?
I'm good.
Information.
What
and
is this,
entertainment.
TMZ?
Tell the people what happened.
Well, Dwight Howard is.
Let's hear it. What'd he do?
How can we do this?
No, go ahead. Put it out there.
Don't put no we in this. This ain't French.
Put that out there.
In Gwinnett County, he's in the midst of a lot, but he's in the midst of a legal kerfuffle where he is being charged with sexual assault of a man, where in fact his defense is he had sex with a man and another man at the same time.
Yeah, a man dressed as a woman came out when the man came in.
Yeah, and his name was Miss Kitty. The man dressed as a woman was called Miss Kitty, and apparently Dwight Howard often said kitty cat about that. So Dwight Howard, here's the thing. Okay, here's where I wanted to go.
I don't know where you're going with this.
This is where I wanted to go.
Where are we going?
This is where I'm going to go with. I'm about to tell you. As we all know, to each his own. Live your life. I don't care if it's gay, straight, experimental, whatever. I don't want to know details. Like everyone's
sometimes you do.
No, very rarely.
Yeah, I feel like you want to know details.
Like you come in, hey, let me tell you about the great sex I had last night. I don't care. I don't want to hear it.
Never did that.
I'm just saying if you did.
Oh,
like occasionally.
What are you doing right now?
Like occasionally. Somebody will say, I got to tell you something about that happened last night. I'm like, all right, I want to hear this. But people are like, I just don't want to know any details. Very, very rarely, Dwight Howard, how do I put this? He's kind of in it, so to speak.
I got the internet going nuts.
So last year there was a big controversy about the Dallas Mavericks losing on purpose despite the fact they could have gotten to the NBA play-in game.
Mm-hmm.
They could have gotten into the NBA play-in crap, and they decided, hey, you know what? We'd rather have our first-round pick, and we would rather have a better chance at getting a first-round pick than some sort of pipe dream play-in tournament type of thing.
They did all right with that decision.
Well,
yeah,
they got their first-round pick, and with that first-round pick, they selected Derek Lively, the center out of Duke. Yesterday, Derek Lively had 16 points and 10 rebounds. Also made Luka drop an F-bomb after the game when talking about how well he played. So we talk about tanking gone wrong. We talk about tanking gone right. Looks like our enemies up 45 might have made the right decision there.
No, I thought of that when I watched a little bit of this game as well because I wanted to see Wembanyama, who's all right. He'll be great, but he was 15-2 or something like that. I don't know, whatever. But yeah, I thought of that. As well. I got one more I want to get to.
What are you going to talk about now?
I got the internet
How are
going
you going to
nuts.
follow up that Dwight Howard?
Look, the internet.
Jalen Green's video.
He's got the internet going nuts. So is this for the last 2 days.
Did Deshaun say he worked his butt off?
Yes.
Okay. All right.
You talking about me?
No, I'm saying he said he worked his butt off. I knew he liked butts, but I didn't know. Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay.
Mm-hmm.
All right.
Was he laying down or up? So this has been really buzzing the last couple of days, and I'm dumbfounded by it. A list of places women absolutely refuse to go to on a first date.
And who are these women?
This is according to, I don't remember who, I don't see where it is, but So the women, for the most part, refuse to go to on a first date. First of all, it's a first date. You're either in or you're not. Secondly, listen to these top 5. I'd go to any of these.
Okay.
I'd go to any of these on a first date. Cheesecake Factory. It's good. It's fine.
That's great.
Yeah.
It's great.
Yeah. Applebee's.
Are we getting drunk? They got dollar drafts, usually.
Well, there you go. Chili's.
Chili's is elite.
That's what I'm telling you. Chipotle.
That's not a date.
Yeah.
But you can go there on a like a lot
That
of
ain't
people,
a date, brother.
Yeah.
But a lot of keep this in
That
mind.
ain't a date, brother.
Keep this in mind. Depends on what kind of date it is, because a lot of people want to go for a coffee on a first date just to kind of get to know
Yeah,
each
go
other.
to the coffee.
Coffee is different.
Coffee's fine. Chipotle, no.
Olive Garden.
Great.
Yes.
Great.
So if you're going on a first date and the woman refuses, you say let's say Chick-fil-A, Cheesecake Factory, Chili's, and Olive Garden. You offer those 3 options. She goes, yeah, I don't think so.
We're good. Unless
Done.
you got an alternative that's the same that isn't like Fleming's or something.
No, I think you're done. Like that's a sign.
Yeah. But Chipotle, yeah, I would blame you for. I would judge someone that takes.
I'm kind of down with Chipotle. It wouldn't be a number one choice because it's kind of like maybe an afternoon lunch kind of.
Maybe like a passive date where you're
like
trying
a
to ask
coffee.
him on a date without asking him, and you're like, "Oh, you love Chipotle? I love Chipotle. Let's go to Chipotle," but it's not like a planned date.
And what are yes, and that's kind of where I was.
That
with
type
it.
of thing.
But also, like, do these women that refuse these dates expect you to go to like a 4-star?
Do you think the movies is a good first date?
It depends if
some people say you don't get to talk, but I actually think you get to read off of each other more. Like you can feel each other's tension. You can kind of sneak in witty comments, and you kind of like feed off like each other.
I think it's cool when you're younger. Because that's a good getaway when you're young.
I think it can't stand alone. There has to be something that you plan before or after. And I'm not, there's like a little, like I said, like a dessert or coffee or something like that.
Dinner and then a movie.
Yes, that then it's good because you're spending more time. You get to, like you said, get to read each other. But if you take a woman, if she's only wanting to go to $50, $60 a plate place for dinner on your first date, well, there are expectations. I'll just put it that way. I think if you want to,
okay, Dwight,
I'm telling you, if you want to be a nice, safe, fun first date, Cheesecake Factory, let's go.
Let's talk to Henry To'o. That was the internet going nuts here on In the Loop. Straight off the practice field, Henry To'o. We've talked a lot about other guys from Alabama. Well, one of the guys that's producing at a high level for your Houston Texans. He's going to join us straight off the practice field. Another exclusive interview here on In the Loop next.
It's Texans Game Week.
for real people.
Thank you, Figgy. Live from the Twin Peaks studios, Sports Radio 610 presents In the Loop with John Lopez and Landry Locker.
We're going to talk to Henry To'oTo'o in a second. How does John McClain say it? He has a different way of pronouncing it, doesn't he?
Nick Casario, who doesn't like to admit rookies exist, brought up Henry To'oTo'o. And he brought him up without being asked on Payne and Pendergast, Toto. And so...
Is that the dog from Wizard of Oz?
He likes us
and
Toto.
too.
Kind of like close to you, Dodo.
To'oTo'o. It's To'oTo'o. Say it now, To'oTo'o.
Toto.
And Toto too.
If you say so.
Yeah.
It's a lot easier to say than it is to type.
To'oTo'o.
You got to get all those apostrophes in there, uppercase,
it's harder for him to
lowercase.
type like it is to say. What does that look like?
To'oTo'o. That's true.
Broken keyboard?
No A on the end. To'oTo'o.
Vandermeer says To'oTo'o.
To'oTo'o?
I say To'oTo'o. Vandermeer says To'oTo'o, like an AH. I don't know.
We'll ask him.
Yeah, let's go to the source on this one.
We'll ask him in a second. He's going to be calling in straight off the practice field.
Yeah.
We'll figure it out. We got a lot of reunions going on this Sunday. The C.J. Stroud, Bryce Young thing obviously getting the most attention, but you also have the third pick in that draft, Will Anderson. He was in Bryce Young's recruiting class, the highest recruiting class I believe that Nick Saban ever had. Two of the higher recruits. I know Bryce is the highest rated recruit that he's ever had, and they played a lot of games together. So there is kind of like a little bit of a mix there. Sprinkle in a little bit of John Mechie, sprinkle in a little bit of Henry To'oTo'o, and it's a Christian, a Crimson Tide, a lot of connections in this one.
Big time. And we were talking earlier. I'm actually going to ask To'oTo'o this. Where does he rank in the jersey swap game?
Well, I don't know where he's going to. I don't think he gets the Bryce, right? I mean,
why not? We got to ask him. That was going to be my first question, actually.
Yeah, who's getting Bryce's jersey?
Yeah.
Who's getting Bryce's jersey swap?
Yeah.
Are you a jersey swap guy? You have to be a jersey swap guy.
I think it's going to be
for
Will
Alabama.
Anderson. The game used is what I'm talking about.
I think the game used is going to be CJ.
Yeah, I think it's going to be Will Anderson. But maybe it's To'oTo'o. We got to figure it out.
Right, McClain?
I know one thing is not, is Toto. That's for sure.
There's been a lot made of Bryce Young, C.J. Stroud, Frank Reich, D'Amico Ryans, offense, all that type of stuff. But I'm looking at this as just a big opportunity for the Texans to where if they do win this week and you go to 4-3, Pittsburgh and Jacksonville are going to play each other, and that's a win-win. You're either going to be tied in the loss column with Jacksonville, or you're going to be tied in the loss column with Pittsburgh, who you've already beaten. So you're already getting a win-win. You're likely going to be in the playoff picture. And you're starting it off with Buffalo. What if Buffalo gets upset by Baker Mayfield and company? It's a 9.5-point spread.
Crazier things have happened.
It's Thursday Night Football. Baker Mayfield's a weirdo. Like when you count him out, all of a sudden Baker Mayfield goes out there and wins. When you believe in Baker, it didn't go down. But like in situations like this is like the Baker Mayfield situation. Like this is fun because not only do you feel like you found a quarterback, not only do you feel like you found a coach, you're kind of watching at the top. I've gotten used to watching at the bottom.
Yes, and let's say those two things happen
of the standings.
Let's say right.
Pause. But like I've gotten used to looking from the bottom up. You know what I mean?
Okay, Dwight.
All right, man.
Let's say those two things happen. Bills lose, Texans beat the Panthers. All of a sudden, you got ahead of the Texans, the Browns, who you still play, and the Steelers, who you've beaten. You're in the midst. You're in the mix, 100%. Like you're absolutely there, and then the next week's game against Tampa gets that much bigger, and man, it's amazing the opportunities that are out there. But no, you will be there if those two things happen.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you. Practice is over. As soon as he comes in, we will talk to him. You were talking about Nico Collins. I thought you had an interesting point about Nico Collins and just the year 3, the examples that we've seen of receivers breaking out in year 3.
Yeah, I won't go through the numbers as I did earlier, but trust me on this, and they're on the Odyssey app if you want to go back and listen to that. But you said something yesterday, and I'm like, yeah, I think I might agree with that. And then I started thinking, because what you said was it's kind of hard to expect Nico Collins to absolutely continue this the rest of the way. Asking a lot to be at the top of the receiver charts the rest of the way. And then I started thinking, like, is it? I mean, yes, I wouldn't bet on it, but one thing that is certain is there are a lot of examples of players who in their third year all of a sudden exploded, and the numbers will bear it out. Brandon Ayuk, 50-something catches, 40-something catches, 90-something catches in his third year. I think Chris Godwin was another one that I looked up. Similar, like okay, awesome. Even Cooper Kupp. It wasn't until his third year until he really exploded and blew up. So is it
leave him out of this?
I just said even Cooper Kupp because I know that's the extreme. But let's say Chris Godwin and Brandon Ayuk as perfect example. Like those are really good players. Like they're on fantasy teams. You know, they're starting on fantasy teams. Some of them. So maybe.
No, I could see Nico Collins playing his way into the Ayuk category.
He's going to be able to sustain it.
Yeah, the way he's playing, yeah, I think he could find his way into that range for sure. That wouldn't shock me, and I mean that's a lot of progress from what we thought.
Yeah,
heading into this season.
Because my initial reaction was like, I agree with you. It's got to come back. I'm like, And there's other examples too that I didn't mention, but there's a number of players that for wide receiver, your third year, it all of a sudden clicks, and you're healthy. You know, and all of a sudden, you know, you're healthy, and so that makes a big difference as well.
Andrew Locker, John Lopez, Figgy Fig with you here on Houston Sports Leader, Sports Radio 610. We also have a situation where Dusty Baker has retired. To be happy.
Yeah.
He appears to be happy, although he also appears to be petty.
He's taking some parting shots. He also said one thing that was very, very interesting is he's talking about like you know, he's got a lot of experience. He wants to stay in the game, but all of a sudden, you know, he wants to stay in the game, but he has more knowledge than the guys that never played the game. And I thought that was a kind of a little bit of a jab. He told that to Nightingale as well. I don't know if it's fans, media, or maybe some analytics type people in the building. You know?
Yeah, I don't really. I thought Dusty would be kind of above that type of thing, especially given how long he's been around and all that type of stuff. It just felt like
I think he just hates Chandler Rome.
He would be good to go there. Let's talk to Clint Stoerner on the show, Hughley, in a few minutes. We're going to go to we might hear from Henry Toto tomorrow, which fine with me.
Yeah, that's good.
A little more time, not as bunched up, so we'll have something to look forward to tomorrow. We will hear from him, probably a little bit more content, if you will. So we'll have that, and we'll talk to Clint Stoerner on the show, Hughley, in a second, shortly. I do not want Brad Osmus as the next manager of the Astros. I think that's a disaster. I don't agree with it. It feels very Barry Switzer-y. I know a lot of people try to compare Dusty Baker to Barry Switzer. I think that's disgraceful. Barry Switzer had never coached an NFL game. Barry Switzer wasn't in coaching. He came in and inherited what Jimmy Johnson had built. Dusty Baker was a baseball liker, Hall of Famer from the beginning. So I thought that was disrespectful. The Brad Osmus thing to me does seem Barry Switzer-y, despite the fact he has managed before. He wasn't that great at it, and it just feels like, hey, he's Jeff Bagwell's buddy, so let's just go ahead and bring him in and do things our way.
I mean, that's the big thing for me. I like Brad Osmus. I've always loved Jeff Bagwell as one of my favorite players.
Who doesn't?
So it's not about Bagwell. It's not about Osmus or even Osmus's, his merit as a manager. It just feels weird when you hired a general manager and he's not hiring your next manager. It's just the feel of it for me.
I'll tell you what. I mean, I watched a few clips of that press conference, and I don't mean this as disrespect. Dana Brown almost looked like a kid that went up to the podium with Dusty and Jim. Yeah,
like I
was surprised he wasn't sitting on the knee.
Yeah,
and then I saw the cut sheet, and there's like Tyler. Shout out to T Mill. One of the hardest working dudes in the building. He sent out the cut sheet. Figgy sent out the raw audio, and then I'm looking at the cut sheet, and I'm like, oh, damn, there's 14 Dusty clips. So there's 8 cranes. Oh, what's that at the bottom? Oh, Dana Brown had one quote.
Mm-hmm.
Well, that's nice. That's nice that they let the general manager speak at the press conference.
Isn't that says something?
I mean, I just think it's a little bit strange. I don't know what's going on here. I don't know what's going on here.
It's a lot strange.
Yeah, I don't know what's going on. We'll see. I mean,
that's why the whole Brad Ausmus. It's not about Brad Ausmus. It's about how it's.
No, it is about Brad
Ausmus.
Ausmus. It is about Brad Ausmus.
For me, it's not.
For me, it is.
Yeah,
because nobody else would hire Brad Ausmus as their manager right now. That is and this is the baseball organization of nearly the last decade. So for me, it is about Brad Ausmus.
Mm-hmm.
We can indirectly say, no, it isn't, just to like put up a shield. I don't need the shield. It is about Brad Ausmus for me. I don't agree with this. I don't like this. I don't support this. I don't think that is a smart decision. I really, really don't. And based on what we saw last year and the decisions that were made in this same situation, it seemed weird that such expensive decisions were being made before Dana Brown. Kind of gave the benefit of the doubt because maybe they're trying to make do, but now all of a sudden I'm getting this vibe. It's early.
No.
Hopefully it doesn't happen. I don't like the way it feels. Personally, I don't like the way it feels. Don't like
that part. I agree with.
Let's go to Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. Ron the Show, Hughley, Clint Stoerner in the building. Fellas, what's up?
What's good, baby? All I know is, no fans be complaining about Brad Ausmus. Hell, it could be anybody that's my man right here sitting here eating the wings can coach this team. That's all I heard. It don't matter who it is that's the manager. So it could be Brad Ausmus, it could be Landry, it could be Lopez, it could be Joe Espada, it could be Gary Pettis. It could be anybody. Shoot, this team is a championship team. Matt Irvin, yes, you can manage this team. Hell, let Brad Ausmus in. No, I can't. Well, I can't wait till next year. Oh, I can't wait till next year. Boy, y'all bet I'm a hold whoever it is to the same ridiculous standard that Dusty was held to, baby. I can't wait till next year because all I heard is it don't matter who it is. It don't matter who the manager is. I know you two ain't said that.
Well, just go back to the ALCS again. It'll be somewhat validated.
Sure.
So be ready to be ready. That's going to be a big crow to eat, and they're a pretty good squad. I think you guys are on the right path, though. I think it's going to be very difficult, whether it's Crane or Bagwell or
let Jeff get
whoever it may be. I think there's going to be a personal relationship there.
I do.
That's weird.
I do, and I think it's weird, and that's what weirds me out about it because I think Brad Ausmus, it's not about his managerial expertise or lack thereof or how good he is. It's just the feel of this happening. I also wonder if this is kind of like floating a balloon out there, just kind of to see what the reaction would be because Bob Nightingale knows Dusty and those guys so well, and those two names that were popped up, that popped up, Brad Ausmus and Joe Espada, they might just be floating that out there to say, well, let's see what the reaction's going to be.
Let me put it this way. I want to say this real quick. What Brad Ausmus hiring would be, it would be a poor man's Lovie Smith resume that just happens to be buddies with the guys making the decision. That's how I would look at it. Am I wrong?
Landry.
Am I wrong?
Landry, get there. No, Landry, get there. You're close. It'll be Jack and Nick, buddies. That just rolled in. You felt it. You felt it, Landry. Go ahead and step into it.
But Landry, look, I wasn't necessarily specifically talking about the Ausmus deal. I mean, you look, the article I just read at Houston Chronicle is Eric Young was mentioned, who's with the Braves. Big backstory there with Dana Brown, right?
Like Eric Young. Yeah.
The two guys that are in the Astros organization right now, background with been in the Astros organization. So I just think that with this organization, given where they're at right now, the chemistry in the clubhouse, all that, I don't disagree with it being somebody that they know really, really well and knowing that guy's going to come in here and not derail this thing. And it's not a first-year guy that doesn't know what the hell he's doing. It's not an old head that comes in here and derails it. So I just think there's going to be a very, very, very strong relationship with whoever is hired. I don't think it's going to be some outsider.
Yeah, it's going to be really, really, really interesting to see how this all goes down. The Drive is live. They're on the road, too. Always fun to hang out with those guys on the road. Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble. I'm going to be listening. You should be listening as well. You're listening to KILT AM, KILT HD2. The Drive is live.
That's right, baby. The Drive is live, and as Landry said, we are on the road a little thirsty Thursday out here. It is. Hey, don't let the rain stop you. All right, don't let the rain stop you. It's a little rain. We needed it. My bushes did. It's a little wet, but come on out. Have a good time. We're at the one right off FM 1960 here in Humble, sitting right in front of us. Nice little Burger King right there that you can see. You can't miss. Little Panda Express. We're right behind it. So come on out and have a good time with us. Your chance to win prizes, and anybody who is in the building. Those two ladies at the bar, that lady down there at the bar, these two fellas right here. You got a chance to win prizes throughout the show.
I'm very conscious of is that the place I'm leaving from is in better shape and condition than when I got there. And I hope that, we're in better shape now than when I got here, even though we were in great shape then. And I want to really thank, Jim Crane for, having the faith in me. And, this happened in a short period of time. I mean, this is as quick a hiring and getting to work as I've ever been. But I love this. I love my players, the training staff. The guys upstairs helped us out tremendously. To prepare us for each and every game. But the players play and coaches coach, and without the players performing the way they did, there's no way that we could have achieved this excellence for such a long period of time.
That was Dusty Baker as he opened up the press conference. You agree with that? That Dusty Baker has left, in him leaving now, that the Astros are in a better position than when they took over?
It's hard to argue that they're not. Hell, 7 straight ALCSs.
And you got to also remember
two trips to the World Series.
Exactly where they were when he took them over.
Well, when he says that, I don't even think about necessarily the ALCSs or the World Series. I go back directly to what we talked about yesterday. And when he took this organization, this team over, this clubhouse over, it was more than just about baseball. It was more than just about managing a team. It was about It was about being in the middle of some of the most extreme adversity that we've ever seen one organization go through in Major League Baseball, and helping the people that are the Astros, the players, the coaching staff, and even the fan base to a certain extent, to help them navigate that adversity. In the heart of it, in the heart of the issue, immediately following the fallout of the sign stealing scandal. So, I mean, that part right there. This organization, this clubhouse, the superstars in this clubhouse could have varied up in time if the wrong manager would have been hired. I think the clubhouse itself, although they had done a lot of great things and they were winning when Dusty got here, that was a very vulnerable moment for this team. And again, with the wrong leadership, day in, day out, I think the team could have fell off. Now, would they have fallen apart and just be a mess right now? No, I don't think that. But it would have been very easy to fall off the mountaintop. That's for damn sure. And he kept them up there. And so, is it like legitimately? Is the 2023 Astros, are they better than what did he take over the 2019?
After that team, yeah.
Is this team in better shape? I don't know. I mean, we can get off in the weeds on each player and each position and the stats and all that kind of jive. But the organization as a whole, when he took over, was having some success. Was ascending, and he took over and continued to ascend and did things that we've very rarely seen done in Major League Baseball. And so, hell yeah, I mean, I think it's on several fronts. I think it'd be very difficult to even start to argue that Dusty Baker didn't leave the Astros in a better spot than he took them over.
Yeah. So the next manager, and listen, he had great players here. Now the next manager won't have to deal with the kind of the cheating scandal stuff and. God hope not a pandemic that is in the middle of it.
Yeah,
but,
good point. The pandemic as well.
Yeah, hopefully that is something that they have to deal with. But just like Dusty, in terms of the player situation, the next manager will be left into a position where he's got great. And we'll see if the next manager can continue to have the success that they have. But they leave. He got there as a great team, as a championship contender, and they leave, I think, still being a great team and a championship contender for next year.
Yeah, and again, talk about the glue that kept the clubhouse together through. I didn't even think about COVID-19. Guy, how do we talk about this without mentioning COVID-19? But I'm glad you brought that up. I mean, keeping this crew together. Through all of that stuff is a big time job by Dusty. Not to mention, hell, the winning that they did.
Yeah, and Tyler, Clint said it. It was Dusty sounded at times a bit jaded. It felt like there was
slightly.
It felt like there was a little bit of tension that you wouldn't think would really be tension for the retirement of a guy that had the success that he had here.
It's all odd to me, though, Ron. I mean, you look back at what the Astros have done over the last 4 years. And, again, a huge part of the emotion involved with the Astros is the COVID-19 and the sign-stealing scandal. That whole deal, I guess I expected more. Not from Dusty, just as a whole. Like, I expected more of it to be more of like a celebration.
A bigger deal.
A celebration of the time here, a more emotional. It just seemed dry. It just seemed go through the motions. And for Dusty, it seemed a little bit jaded and a little bit.
I don't think Dusty's in a good. I think that's where it starts.
You reading my face?
I don't like it. And Tyler, you watched it. I mean, I don't know what your opinion is. Let's let some of the people here, those who haven't heard anything, heard a lot of this. And this is kind of where it first started. He was asked about, when he kind of started to make the decision that this was going to be his last year managing the Astros.
Well, I started, this winter thinking about it, and then there were a couple instances, a couple articles, a couple things that kind of made up my mind, in late summer. But, that didn't have anything to do with tarnishing my job or anything like that, because I wanted to win, the pennant and then leave, you know what I mean? And the same thing happened in San Francisco. I knew I was leaving in San Francisco, so I wanted to win, and go out the door. But sometimes your plan and life's plans are two different things. But, I got to the door, but I didn't quite get through the door.
All right, that's him talking about when he thought about leaving, and talked about there were some articles that pushed him to help him make his decision. Later on, he was flat asked by the media if you felt you were mistreated by the media while you're here, and he said flat out somewhat, and went into some things like it. Like it clearly feels like Dusty feels some kind of way.
Yeah, look, I don't think that. I mean, to each their own. I know you feel a little bit different, Ron, but I just don't. I don't think that Dusty is bothered in his retirement press conference that you or I wrote or said something, or that Chandler Rome wrote or said something, or all of that jive. And again, going back to the vibe on that stage and kind of the look of it, the jaded vibe that Dusty was giving off, there were a couple of articles that quoted Dana Brown. What I would say, and let's just say put it mildly, I'd say meddling in day-to-day baseball.
I think that's got something to do with it.
To me that is more what Dusty, if he's aggravated about, or if he's disappointed in, or if he's moved to the field where he's got to say something in a post-game presser. I think it's more about them guys that are sitting next to him, specifically Dana Brown, and some of the things that he was quoted in those articles and saying, more so than it is an opinion of.
You think that's what he's meaning when he's talking about mistreated in the media?
I don't doubt that Dusty listens to the media. Don't get me wrong. But this isn't just listening to the media. This is making it a point to make it a small part of your retirement or your exit press conference from Houston. That's a big deal.
Yeah, he's been sitting on it.
That's a big deal.
He said
that's not like some reporter down the street has given me a hard time for 4 years.
Tyler, he said, are you surprised by this? Because Tyler, he flat said, hey, yeah. When I started to make my decision to leave, there were some articles to help make my decision.
Damn.
Right? He wanted you to know. He wanted you to know, like you said. You watched it, you saw his demeanor and everything. Were you surprised by that, Tyler, how that went down with Dusty?
A little bit, yeah. I mean, I knew the tension had always been there with him and a few media members. We all know who primarily, Mr. Chandler Rome, but it was odd, man. It felt icy at times. It felt a little awkward. It definitely, like you said, it wasn't all butterflies and hugs and rainbows today.
Oh, no, it wasn't. It certainly was not. And I'm gonna tell you if I could crawl into Dusty's head, this is where I think Dusty is, and I think you also got to take age into account in this thing. I think Dusty, whether you agree or not, believes that there's a certain level of respect with what he has done and earned that he should get. And I think that Dusty feels like what he's done, accomplished, and earned, he was not given anywhere near the level of respect from, as you mentioned, people within the front office with him, people in the media with him. Like, I think Dusty is like, are you kidding me? The lineup every day? Is this what everything I've accomplished here and what I've done in my career? The lineup every day? Like, I think whether you agree or not, I think that Dusty feels like he had earned a respect that how he should be treated in terms of what he's accomplished in the game and what he's accomplished with the Astros. And I don't think he reached it and got it. And I think this last day, he want to make sure to let everybody know, like, nah, man. Yeah, and specific, I'm not retiring from baseball. I'm retiring from the Astros. Yeah. Like, I'm out of here. This is where I want to go. And I'm surprised. I'm not surprised he feels that way, because if you've listened to this show, I feel like I've echoed that, especially from the fan base. But I'm surprised he let it out.
Yes.
Publicly. Yeah. I'm surprised he came on out and let everybody and made sure everybody, there wasn't no mention of the words or hiding, that everybody knew.
Yeah. Hey, look, man, it's again, to me, it's unfortunate. I mean, but it is what it is, and I feel like it's a lot deeper than than just that level. I think it's a next level disrespect.
Oh, there's probably some more. Yeah, there's some more. All right, so Dusty is out, and I know Jim Crane did speak a bit about the next search for the manager. And if you missed it, Jim Crane, the owner of the Houston Astros, did discuss, because there were questions to Dusty and questions to everybody. And, of course, you want to make it about Dusty, but then there is the natural what's next, who could be the next manager. Jim Crane, the owner, he spoke about what the process would be for the search of the next manager.
We've just started working on it. I mean, we've only had a day, so we'll work on it quickly. And Dan and I do the work, and hopefully we can find someone. Be tough to replace Dusty, but we'll have a fluid search and work as fast as we can to get somebody in place.
Thanks, Dana. I'm sorry. Thanks, Jim Crane. I do not believe you that you only had a day to figure this out. I think you've known.
Came out of nowhere.
I think you've known a little bit.
Dusty's leaving. What?
But I get why. Like I said, some of these guys have to lie for certain reasons. But I get what he's saying. But he's saying him and Dana would be the next manager. Some of the names that are rolling through in terms of the next manager include I see some people texting in, bring A.J. Hinch back. I've heard that name. Buck Showalter, who's been a veteran manager for years, last managed the Mets and got them to the playoffs last year, had some success with the Yankees and the Orioles and Diamondbacks, as well as Joe Girardi, who won a championship with the Yankees, was with the Phillies as well. Brad Osmus has been thrown into this. Joe Espada as well, who's been here. I've seen Craig Counsell, who interviewed for the Mets job, was allowed to. He's the current manager of the Milwaukee Brewers and one of my favorites.
Or Craig Counsell.
Oh, sure, or Craig Counsell. Him too, as we know who it is.
Counsell made an appearance.
That damn Counsell made one. And then my favorite
one
candidate.
in every car.
My favorite candidate, Ron Washington. He is. His name has been mentioned. He was in Atlanta for the last several years. Anything jump out about the next, or how you feel about it?
Yeah, look, for me, it's again, it's a unique situation. You got it. Very rarely does a team that's at the top, and I'm talking about all sports, just have a manager or a head coach or a general manager, any kind of decision maker. Very, very rarely do those jobs come open. Most of the time, the majority of jobs is somebody's rebuilding and somebody's tearing down a team and somebody's tasking you with going from 3 wins to 12 wins and making a run in the playoffs, or going from losing 100 games to winning 100 games and getting to the ALCS or World Series. So, again, it's a unique situation. And I think at the very forefront, it's not about – you don't need a builder. You don't need this guy that's going to come in here and develop a bunch of talent and bring the best out in the guys that are in the clubhouse right now. I mean, you need a guy that's very familiar with the situation to come in and keep this train on the tracks just like Dusty Baker did. Now, obviously, when Dusty Baker came on, he wasn't familiar with all the guys, but there was a bigger priority, a higher priority, and that was dealing with the fallout of the sign stealing scandal and ultimately what became COVID. So now none of that exists. It's simply about keeping this train on the tracks and not disrupting what these guys have going. So, boy, you really take a risk, Ron, if you go the route of a guy that doesn't know anybody in his clubhouse, is a real come in here and do things his old school way, the way he's done things in the past, and potentially disrupt the best chemistry, hell, maybe in all of sports. So to me, it's got to be somebody familiar with it, man. You better know Crane. You better know him really, really well.
Yeah, I'll just throw in. I know we need to go to break. I don't think it should be someone just brand new to managing. Yeah. For me, I think it's got to be somebody who's got some experience. All right, coming up, a potential surprise player who will not be available potentially for the Texans coming up. We'll let you know the latest on that. All of that next on The Drive.
Dusty is done. After 26 years as an MLB manager, the Astros skipper is calling it a career. 4 consecutive ALCS appearances, 2 pennants, and a World Series ring for our
They will get it on, and there are plenty of TVs all over the place. I can't even count them, really, to be honest with you, in this entire spot. So coming out right off FM 1960 here in Humble, almost really, what'd you say, Tyler, Atascocita?
Yeah, it's really more the Atascocita area, if you ask me.
And it's 6840 FM 1960 if you need the exact location.
Yeah, that's probably right.
Like Ron said, I mean, it's a great setup, man. I mean, they're all great, but I mean, this is a great setup with the TVs, the bar in the middle, and all the TVs got action rolling, and then we're here. So come through and hang out with us, no question.
Yeah,
I don't know why the hell you wouldn't on a what is it, a Thursday? It's a Thursday at 2:28. I don't know why you wouldn't slide on.
The drive is live.
Too, Tyler. Of course, you'd be surprised, but I've tried the old Henny Hustle.
They got a drink here.
There it is, Tyler. The old Henny Hustle, baby. Got a little Henny.
Cheers.
Got a little Henny.
Tyler, we were over at that Royal Oaks. I think, is it Royal Oaks? Am I saying that right?
Yeah, Royal
location.
Oaks. I don't know if Westheimer.
And we'd wrapped the show up, and we were leaving. I went in the restroom, and I looked up on one of the little billboards in the bathroom, and it had like half of it was ripped off, but it said Henny Hustle. And you could tell it was a drink. Damn, why did Ron not have one of those, man? Hennessy and some of that fruity stuff. That's got Ron's name written
It really
all
does.
over it.
I can't even front that, man.
We're sitting here
a little
breaking,
Henny and a little passion fruit, baby.
We're sitting here breaking bread, and Ron looks over his left shoulder, and the big old picture, framed picture of the old Henny Hustle. And Ron, within 5 minutes, Ron had one in front of him.
Hey, hustle there, bro.
Got a little Henny Hustle. So try that Henny Hustle, baby. It's beautiful. And they've got everything else.
I said, what's in that Henny Hustle?
I got my pinky up.
Little passion fruit and Hennessy. He got his pinky up drink.
Yeah.
Hey, they got a little bit of everything. Whatever you need, man. You want one of them tall draft beers? They got that. Hell, there's a blue drink over there. There's a blue drink. I don't know if that's got some of that hypnotic in it or if it's some other kind of colorful drink.
When you get a chance to party.
They got whatever you need over here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Come on through.
Yeah, come on out, man. As we're having a good time here. Hey, fellas, I do want to say as the Texans get ready for their game coming up, this is interesting, Clint. Texans veteran wide receiver Robert Woods not expected to play Sunday, barring an unexpected change due to a foot injury. He didn't practice yesterday because of the foot issue. We just all assumed it was reported that it was a rest day, a normal rest day. All the people that I know that cover the Texans, including our own Brandon Scott, who was on with us, giving us his Texan report yesterday, just assumed it was a rest day as well. And it goes on to say this foot injury, which has prevented the past 2 days. Luckily for them, Tank Dell is back, Noah Brown is back. But at this time, as he is missing Wednesday and Thursday practice, the thought is that Robert Woods isn't expected to play. And my question to you all and the people, 713-572-4610, you can jump in on this. Robert Woods, is this a big deal for his loss if he's not able to play on Sunday? Because I know last game there was no Tank Dell, and you thought that was going to be a really big deal. Do you feel like Robert Woods is in the same vein?
No. You know the answer to that question. No, I don't. I mean, look, I know he leads the
no.
team, and he leads the team in targets. I get that.
He leads the team. Yeah,
there's some chemistry there with C.J. Stroud.
Seems to be his guy that CJ likes to go to when he's in trouble.
Yeah, I mean, there's got to be somebody.
A security blanket, baby.
Yeah, I mean, you're right. But no, look, I mean, for me, we're 7-8 weeks into this thing, and you got Tank Dell back, you got Nico Collins rocking and rolling, you got Noah Brown back. I think when you look at the athletic ability, the speed, the explosiveness of the wide receivers that are going to get most of the targets now, I think it increased when Robert Woods is not in the game. Now, look, there's something to be said about the slot receiver that's a veteran. It's got all the experience. I'm not going to say he's not going to be missed at all, but I view this as more of a opportunity for Tank Dell and maybe even John Mechie, those kind of guys to emerge and have big days. So we'll see how Bobby Slowick plays this thing. But yeah, no, I'm not overly concerned about the offense with Robert Woods reportedly not going to be there.
We'll see. Listen.
You know my feel on that. You knew where he's going.
I was just going to say, Bobby. I call that man Bobby. Robert Woods. I don't think he wants to be called Bobby, does he? Robert Woods.
He doesn't look like a Bobby.
He's been more valuable and has played better than I thought. Right? Like you'd have never, and maybe you would have believed this, but watching him in the preseason. And especially seeing what Nico has done since he's gotten here with Dog, I never have thought he was going to be the leader in targets.
Oh, yeah, they were going to make that happen. There ain't no doubt about that.
You think they were going to make Robert Woods work?
Bobby was – well, I mean, he's going to make you the most targeted guy. I mean, that was going to be the guy that was going to be given the most responsibility to move around and to be on the field more and get more playing time and be a guy that was, had a better relationship with C.J. Stroud from a chemistry perspective. I mean, he has been exactly who I thought he was going to be. He was going to be a guy that ate up a lot of the targets, was going to be a guy that there wasn't much of a threat, if any, after the catch. And again, when it comes to, especially what the Texans have had to do, when it comes to having to get the ball out on time, making sure that every time you see pressure, that receiver gives you his eyes, making sure that when the quarterback is going your direction, and that's a quarterback I can trust. If he's settling, it's avoiding the defense, I can let it rip. They've done a good job. They've got a ton of production, relatively speaking, out of Robert Woods. To me, when the guy that's getting the most targets on your team is zero threats to get over the top, zero threat to make an explosive play, then
I don't love it.
You're going to fall short. And I just think with this news, if Robert Woods doesn't play, I believe that whoever the most targeted receiver is in this group is going to have the potential to hit his head on the goalpost at any point in time. And I like that.
With it, Noah Brown just goes in that role?
I think no. What?
Well, when they're going three wide, it's
oh yeah, it'll be those three on the field. Yes. But I hope the guy that is again
not the lead, not Noah Brown is the most targeted. I'm saying he'll be in that. Hutchinson has been getting some run.
Yeah,
I
think they'll continue to rotate them through, but again, there's going to be somebody that's going to be the leading receiver from a target perspective. I think this is an opportunity for a more explosive guy to be in that role. And even if it is Noah Brown, it's still more explosive than Robert Woods.
All right, speaking of the game coming up, whether Robert Woods is there or not, DeMeco Ryans kind of gave you a glimpse on exactly what he thinks the two most pressing issues are for this team coming out of the bye week. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss that coming up next.
All right, before we do that, I got to tell you about Twin Peaks, man. There's 5 lodges around the city, and Ron and I, we've done live shows in every single one of them, and they are second to none. I'm telling you, man, whether you're going in there for that mate, I personally, I put my word on it, put my stamp on it. That menu is really, really the real deal. I mean, you talk about underrated, man. I mean, you folks got to get in there and I mean, you can pick anything off their menu. It is made from scratch, and it's the real deal. Their happy hours off the charts as well. Them 29-degree man-sized drafts, they pair so beautifully with
29th. Receive up to 15% off select special order carpet purchase. Minimum purchase required. Exclusions apply. For licenses, see homedepot.com/license numbers.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, make your way on out. A little Thirsty Thursday. I see my guy Renee out here as well. He dropped by. You might want to sign your name. Got a chance to win a little $25 gift card. You can pay for your whole little dish. Anybody in the building? Anybody in the building? Coming up in the 3 o'clock hour, we're hooking somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card.
You clearly don't know Renee well. He's going $25 ain't gonna cover his tab, much less his food.
I just put a dent in it. We'll put a dent in that thing. Yeah, he's on that first tall drink, isn't he? Put it in there, your chance. All you got to do is write your name down. We don't need anything more. We don't need your address or nothing. Just write your name down. Put it in the raffle box there. We will pull a name. Next hour will be our first winner. Multiple gift cards. Last week somebody got a projector. Not quite sure what it is this week. We've hooked people up with Texans tickets as well. I'm not sure what it is, but we've got multiple prizes tonight. I know Daniel Thomas is trying to tell me what it is, but I'll have to figure it out during the break because I cannot read your lips. But we got prizes all throughout. So come on out, hang out. If you're driving, make your way on out here. You're on your way, about to get off work. When you get off work, you listen at your desk. Come on out here to Buffalo Wild Wings here in Humble. As what's the location? Was it 6840?
Let me check here, Bob. Tyler sent it to me. 6840 FM 1960. Everybody out there, listen. You know where the hell 1960 is, baby.
Do.
It's 6840. Come on through.
6840. Come on out, Buffalo Wild Wings, as we're hanging out. All right, the Texans got a big one Sunday. A big one. They got to go ahead and take care of business. They're playing the winless Carolina Panthers. You're in the playoff hunt. You got to go ahead and get these games, and they're coming off a bye week, so they've got time to really prepare and to dig in on the Carolina Panthers. And a lot of times you really look at yourself in these bye weeks and what things you can improve. And D'Amico talked about a couple of things, Clint, that I know stuck out to you about things that they need to improve and have to be they are able to solve in the second half. The first one is the pass rush. Here's the head coach, D'Amico Ryans, talking about the pass rush.
With our pass rush, I think we can improve just when it comes to the execution of what we're asking guys to do. And all the guys collectively, right, 4 guys rushing as one, I always say that, but it takes all four guys being tied in together when we're running our stunts, our games. It's just everybody being on the same page, being dialed in with the proper footwork, being exactly where they're supposed to be. That's when the sacks will come. That's when the pressures will come. So it's us just executing it better, and that'll get better as we continue to go throughout the season.
Yeah, Ron, for me, I hear you, Miko. I hear you. I really do. But there ain't but one dude in that pass rush that's a headliner right now, and that's Will Anderson. I understand that the other three guys have to pull their own weight, and it all, those four guys need to be on a string. But I think as we look at this defense, are they going to struggle to stop the run from time to time? Yeah, we knew that coming into the season. Have injuries been a problem? Yes. Unfortunately, we've weathered that storm. They've done a hell of a job weathering that storm. The one thing that I think that remaining is for this pass rush, who before the season started, I was high on them.
You were high on them
with Hughes and Grenard.
I like what Jonathan Grenard has done in terms of pass rush.
I think he's been fine. Problem is he's by far and above the best.
That's what I was going to say. He's been the best. He's been the best. All right, I'll say this for the numbers folks. He's been the best at getting home and finish.
Well, look here. Look, here's the deal.
I don't know what his
y'all
win
heard.
rate
Y'all
is.
heard. I tell you what we need to do too. I meant to pull this yesterday. We need to pull that D'Amico Ryans talking about advanced stats. D'Amico Ryans don't give two rips about no advanced stats. So when we're talking about Will Anderson and D'Amico understands. Hey man, he's executing his assignment. He's doing what we want to do. He's playing with good energy. He's chasing the ball. He's good against the run. We get all that, but all the advanced stats that say, his win rate, pass rush win rate, boy, it's good. Yeah, miss me and apparently miss D'Amico with all that. I mean, when it's all said and done, I think the one thing with this defense that over the next 11 ball games that we've got to see emerge, I don't think we're just going to miraculously all of a sudden start stopping the run and be dominant inside versus the run. I think our linebackers are really good against the pass, and maybe with Perryman jumping back in there, we'll be better against the run as well. Henry To'oTo'o was really good while he was in there starting. We'll see exactly what the linebackers look like in the secondary shapes up to be when Stingley gets back. But the one thing that has all their pieces and has yet to really emerge is that pass rush. I think as a fan moving forward defensively, the pass rush is the one thing that you say we've invested heavily in it. And while they may be playing better as a unit, we've yet to see anybody really jump off the screen in that pass rush, and that's got to happen sooner rather than later.
Yeah, and whether that be pass rush to call turnovers with pressures, and maybe you could argue there was a little of that happened in the last play of the game for the Saints when Steven Nelson got that pick. Or to me, finishing the job. Look, man, I'm greedy. I always have been. Right? I'm getting every single meat at the table when it's Thanksgiving. I'm coming through. I'm getting the turkey.
Load that plate up, huh?
I'm getting the brisket. I'm getting the chicken. I'm getting the ham. I'm getting all of it. I'm greedy, and I don't want to. I don't want the Texans to just, hey, we beat a guy quick or kinda, but didn't finish the job. You got to finish the job. You got to get dudes on the ground, right? Because I guarantee you, and I know for a fact there have been some what count as winning your pass rush, winning it, that have led to touchdowns, that have still led to the quarterback throwing a touchdown on that play or executing a big play on the Texans.
Sure.
Because the only thing that really jumps is get them on the ground. Get them on the ground and in the play so nothing potentially big can happen. And sacks get you from first and 10 to second and 18 and turnovers and potentially.
Well, when you look at
gotta finish.
When you look at what Carolina brings to the table, and several opponents are going to be this way moving forward for the Texans. I heard J.T. O'Sullivan this morning, Payne and Pendergast played some of his audio. I actually played against him in NFL Europe. He's always been a very cerebral quarterback. He's money, man. His QB Mind YouTube channel is I have to look that up, but it's money, man. He's really good. But he's talking about the Carolina Panthers offense, and really talking about Bryce Young, but it's more about the offense and just the offensive line's not very good. The play caller isn't moving guys. It's a bunch of stagnant formations, stagnant routes. They don't have anybody to threaten over the top, so the DBs are sitting on all the routes. This is a week where I would think my point in saying all that is this is a week where DeMeco Ryans is going to be able to force Bryce Young to hold the football. And the offensive line is not very good. And so all of that needs to equate to us watching a game and going, well, I don't care if it's Will Anderson, and I don't care who it is, but somebody getting home and getting sacks.
Yeah, finish it.
Yeah.
Got to. All right, he also talked about this as a pressing issue, and that is something we've talked about a bit here the last 2 weeks during the bye week, and that is the run game. Here's DeMeco Ryans talking about the run game.
With the running game, I feel like just having the complement of both backs, I feel like Devin, and DP, they did a really good job of getting what they had, right? What was available, they took it. They ran the ball hard. They finished the runs, and I think just having that complement of both guys, it all starts, of course, with the offensive line. I thought they've done a really good job of blocking it, and guys ran the ball hard, they ran the ball well, and we were effective that way. And we have to continue to improve in that run game and as much as we can, right? And that's where we want to see ourselves improve in this next game and moving forward.
Offensively, that's the pure improvement. I don't care what level fan you are. I don't care if you pay attention all week or just on Sundays. Whatever it may be, I think big picture, you look at this team and you say, okay, the one thing we're missing is we've got to run the football better. The Texans are averaging 2 yards per game more than they did with Lovie Smith, with Dameon Pierce and Rex Burkhead, and Rex Burkhead stealing carries. That says enough. They've got to get significantly better. And I'm at a point too, Ron, where I don't care how they do it. At this point, you've had 2 weeks. You're playing one of the worst run defenses in football. I believe they're 31st out of 32 teams in run defense. This is a week where whatever you needed to fix, whatever you needed to figure out, this is where it needs to come to the surface.
I hope the plan isn't lame, man. Let's just keep doing it.
Yeah.
Let's keep doing it, because I think it's not just your backs, but I think your offensive line, as we've watched, they just don't seem to to mesh well with what it is that they do best.
JT O'Sullivan, by the way, that was the QB School is his YouTube channel. I'll make sure I didn't butcher that once again. But the QB School, it's really good. Spends a lot of time talking about C.J. Stroud for all the Texans fans out there.
All right, yeah. So, yeah. Running game's got to improve, and this is one of the worst run defenses in football they're facing in the Carolina Panthers. So hopefully we can see some improvement after 2 weeks. Coming up as we get ready, Buffalo Wild Wings on a Thursday. Dusty Baker, we found out he was retiring. He had his final press conference as he retires from the Houston Astros. We'll let you hear what Jim Crane had to say, the owner, talking about his decision to hire Dusty. All of that coming up next on The Drive.
Join The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley, live from Kirby Ice House, Upper Kirby, on Atacus Fiber Internet Football Friday. Tomorrow from Stories of the day. It's the Big 3 at 3. Number 1.
First thing is we're live here. We're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings, and we got a fired-up fan base out in this piece right here, slamming a table right before we came on the air.
Top ranked throw in the city.
And damn Astros giving up 4 runs by the time she went from Crosby to Huffman, man. That was some bull job. I feel you, sister. I'm going to tell you what, I leave the studio, and by the time I get home in Baytown, many a time throughout the season, although most of the time it was the Astros doing work, I get home and I put my toes up, pop my first top on that cold Coors Light, and I look up, and hell, it's 3-4-0 already. I done missed the action.
Yeah. She wasn't happy about it, and we completely understand.
Boy, there ain't nothing worse, though, Ryan.
I'm telling you.
There ain't nothing
Especially
worse.
when you get yourself geeked up all day for it.
Yeah. You get yourself good and geeked up, and then you hanging over in Crosby. Like, I'm going to ease over to Huffman, see my people, watch this Astros game with some folks, and you get in that old ride and you ease on over there, boy. You geeked up, got your Astros gear on, and you ease in that old shop where everybody's hanging out watching that game, and the damn air's out of the sail, man.
I mean, imagine if you woke up that morning and bought tickets to go to it, and you went in there and that thing.
For you and your wife?
Yeah, for you and your wife,
Yeah.
and you didn't even get to get your first sip of your drink
get
first.
real low down there right by the dugout.
You know, you're acting like a real turd right now.
I'm just saying, when he said that, that's what it made me think of.
You're a real son of a bitch for bringing that up again.
All right. I guess you're standing next to Brandon Scott, so of course that makes you just feel electric. Just say whatever you
want to say to you.
Oh, no, you won't.
Yeah,
No, Dusty Baker, he had his press conference today. He retired. By the way, we're live here at Buffalo Wild Wings here in Humble. Come on out here as right off 1960, FM 1960, 6840, FM 1960. Come on out, hang out with us. We're here till 6 o'clock. And by the way, if you're in the building, coming up after this segment, we will draw for our first winner to win a $25 gift card, Visa gift card. You can spend your money wherever you want to. That's coming up right after we get done in this segment.
Hey, you boys ever been and Academy Sports and Outdoors does this, but I went over here to this TJ Maxx a little earlier, right across the street here, FM 1960. Mm-hmm. And you know when you get in line, you know that line zigzags back and forth, and there's just items.
Oh, well, they could sucker you in right there.
Well, I always wondered. I was like, man, why in the hell do they do this in lines? And who in the hell is buying this stuff? Because it's all just like little gadgets. Look, it's candy, drinks, or some kind of little, just obviously something you can just grab, you can pick up and read or look.
Quick. Yeah.
And I've always wondered, like, who in the hell walks through there? Now I can see where you grab a candy bar or something. I get that. But who in the hell goes through there and grabs like an item that you got to shop for, like an item that you didn't?
It's got some nice socks right here.
Yeah. Hey, I, if I'm lying, I'm dying. I'm over there in line in TJ Maxx. That line was long. In front of Ron, if I'm lying, I'm dying. She picked up 4 different things. One of them was a pair of socks. I mean, actually, it was a pack of socks. Had 4 all black socks.
They get the girls with the hair
bows,
hair bow things. Your hair. Yeah.
Hey man, I mean, she picked up socks. She picked up some kind of Christmas decoration. Her old man from outside in the parking lot called in and said, hey, get me one of them waters. There was a smart water cooler down there. I bet she picked up 4 or 5 items when she was waiting in line. I mean, it's one of them, and she didn't even look at the price tag.
And right there, that's a winner for her.
I mean,
just her.
I know exactly now why those shelves are stacked.
Yes.
I mean, there ain't an open shelf one. Now I know why, because people are going through there. They are just, I mean, that's got to be the hottest shelves in the business.
Man, I'm telling you, boy, you get it because they get you in that line standing for a long time. You get there to look at it. They get you every time. By the way, Dusty, who is somebody who frequently does that, Dusty Baker, he retired. He retired, and he had his press conference today. And the owner, Jim Crane, the man who hired him, the owner, Jim Crane, he spoke today at the press conference. This is what he had to say.
Well, I don't think we ever had an argument, did we?
It's hard to argue with the boss.
I sat with him when I first met him. About 30 minutes, I thought he was my best friend. So it wasn't a hard decision. He's very personable and very engaging and a great human being. And, you know, that always turns into someone that can manage and treat people right and get results. And, you know, he did an unbelievable job. I mean, what more could you ask for? On that run is very incredible. Might not be done again for a while. So, again, hats off to Dusty. Whatever he wants to do, he's always welcome here.
That's right, baby. There's Jim Crane, about 30 minutes. Is what he said. Sit down and talk to him about.
The best part about that, he was expecting a strong, no, we ain't never argued from Dusty. And Dusty said, no, I don't argue with my boss.
Hey, when Dusty said that, I was thinking about myself. Yeah. I wish I could say the same thing.
I wish you. I probably should have tried that tactic a time or two.
Some of Dusty said, as Tyler knows, you know, I wouldn't dare argue with the boss. But no, those two had a really, you could tell a really strong relationship. Jim Crane, and that was a big test for Jim Crane, because that right there, we saw now, all right, this is your job. This is your spot. You had to let go of your GM and your head and your manager, and you had to bring in somebody in to fill this void. And I think one thing we can all, not all, but one thing that should be thought to be, in my opinion, agreed upon is that Dusty Baker became the perfect person to be there to fill the void. And I think the Dusty Baker hire, to me, has also helped the In Crane We Trust. I think that hire and what he's done to continue this, right, to continue this thing, like they made it. They were, when he got here, they had gone to three ALCSs and 2 World Series and won one. When he leaves, they go every year again, go to 2 World Series and win 1. So I think Jim Crane, even, this is a big moment for him, and I think the trust factor has grown because of this hire.
Absolutely. I mean, look, when Dusty was hired, it was about more than baseball. Like right now, the guy that replaces Dusty, it's going to be about the clubhouse and baseball, like and keeping the baseball things going in the right direction. Keep the baseball train on that track. It is all about ball now with the Astros. When Dusty took over, it was more about keeping the clubhouse from splintering, if you will, keep the clubhouse from shrinking with all of the adversity that came with the sign-stealing scandal, along with the COVID-19 shortly after that. And so there was so much more to what Dusty Baker was tasked with when he got the job with the Astros. It was completely different than anybody that had ever gotten a job before. It was completely different than any job that he had ever gotten before. And so, look, I think the accolades, the ALCSs, the World Series, they speak for themselves. But I just don't think you can talk about Dusty Baker's tenure with the Astros and career with the Astros, the 4 years he was here, and not, I think, lead with what he was really tasked with from jump. Because it wasn't – there was more to it. We got past it and just went to talking about baseball. And we, got to being critical of Dusty, of the manager, about baseball. But reality is that my man took over an organization that required and needed a lot more than just that.
Yeah, and Jim Crane, right? He didn't really have a GM or somebody working for him. He made that hire himself, which is why, I feel really good about their next choice at manager if he's the one. Like, I think Jim Crane again should be, which I think it appears to be. Jim Crane again should be the one who has the heavy say, right, in this. Not a situation in which, Dana Brown, he gives you his recommendation of who it should be, and then, all right, we'll go along with it. Similar to like some things that's happened with the Texans. No, I think Jim Crane should be heavily involved in the clear, loudest voice on the search as well on who is going to be the next manager, because with this situation, I trust his insight on who he is needing to bring in.
Well, look, I think there's it's a tad bit too unique of a situation for me to have, let's say, a Dana Brown, because I mean, look, I think traditional way of doing things is hire a GM, let the GM hire the next head coach. But that GM ain't been here 12 months.
Yeah.
Right? I mean,
and it's his first time hiring a coach.
It's his first rodeo. And so I'm not saying you don't that you go into it and you don't trust your guy. But if I'm the owner of the Astros and we've been to 7 straight ALCSs and we just lost out in Game 7 of the ALCS this year and we were tabbed to win the World Series, I'm gonna make sure that I'm helping make that decision because I know exactly what's been going on inside this building over the last 7 years, ultimately. And I would be hesitant to 100% give the GM the autonomy to make that decision personally.
I hope he's got a heavy hand in this situation, which I think he will. So, Dusty, today was his final press conference. If you missed it, you can hear some cuts into pieces, and we'll play some throughout the day. So Dusty is no longer going to be with the Astros now. We will continue to look on who is the next one to fill the new manager role for the Astros.
Big 3 at 3, number 2.
All right, Clint, I think you have gotten pretty much your wish about, and I think everybody's wish of this, the injury situation with the Texans being improved over the bye week. They've had 2 weeks off now, and we look at the injury list, and we'll give you the complete, full injury list once that comes out from the Texans later on. But what we are seeing, Clint, is Robert Woods. It is seeming that Robert Woods potentially will not play, and that is where the lean is right now. He didn't practice again today. He has the foot situation, and the thought is that he will not be able to go coming up on Sunday. Here was Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator, on what it will be like Sunday if they don't have Robert Woods.
I've mentioned this before, but we have a whole stable of receivers that we feel really good about. We think all of them have traits and things that they do really well. And we want each of them, we want to put all of them in positions to take advantage of their skills, So Woody has his skill set that he's really good at and that we take advantage of and he continues to grow in. Nico has his, Tank has his, Mesh has his, Hutch has his. It's not so much like, oh man, if we miss any of these guys, we're missing this piece. It's more, okay, well, as a group, these two guys do this other thing. Well, how do we take advantage of the same hole, maybe in a different way? That's really any time we miss anybody as a skill player on offense.
All right, so Woody might not be here.
Turn me on, Bobby. Turn me on.
I know. Woody might not be here.
Gosh, dang. Between C.J. Stroud and Bobby Slowick, man. Yes, I'm going to walk around with one, man, every Thursday, Friday, man. Just walk around with one.
It's the pleats.
It's good that I think it's more or less that it's not just the talking, but the action on the field also matches what it is they say.
I'm just no doubt about it. I mean, I just set aside Robert Woods and Tank Dell and all that jive, and just the offensive play caller for the Houston Texans gets it, man. It's not that it's some rocket science. It's just a way of thinking, a mindset, a method to the madness. I mean, this dude just gets it on so many. And I'm not ready to say after 6 weeks this guy's going to be the next Kyle Shanahan or the next best play caller in America, and that this offense is going to be the Kurt Warner Rams or hell, the Kyle Shanahan 49. I don't know what the hell it's going to be. But, man, talking the game, the dude just gets it. And that is, you don't want to hear somebody say, well, we're going to ask Noah Brown to do all the things that Robert Woods was doing. It's like, no. We got the ability, the flexibility to say, okay, Robert's not here. We're not going to ask all these other guys around Robert to do something different, right? Me as the coach and the play caller, and CJ's going to have to adjust a bit. We're going to adjust. And we're going to do what Tank Dell and Noah Brown and Nico Collins and John Mitch, we're going to do what those guys, our offense is going to be what those guys do well. We're not going to ask them to be something that they're not. This offensive coordinator gets it, man.
Yeah, we'll see. I don't think that Robert Woods is, when you look at it, you think, oh, it's a huge miss. Right, but I do think there is something to him being a trusted person that CJ trusts and is as much as like a security blanket to him. He leads the team in targets, and it's not targets down the field. Many times on third downs or something this year, it seems like he is looking that way. So I do think there is a more of a potential miss of him than I would have thought, a month ago. Or a month. It does seem to be a guy that he goes to and looks for when he's in some trouble. So I think there is some adjustment there if he's not going to be able to play.
Yeah, look, he's a headsy, crafty veteran that, you said it right, is a security blanket for the quarterback, and that's valuable, no doubt about it. I just would rather my offense, the guy that's getting the most targets, be a guy that's explosive.
Well, I agree with you.
I would rather, and look, I know, again, New England did, I mean, they won a lot of football games with Julian Edelman and what's the other, Wes Welker and
Danny Amendola.
Danny Amendola and all those guys being the most targeted. And look, I get it, man. It is important, but if Robert Woods isn't going to play, that means just by default that the guy that's targeted the most in this game Sunday between the Texans and the Panthers is going to be a much more explosive player. And so I'm here for it.
Big 3 at 3. Number 3.
All right, as I was excited about the Rockets season last year, then they just went and just stunk up the bed yesterday, and they lose by 30. They get their asses kicked by 30 yesterday. Don't even put up 90 points. And it's not like, oh, all right, man, okay. Hey, man, what do you expect him to do against the Bucks? What do you expect him to do against the Nuggets? No, it was the damn Magic. All right, it was the Magic team that you would hope that they are somewhere near the same space as. And I'm still, listen, it's game one. I'm not going to let Robert Horry really crush my dreams, but that sure as hell wasn't a good start. As your two young players kick things off.
I need you to dig in a little bit, Ron, because I'll be honest with you. I got through with my family. I put my toes up, and I talked into my little my remote. And I said Rockets, and that damn thing clicked over there.
Okay.
It said it didn't even go to the channel. It just brings up the box score on the right hand side, and I saw where they got skull drugged. So I need you. I need you to tell me a little bit about what you saw.
Yeah, in a nutshell, man, the two young guys that you hope to be your centerpieces or guys that are going to help you, Jalen and Jabari were 5 for 19. It just struggled mightily. And two guys they just got to pick it up. I will say I was encouraged a bit with Dylan Brooks, who had a pretty good game. I was nervous that Dylan Brooks would come over here and say, "Aha, no Ja." No Desmond Bain. Now it's me. But he only shot 7 times. He put up 7 shots. 5 of 7. He did pretty well. And so I was encouraged by that. But those young guys, man, and again, like it looked a little bit too close to Steven Silas type of time there. I'm not. It's one game.
This is what I wanted to hear.
Like just at times it was just like disjointed again, and we'll see, especially defensively, just disjointed again, and that part was a good start to what the hell I was looking for. Not a good start. All right, Robert Woods is having some issues, and I gotta. We may need to address something. Is this on us? Did we do this to Robert Woods? I think maybe we potentially played a part in the Robert Woods situation. We'll discuss that and continue with everything coming up on the drive. But, hey, I'll tell you this, because I'm in this boat, and I know I am. It's time to sell your car, your truck, your vehicle. And if you're thinking like I am of selling your vehicle, you better do it soon, because these prices may never.
Radio 610.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings and live with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, make your way on out here. As you heard, there with the Buffalo Wild Wings here in Humble. 6840 FM 1960 here in Humble, and you can win. Shout out to Sue, who is our latest winner. Sue won a $25 Visa gift card, and she's thrilled. There she goes, throwing up the peace sign and letting the people out the bar know. Come on out, have a good time. You have good drinks. You got a chance to win something.
Ryan, you ever heard that song, Boy Named Sue?
I've not.
It's a good one.
Really? Never heard it.
It's good. Tells a pretty good story. Sue, not that you have anything to do with that. I mean, that's obviously she's a beautiful lady. I just, when I hear the name Sue, I always think of that song. I go back to that song of.
Is that a Johnny Cash tune?
I don't know who sings it, to be honest with you.
Who sings it? 713-572-4610. Who sings? What's it called? A Boy Named Sue?
Boy Named Sue. About an old man, a boy that his son named. He named his son Sue, and Sue became a mean sucker. And then he got in a bar fight with his dad over it, and his dad tells him, "I named you that so you'd be tougher than nails, son."
I could see.
There's more to the story, but that's essentially how
it's all Johnny Cash.
I could see this Sue getting into a bar fight.
Sue Crosby Huffman way. Sue may have whooped a tail or two.
It's a great point.
She looks like her and Linda could be a tag team.
Fair. That is a huge compliment. Linda's my mother.
Could be a hell of a tag team.
You run into Linda and Sue in the streets.
Come on, look out.
Be careful.
Come over there and whoop that ass.
I wouldn't get real lippy.
I wouldn't. Yeah, Sue looks like she take your knees out and get you low, and Linda will come up top. They don't care about that flag.
I hate to tell you.
Hey, fellas, I was thinking about this, Tyler, Clint, and we had a lot of fun with Robert Woods yesterday, didn't we? Talking about Robert Woods, and boy, I'm telling you, hey, man, what a gig it is for you. $7 million a year. Clint went through his whole week, play a game on Sunday.
Yeah.
Rest Monday. Day off Tuesday. Day off Wednesday. Get a nice little sweat, practice it on Thursday.
Wow, dude.
Friday, travel Saturday, play a game on Sunday.
Pick up a check for, do that math. 7 meal divided by 17 every Tuesday. 7 meal divided by 17. That's, I'm no math genius here, but I think that's about 400,000 every Tuesday.
Hey, listen, I thought, man, he's just rested, keeping them legs rested. Damn, we come out today is Robert Woods is really hurt.
411,000 every Tuesday afternoon.
411. How about that?
411 stacks
for Robert Woods.
Love that money.
On one of your 4 days off.
One of them. Tuesday, that day off.
Well, man.
It ain't nothing like having 3 in a row, isn't it? We got a little film, get a little sweat. No practice. But he's really hurt.
Yeah, this time he's really hurt. Where'd this come from? Because it was his ribs. This must have happened at practice.
It's set. No, that's it. I know he was on the injured list with foot.
Oh, after the
yeah.
What was that, New Orleans?
I think it's the last 2 weeks. He said the injury has been foot, but I didn't know. I didn't know it was this bad.
Keep him out. Yeah.
Yeah, I didn't know it was this bad. I'll
be honest with you. Look, you would rather not. You would rather not, lose a guy like Robert Woods with the offense humming the way it is, your quarterback playing as well as he's playing. You would rather not lose a player like Robert Woods, obviously. But, boy, what an opportunity for one of the more explosive pass catchers in this game to see to show us what he can do.
Yeah. Apologize, Rob, man.
Oh, you gonna take that?
I apologize. I take a little bit of it. I take 20% of that. Yeah, that was. I never in my wildest dreams thought he was actually hurt.
Yeah, no, I thought it was wrist.
I know, yes, because I said, this week it's the. I think I literally, Tyler, believe I said, this week it's the foot.
Air quotes.
Air quotes. It's the foot that's coming because he's had a wrist, he's had a foot, he's had ribs.
Don't forget about that hairline.
No, okay, guys, man. Just gotta let him clear through, man. Tyler's gonna hit him with the side of the car.
He's definitely hurting in that damn hairline.
Every time. Oh, you know what? Speaking of you, Tyler, and I feel like the people need to jump in. We need to make a decision. So Tyler is heading down to Charlotte. He's going to Charlotte for the game on Sunday. And if you remember, Clint Tyler's week started Monday at Game 7 at Minute Maid Park at the AL Field. Started Game 7 ALCS. And Tyler, he's down there. Him and Megan, his wife, they go to the game, and we understand what happened with the Astros and the Rangers in Game 7. Now he is going to Carolina for a game that the Texans are favored in. They're 3.5-point road favorites on the road. CJ against the winless Carolina Panthers. Can we declare Tyler as a bad luck charm if they lose Sunday? I just is that on the table? That Tyler is a bad luck charm, and this show curse and everything. I think there should be a Tyler Milner curse if they go down there and lose with him in attendance.
What are you doing, man?
I'm just saying. I think this is something that could be interesting. I'm about fairness. I'm about fairness, and I know if I went to one of those events, he'd be dropping that curse thing. He'd be doing all this. It'd be show curse, Ron curse, and all of this. No, I just think if twice in a week, favorite games, the Astros and the Texans, and they lose with him and Megan. I'll throw Megan in this with both of them in attendance. I think there's a potential Milner curse.
Man, the whole city's going to pile on Tyler if these Texans lose.
I'm just saying.
Tyler, I'm not part of this.
Thank you.
So you don't vote yes on this. I vote.
It's not true. I have a great record.
I think at this point we'd have to look at it.
I'm just going to tell you. I mean, this would be a hell of a week, Bob.
No, it would be. I'm not worried. The Texans are going to win. It doesn't matter.
This would be worse than predicted. All of those things happening.
I felt really good about what was going on in the state of Texas.
But you didn't. You didn't go. You didn't go. He's arrived, right? He spent money at that. I think we should be looking at a Milner curse.
No way. Zero chance. No way.
Not sure if he's a curse, but he's burning through that maroon money.
Now that is factual. It's not good.
I got a few people agreeing right here. I think I'm just saying, man. 2 in 1 week,
which is exactly what you're looking
for. Their
Ryan.
favorite 2 in 1
week. For somebody to jump on board.
No, I'm just saying. The real ones know who I am, and we've heard from our own listeners, dude. We heard that caller it was about a year ago or so, but he said, "Man, Tyler, you're so H-Town. I can't be so H-Town and be a curse to the teams of H-Town."
Sure you can.
Actually,
you can. From the text line, oh hell no, somebody's got to kidnap Tyler.
Guys, I'm going to Carolina, and they're going to win.
It's the Milner curse.
Have you laid out your itinerary yet? Where are you going?
Yeah, we got the itinerary pretty set. I'm going to have to change my outfits, though, I think, man. I thought it was going to be a little cooler, and I just looked at the forecast. They're going to have some record highs for them up there.
Ron, you're the only one that can be a curse. You're not even from here. So, Tyler's going to 2 games in 1 week that you're favored in. And let them lose to the Carolina Panthers. The winless Carolina Panthers. I think that's the part of it. The winless Carolina Panthers. I think there's a Milner curse.
We're winning.
I think you have to agree to it, Tyler. Milner curse on the line right now.
I'm not agreeing to crap.
Sunday. Got to. All this Robert Woods talk has me thinking about something that I think we've talked about. The running game as something that needs to improve in the second half after the bye week. I think there's another thing potentially that needs to improve and get better to really get the best out of this offense. We'll discuss that coming up next.
All right, fellas, look, all you guys out there with a head full of hair, man, congratulations. All the studies out there show that one of the most attractive physical features on a man is a full head of hair. Unfortunately, for those out there that don't have a full head of hair,
win. There you go. There you go. You got a chance to win. We'll be hooking somebody up with a $25 Visa gift card. Hell yeah. Bring your family in and have them all sign their names. What I would do. Yeah, I see you, big dog.
You'd have Lauren signing?
Oh, Lauren would have walked up here and signed her name. I'd have had all 5 of my gang. They'd all signed their name.
Don't you have to be 18?
No. Hey, man, what are you doing, man? No, man.
Just saying that doesn't sound fair. I think you got to be 18, right?
Hey, man. Hey,
Mr. By the book. Hey, man.
Hey, man.
I mean, I started on promo team, man. You know, I got those rules imprinted in me.
Where did you come from?
I mean, what is this guy
He
doing?
came through the ropes, baby. Don't you got to be 18?
You ain't never lived by no damn rules, and all of a sudden now you want to try to enforce them?
Yeah, you're right. F it, man.
I'd had all
do
my
it.
kids. As I said, I'd had all my 18-year-old kids signing.
Hell, you were telling us
18.
stories about sneaking alcohol on the first vacation you took with your first girlfriend.
Oh, yeah,
and now you want to talk about somebody being 18. Were you 21?
I don't even remember
I was
that.
not, and her father was not happy with me.
I told you I'd have left your ass in Garner. Yep. And I'd have dared me.
Oh, my mom and dad would have said good.
You got to pay for his bus ticket back, or hope he has some buddies, or drive your tail up there and pick him
I
up.
don't even know what that
and
means,
get
but
back in
that's
his
just
car.
that phrasing of "I'd have left your ass in Garner."
That's the name of the state park he was at when he did it.
It's a dry county, by the way.
Yeah, so get on out here, man. Have a good time.
Yes, dry
as
county.
It's a good time. It is a dry county, by the way. I just found that out. So come hang out with us. By the way, tomorrow you can also hang out with us as we'll be at Kirby Ice House on the east side there, and for a little football Friday. So come hang out with us there as well.
Well, it's on East Side Street. It's not on the East Side.
Okay. Yes.
Man, this is the Ron police today.
We got to make sure that people know where to go.
Hey,
man.
you got a probation officer?
Oh, man.
You got a probation
I think
officer?
I need a cup to pee in right now.
I didn't
need a
realize
cup
your
to pee
probation
in,
officer
man.
was doubling his our damn
man,
producer.
Hey, man, you got it. Hey, tell the people.
He is right, though. Man.
Yeah,
Go ahead, man.
it'll be a
Go
football
ahead,
Friday
man.
over on East Side Street. It's near
go ahead,
Kirby,
man.
near our station over here. It is not
take
on the east side of town. There you go.
Okay. Yeah, all right, man. You good? You good, man? Yeah, man. Oh, man.
Love you,
You're
buddy.
trying to take the wind. Hey, you're trying to take the wind out of Ron's sails, man.
I mean, God.
You still got 3 hours of show to do, man. Don't do that to me.
I'm sorry, man. I just simply said, man, you think he heard you, and now you still carrying that with you.
Oh, Lord.
I just simply said you think he heard you, and now you still carrying that with you, man. Just calm down, man.
Ah, man, I'm carrying your
East
love
Side
with me.
Street, man. I said off East Side, but off East Side Street. Sorry about that. All right.
I got your back, bro.
No, you do.
See, I'm in a little bit of a tough spot. Here. Because you said East Side. Yesterday you said East Side as well. And you got a little sensitive earlier in the week, so I bit my tongue. And now here your parole officer is coming, and your probation officer in here coming in here just taking the wind.
Look out for the people.
I got it. I got sensitive. I just reacted.
I mean,
All right.
I can understand where your probation officer's coming from, but at the same time, man, leave my guy alone.
I'm just telling you, man. Y'all
Officer Tyler,
Here,
leave
y'all
my
go
guy
ahead.
alone.
Here, I'm gonna hand it to you. I'm gonna hand it to y'all. Shit. Y'all want to say it right here? You want to say it here? You take
Man,
it.
you're
baby.
almost
You do
cussing
it.
on the air.
You
Come
do
on,
it.
man.
You go ahead and do it. No, damn it. Anyway, y'all just come out where the hell you want to come tomorrow. To be honest with you, just drive around and come out to where you come. But at least drive your cars to Kirby Ice House. The one off of what?
East Side Street.
Oh, can I say that? Off of East Side. So I'll say off of I just won't say off East Side. I'll say off East Side Street. So come on out there, hang out with us tomorrow, Football Friday. All right, I do want to get this because you brought up multiple times about Robert Woods being the guy who's targeted the most by C.J. Stroud right now, and generally we've had conversations about things that you hope pick up in and after the bye week. And one thing that I'm looking at, Clint, is I hope, and I really hope, you look at the first 6 games and you see what things have happened. Guys, that Nico Collins, the rest of the way after the bye week, as you saw what works and what things don't, I hope that he is made a priority within games to get more touches. I mean, a priority to say, all right, we're going in the games and we're going to make a concerted effort to get him more touches. Because I look at this, he is in the top 10 in receiving yards in the NFL. But if you look at him and everybody else in the top 10, targets-wise, he is clearly last. clearly last. The closest one to him is DJ Moore of the Bears, who's in the top 10, but he has 10 more targets. I mean, you start to look at guys like Tyreek Hill, who's got 74 targets, and he's got and he's got 42. You look at a guy like Keenan Allen, who Justin Herbert's refusing to throw it to anyone else. But Keenan Allen's got above 80 targets, and he's got 42. But he's still top 10 in yards with his limited amount of targets compared to everybody else. And when you talk about big play people, he has clearly been the big play guy. And, like, for me, I look at, like, his last game, he's got, like, 4 catches on 5 targets. I think he needs to be made a priority more now that we've seen what he can do. And just, as you said, he's hard to tackle. He touches it. I think he should be a priority to get touches and targets, too, each week more than he was the first 6 games.
Yeah, it's interesting. I don't know. We've talked about this before, and then Bobby okey-doked me like the season game where they had him, he became the motion guy, and they threw a screen to him out of the backfield on a little swing screen to the left, and then they lined him up on the right, and he caught a slant. And the hell, that may have been regular season. I don't remember what it was. But to me, that's not what Nico Collins is. Now, he can be that guy, and was that day, did a really good job of it. But to me, he is that, again, that boundary receiver, keep you honest. If you want to play a cover 2 shell to keep him from going off, then we're going to throw it to him underneath. But if you want to play that cover 2 shell, you want to play the corner deep to keep us from taking shots, okay, then we'll run the tree underneath, and Nico can get it that way. But I just don't think he's going to be a guy they're going to move around and get more targets for. I think the defense is always going to dictate how many targets Nico Collins gets.
But, man, Clint, his run after catch ability, which has been clear to me, is like you got to find a way to get the ball in his hands. I mean, he's got top 10 in yards, and he's getting less targets than Robert Woods. Yeah. Like, I just feel like we see what his isn't just like I watch DK Metcalf, and sometimes DK Metcalf is what you're talking about. Like the coverage kind of dictates it, and he goes and just makes catches on them. Well, this guy catches slants, and I mean, his slants can be 25 yards or more. His slants can be the house, and sometimes they'll just go and not get him the ball. The Atlanta game, he had low amount of targets in the game, and I just think if you're talking about, like, if you tell me right now who is the most big play guy for the team, it's got to be him or Tank.
Yeah,
it's got to be him or Tank, and his isn't just go route. I don't even know how many times. I don't even know if he's caught like a just straight up, run down the field, fade or go route. His has been get the ball in his hands, and his big plays have come with the run of the catch. I mean, the Texans are, I think, second in the league with 25-plus yard plays with 17. I bet he's got a good chunk of those. And
it's all catch and run.
Yeah, and that's why I think they've got to do more to me. Like, to me, as much as they're throwing the ball, he can't have, to me, 4 target games. 5 target games. Damn sure would know the Tank in the game last week.
Right. But for me, that comes from, I agree with you, but I remember watching, I guess it was the Atlanta film, and it's clearly man. Whether it's pre-snap man-to-man or at the snap that half safety rolls down into the box. Either way you slice it, you got Nico, your guy, one-on-one. And he's running some kind of inverted corner route that takes a lot of time. And the quarterback, his clock is just so quick that he's not even looking at it. Now, the question is with the offensive line getting better, with no Robert Woods, is that a time where C.J. Stroud sits in there, lets him run his route, and feels comfortable behind this line enough to let him run his route, and they start getting chunk plays that way? Because you're right, all of his production has come, for the most part, underneath mid-range throws that have been run after catch.
My thought is, all right, you've had 6 weeks and you didn't identify, okay, who are our playmakers?
Yeah.
Right, like, who are our guys that are playmakers? I mean, I think there's an argument. Nico's been the number one playmaker.
The most consistent.
Right, in terms of big plays that happen. Him, Tank, those guys should all have increased. I just, like, for me, I'm uncomfortable with Robert Woods having more targets than Nico. I mean, he's top 10 in yards and clearly well below others when it comes to targets and how many times their teams try to get the ball to them. All right. What you got coming up at the 4?
Well, you talking about the wide receivers. The offensive coordinator, Bobby Slowick, he spoke today, talked a little bit about the plan if wide receiver Robert Woods is indeed out. We'll hear from the offensive play caller, who, by the way, it's always football horny clips galore when he speaks. So plan for Robert Woods and the expectation for the run game from your Houston Texans offensive coordinator. That's next.
All right, before we get there, guys, it's quickly turning to
to Houston. Insider access, exclusive content. The Texans play here. Always live on the free Odyssey app. Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. Clint Stoerner's Football at 4.
That's right. It's Football at 4, and we are at Buffalo Wild Wings, FM 1960. Come hang out with us, 1960. The exact address is 6840 FM 1960 up in Atascocita Way. Come through and hang out. We got, I think we got some specials. What special did he say earlier? Some food specials.
Oh, yeah. It's boneless wings, baby.
Got some boneless wings specials
one,
around here. Ron's already had a couple of hints. The drinks or the options are.
Exactly. I've had one Henny Hustle.
Oh, I'm sorry. But anyway, I mean, they got tall draft beers, they got bottled beer, they got mixed drinks, whatever you need. Come through. They got TVs everywhere. This is a great setup. The big new what people nowadays call a jukebox has caught my eye over here on the wall. I need to get one of those for the house. See if I can't talk Buffalo Wild Wings out of one of them. But come through, hang out with us. It's only going to get better as the afternoon rolls along here. Don't let that rain keep you out. Come on through and hang out, say hello, cuss and discuss what we got going on here in our beautiful city of Houston. Again, Buffalo Wild Wings off 1960. We've got this Thursday here. We've been blessed.
Thursday, yeah.
Well, Thursday. We've been blessed in many ways. But Bobby Slowick, the offensive coordinator for the Texans, he spoke. And that's always when Tyler's radar goes up immediately, it is alert. Possible football horny clip is on its way.
Alert.
Yes. And when CJ speaks and when Bobby speaks, it's probably going to happen. Well, today, not only do we have a clip worthy, but it's a pretty important topic. Ron, you mentioned it last segment briefly. But the most targeted receiver on this Texans football team right now is questionable.
Yep.
And the report was what, Ron?
That he's not likely to play. Not likely to play with the foot issue.
That's talk out. And look, Robert Woods is a guy that is a veteran. He's a crafty receiver that is a safety blanket for the quarterback. And the Texans have a young quarterback that's played, well above expectations. And I think if I'm being honest, Robert Woods has a lot to do with that. And so Robert Woods not being there this week is a big deal. It's a big talking point. And Bobby Slowick was obviously asked about it, I think, right off the jump today in his meeting with the media. Here's Texans offensive coordinator talking about the plan for this Texans offense if wide receiver Robert Woods is indeed out this weekend.
I've mentioned this before, but we have a whole stable of receivers that we feel really good about. We think all of them have traits and things that they do really well. And we want each of them, we want to put all of them in positions to take advantage of their skills, So Woody has his skill set that he's really good at and that we take advantage of, and he continues to grow in. Nico has his, Tank has his, Mesh has his, Hutch has his. It's not so much like, oh man, if we miss any of these guys, we're missing this piece. It's more, okay, well, as a group, these two guys do this other thing. Well, how do we take advantage of the same hole, maybe in a different way? That's really any time we miss anybody as a skill player on offense.
Texans fans, I just want to. We're going to discuss this. There's layers here. It is so refreshing to have an offensive play caller and weekly with the media that gets it. That gets it and isn't.
Saw it in your eyes. It touched you.
Oh, come on, man! I mean, it gets it and isn't scared to communicate that to the fan base. So you're not sitting back there guessing about rookies don't know what rookies don't know, and we're not sitting back there guessing about what the hell Bill O'Brien's talking about. If he does indeed talk, if he says anything like it, it's just refreshing to know you got a guy that came out of a system. There is an identity there, and this guy gets it, and he's confident enough to communicate what the hell's going on with us as a fan base. And it is so – it is such a big deal to have an offensive coordinator that's not going to ask somebody else to be Robert Woods. He views it as, let me tweak my offense to get Nico, as you mentioned last segment, get Nico more involved maybe. Let me tweak my offense to lean towards getting Dalton Schultz, who's caught a touchdown 3 straight games. Get your $10 million a year tight end more involved in more touches. Let him be the safety blanket that Robert Woods was. Tank Dell is back. Let's get Tank Dell some touches in the creative ways that we've been able to do it. So I just, before we even dig off into what Robert Woods not playing actually means, Bobby Slowick is just a dude that gets it and is a big-time weapon for this team.
Yeah, it's the thing that we always say coaches should do, but they don't always do it.
Not that easy, right?
And it's not easy, and they don't always want to do it. It is easy, right? You have a system of what you want to do and what type of player you need.
Well, and Ron, it's those guys that are like, oh, it's my system. My system works no matter what.
Yes, and I think that's a bit out of fear, though. Out of fear of, do I know it? Like, do I know how to?
Sure.
Do I know how to do this? Like, all right, I know what to do with such and such player, and you would think in terms of, all right, you get one of the receivers out. Noah Brown seems like the natural one since he's back to step in, him or Hutchinson.
Yeah.
But Noah Brown, you would think, as Noah Brown stepped in as the third receiver last week when Tank was down 2 weeks ago. When Tank was down, but he's not going to say, hey, Noah, you just do what Robert Woods did.
Yeah, and then expect him to do it the same way. Yeah, I'm stoked about this. Can we talk about why Nico doesn't have a nickname? He just rattled off every receiver, and every one of them had a nickname. Woody, by the way, I like
Woody. That's
I
natural
love when you get the last name Woods. Woody's great.
Woody, or Woodson, or Wood. Yeah,
Darren Woodson was Woody, and
any Wood.
That's all. I don't know if I've ever called him Darren. Woody's solid.
Yeah.
Mechie was Mech.
That's easy,
right?
But Tank's already
Tank
living. He's living with
has
the nickname.
One. I don't think he mentioned Noah.
Yeah,
in that run.
Yeah, that's MB.
Nico seems like a guy that needs a nickname.
His name is just, I don't know. I mean, what do you do? I mean, Nico feels like just right. Like it's what do you?
You think his parents did a good enough job naming?
It's hard to not, because I feel like if you're trying, you're forcing. You're trying to force it in. Like, what you gonna call him? Inco?
Freako Nico.
Freako Nico.
Yeah, right there. You're trying too hard.
yeah.
Like that's you trying to force.
That's
a valiant
Eastside
effort.
Street,
That's
bro.
just. I mean, that's
It
just
was a valiant effort.
That was uncalled for.
What'd he say?
He hit you with Eastside Street, man. Something about Eastside Street.
I'm trying to be nice, right? I really am.
That's uncalled for.
I'm trying to be nice. I mean,
we can't mess with each other, dude.
I know we can, but I know when I mess with you, you're gonna be mad.
I don't know what you're talking about. I'm all smiles, brother.
You're gonna be mad. That's what you do, and you say it anyway. But no, I don't. Yeah, I think like right there. Even Tyler attempted. It was a valiant effort, but that's still like you going Freako Nico. Like you going hard. That's tough, right?
You make a good point, mate. Nico doesn't.
Mitch.
I mean, if you can ball,
Mitch,
Nico doesn't need much, and it's quick. It's easy to get out. It stuck out to me. Like, how come everybody else has a nickname and Nico doesn't?
And listen, I believe he tried. I believe he searched to.
Yeah, it's
because his first and last.
I got confidence in my nickname skills.
Can you go NC?
No,
that ain't because that doesn't flow.
It would have to be something completely off the rack, like
NC Hammer,
like Nathaniel and Tank, or Devin and Motor. Like it's not. It can't be something with his name because it would have to be something. And you have to know him to give somebody that kind of nickname.
Big baby
around him.
It's Hammer time. NC Hammer.
I mean, I'm gonna take my headset off.
I really don't like that, Tyler.
I'm gonna walk, man. The voice is doing it and everything.
You can't hear Vandermeer saying that.
But you're right. On the report, the report that Robert Woods is out from a football perspective, Ron. I don't like to see anybody get hurt, obviously. And Robert Woods is a big part of this offense.
Yeah, highest target player on the team.
Yes, but is it okay that I'm excited about whoever the most targeted player is on this team Sunday versus the Carolina Panthers is going to be an explosive player?
I hope so. Yeah, you should.
I mean, you mentioned Nico, wanting Nico to get more touches, and I think they'll leave him kind of couched as that boundary guy, but they may move him around a little bit. Tank Dell's back, and he's going to be more of he's going to play I would think, as big a role as he played when he got injured. I just, whoever's going to get those, I don't know, 8 to 10 targets is going to be a more explosive player, which in turn should provide us with some bigger chunk plays.
Yeah, it'll be interesting who that is, because whenever he almost plays the role Robert Woods is, which traditionally you see a quarterback with a tight end. I feel like on third and 6 and 7, I think he trusts. All right, I know he's going to run his route right here, and their anticipation throws that he puts on them. I wonder who that guy is that all right, I'll trust to go and put it in. I don't know if it's, I don't know who it is, but that's the part that will be interesting. If it is Nico or if it is Tank, they'll be much more explosive.
Yeah,
let's know about Noah.
Let's hear from the offensive coordinator as well on the run game. Look, we're going to talk this run game until it gets better. It is a huge hot button topic. It's a big problem for the Texans. They've got to get this right. Of course, D'Amico and everybody that meets with the media is asked about it. Here's the offensive coordinator for the Texans, Bobby Slowick, when he was asked about the run game continuing to improve.
Yeah, I'd say absolutely. The nice thing about bye weeks is you really get a chance to self-evaluate. You constantly do it as a year goes on, week to week, but it's the first time you really get to just remove yourself from any opponent or game plan process for a couple days and hone in on, okay, where are we at right now, really in the run in the pass game? What are things we know we have to fix? What are things we do really well that we got to continue doing? And I think that process helps, in particular for us in the run game, where we've been growing every week and we want to keep growing every week, along with just having a group up front with continuity. That's obviously a big deal, being able to have the same guys up front every week. And then our backs just getting an understanding of the scheme and the system and what we're trying to get done, and managing the loads of all those guys. We really believe in a running back by committee. We really want to make sure everybody touches the ball, but we want guys to be fast, fresh every time they touch it. And I think last game against New Orleans was probably the best we did in that regard. Sheridan the load right there.
How confident are you this thing gets better?
Fresh. I think it's better this week. It's better this week against this team. Listen, I'm confident that it will get better, and I said it earlier this week. I'm confident in it'll get better because I base a lot of my thoughts on what we've seen before, and evidence of what we've seen. And the evidence to me is that one thing that I've loved about what Bobby Slowick has done is this offense doesn't exactly look like where he came from.
Yeah.
It looks like he's using the players that he has and their skill set, right? And he's been successful in doing that, and he's adjusted. I don't believe Bobby Slowick, and based a lot of what he just said about the guys replacing potentially Robert Woods, I don't believe Bobby Slowick just comes out and is just going to say, you know what, man, like this thing is like Novocaine, baby. We're just going to keep doing it, right? We're just going to keep doing it, man. We're going to keep doing it. And our offensive line may struggle with the zone scheme, and our backs may struggle with the zone scheme, and we're going to – I think that he will do what he needs to do to put the run game in its best position. That's what he's shown through the first 6 games of the year. So I have confidence that it will get better because they won't just keep banging their head against the wall.
You said that yesterday, and I think you're on to something because the big picture, Bobby Slowick doesn't appear to be a guy that is married to one way of doing things. Hell, we just got through the day right there of him talking about the wide receivers and going, no, we're not going to ask somebody to do what Robert Woods does. We're going to ask the guys to do what they do well. You got to believe that Bobby Slowick, hell, I don't have to believe it, I know it, he just said it, that he watched the film, self-evaluate, and start doing what, or at least try to continue improving by doing what your guys do well. I got to believe that your point yesterday, you just made it again of man, I mean, I trust that Bobby's going to make the right adjustments and not keep beating his head against the wall kind of deal. I think I'm with you on that, man. I think I'm with you on that.
I trust that he says he will. I trust he'll do something and it's like, hey man, I'm not gonna just keep doing what we do, because this is what we do. I'm not going to just because this is what we do. So, I believe they'll get it better. And I just think they got too many talented. Like, it doesn't make sense that they suck this bad in the run game with the guys they have potentially up front. Now, when it was a mix of in and out guys and Austin Deculus and things like that.
Right.
But this is this is a group that's too good up front and backs that are too good behind them to be this bad. I'm not saying that they're the Ravens or the Titans in their heyday or whatever, but they're better than this. Right, they're better than not being able to really produce anything.
Yeah,
and I just think they could be at least middle of the road or something like that.
If they get this run game rolling, man, and again,
I don't think that's too much to ask.
Well, it's not too much to ask at all with how much money you've got invested in the offensive line. And the reality is, man, if you get that run game rolling, just average, an NFL average run game, with what what C.J. Stroud and Nico Collins and company are doing, man, you've got as complete an offense as there is in the league. I mean, in terms of complementary, running it and throwing it, if they can get the run game going, Ron, outside of just there's some teams out there that are just ridiculously explosive. I mean, with certain players, that you don't have that. But when you talk about being complete and being efficient and being able to just consistently do things well in both phases of offense, if the Texans can get the run game going, man, it's going to be a tough beat, man.
Dameon Pierce is better than 2.8 yards a carry.
I agree wholeheartedly.
Like that, they're better than that up front and with him. All right, coming up as we're live here, Buffalo Wild Wings here in Humble. Make your way on out here, and if you're in the building, you got a couple of minutes because we're going to hook somebody up with the next $25 gift card, Visa gift card. All you got to do is sign your name, put it in the raffle box. We're going to give the next winner their $25 gift card coming up next. But before we get to doing that, I'm telling you, Dusty Baker, he retired officially today, and I'm telling you, that press conference did not sound like a guy retiring from all of the accomplishments, all the success that the Astros had under Dusty Baker. You wait till you hear what that sounded like, and we'll have that for you.
Wings and Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
That's right, as we are live here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Let me hear the people. People are out here. There they go. So got a nice little crowd out here, man. People stop by. My man. It's Ron, by the way. But no, man, it's a good time. Come on out here, man. It's 4:30, and I know folks is getting off work. Congratulations to our guy Scott. And Scott said he's going to be at Yellow Rose tonight.
Heading that way.
Remember, hanging out should be a good time. Yellow Rose tonight, Sean Pendergast.
Now, Tyler will be there. Tyler will be there with a steak and a
I believe I called him Sean Pendergast. Sean Pendergast.
All right.
And I got you, Tyler. Don't worry. I got
Come
you.
on, Sean.
Sean Pendergast. He'll be kicking things off as good conversation. Good conversation. He'll be out there. So Scott Boyd just winning. Scott winning tickets. Scott winning $25 gift cards.
Make sure he's playing the lottery, man.
Like I said, everybody in here, we got 2 more gifts we're going to hook people up with throughout to the end of the show. 6 o'clock, all you got to do, just sign your name, put it in the box, and you could be a winner. You ain't got to sign you ain't got to give your address. You ain't got to give all that. Just sign your name, put it in. And you have a chance to be a winner. We appreciate you all coming out and hanging out with us. All right, the big thing of the day, the last 2 days, is the Astros season came to an end. Dusty Baker, his career with the Astros as well came to an end. And I want to make that very clear. His career with the Astros came to an end because it's not so certain that he is done with baseball. But if I were to ask you, Clint, listening to what we've heard from the interview, watching the interview, and by the way, I know, Tyler, you saw it very, very clearly. Dusty with a nice little clean green, kind of checkerboard green little jacket with a nice little blue pants he rolled with the tie. I probably wouldn't have worn that tie, but he got away with it nice. He looked clean as he set it down. Nice shoes. I like the kicks as well. So Dusty put it together nicely on his retirement press conference. But what was the overall feel of the press conference.
I'll be honest with you. The more I think about it, it seems like Dusty was on that stage with somebody he didn't want to be on that stage with.
And looking out at some people out there that he didn't want to be looking out with.
Yeah, and I thought Crane did a hell of a job and was very genuine and sincere in his comments about Dusty Baker. I just don't believe that Dusty Baker and Dana Brown. I just don't believe that those two guys have seen eye to eye.
You don't think that match?
I don't believe that they've seen eye to eye. I don't believe that Dusty Baker appreciates some of the games that Dana Brown played. And I don't think Dusty Baker has the ability to sit on that stage, even though it's in a press conference setting, and hide and completely conceal his dislike, distrust for somebody that he's on that stage with. That may be a bit much. Some people may disagree, but that's, to me, kind of what the vibe was. It wasn't.
It wasn't the vibe.
I expected it to be a much more of a celebration feel.
Yes.
And it wasn't.
It didn't have the vibe of, hey, man, this guy who just went to 4 straight ALCSs, went to 2 World Series, and won a championship and won 3 division titles, is retiring. The most successful manager in the history of the organization. It didn't feel like that person was retiring.
Right.
Yeah. It did not. That's not what it felt like. It felt like there was tension. It felt like
well,
there was, and I'm gonna tell you, Dusty flat out had an agenda that he wanted to get across on multiple different ways about kind of what you mentioned about like his feel of, I would say, disrespect in some manner. He wanted to get that across on multiple occasions, as he did.
Yeah, I agree. I just, it's unfortunate because what Dusty, what he managed this team through with the fallout of the sign stealing scandal, the COVID-19, and ultimately 4 more ALCSs, 2 more World Series appearances, 1 World Series win. Hell, the 2 years he lost in the ALCS were both Game 7, weren't they?
Yep.
I mean, so ultimately fell one game short 2 of the 4 years from making it to a World Series again. I mean, you just look whether you like these lineups or not, who gives a rip? Whether you like Diaz over Maldonado or not, who gives a rip? At this point in time, to me, I just expected it to be less about those things and more about, hey, man, my man's tipping his cap and riding off into the sunset as it pertains to Houston. Let's celebrate it.
I thought he was going to go Bobby Knight, and hit him with that. I hope they bury me upside down so all my critics can kiss my ass. I thought and stared dead at Chandler Rome. I thought that's what he was going to say. Like I know, Tyler, you were watching it. You got that feel right too. Like it was just this feels off.
Yeah, I know it happened at times. It felt awkward. It was definitely not a big party to send Dusty off.
Did you expect that, T? Did you expect that?
Not to the extent that I feel like I experienced it. I thought there might, because we just don't know what's going on behind closed doors with how all this really shook out. So I thought maybe a little, but I didn't expect it to kind of just bleed through like that.
I didn't. I'm not surprised. Dusty has left some crumbles out there. Like Dusty will say, y'all gonna thank me later.
But I got
like he said some things leading up. But y'all gonna thank me later. Y'all gonna I'm not surprised because I could see that Dusty, like if you missed it, here's a glimpse of it. Dusty was asked when it came to him, when he started to think about this is going to be my last year with the Astros. This is his response to that.
Well, I started, this winter thinking about it, and then there were a couple instances, a couple articles, a couple things that kind of made up my mind, in late summer. But, that didn't have anything to do with tarnishing my job or anything like that, because I wanted to win, the pennant and then leave, you know what I mean? And the same thing happened in San Francisco. I knew I was leaving in San Francisco, so I wanted to win, and go out the door. But sometimes your plan and life's plans are 2 different things. But, I got to the door, but I didn't quite get through the door.
Yeah, my man said he had listed some articles that pushed him over the top. Like, hey, I started thinking about it this winter, and then this summer there was some articles like he wanted it to be known. Like, that was it. Like, to me, it sounded like, hey man, I don't need this. That's what it sounded like to me. I don't need this. And I told you earlier, honest to God, I feel like Dusty is in my family. I feel like Dusty is like my Uncle Albert Jr. Like, I feel like Dusty is
like your what?
My Uncle Albert Jr.
Uncle
I feel like
Albert
Dusty,
Jr.
Yeah,
you ran them things together, Gene.
That's always have. Never really said Albert Jr., but Uncle Albert Jr. Like, he feels like I deserve a certain level of respect for what I've accomplished and what I've done here. And for somebody in media and Dana Brown to be coming out undercutting me in the media and for the media, some people in the media and fans questioning me 162 days about a lineup in which I have accomplished what I've accomplished here. Like, he feels like I think I could see why he says, I feel like I deserve better than this. And I think that's where he gets to, like, hey man, I don't need this.
Well, you meant to me as in terms of the critics, you're probably right. I mean, in terms of being disrespected or whatever, but like in 2023, you're just going to have to deal with people questioning your lineup, and you're going to have to deal with, especially when Diaz is as good as he is. You're going and Maldonado's is swinging the bat as bad as you're going to have to deal with those critics. That's just what you sign up for. It's when he says a couple of articles. I think he's specifically referring to the articles that quoted Dana Brown and Dana Brown. Because I don't care what you think about Dusty. If you've ever been in an organization in any team sport where you're trying to ultimately you got to win championships, win ball games in order to keep your job, having someone in the organization, anyone, much less the general manager, in any way, shape, or form, undermining what you're doing on a day-to-day basis, in any way, much less through the media, is, to me, it's the number one thing that you just can't have. And Dusty Baker being an old-school baseball guy, player, coach, like, I think he understands. Hey, people are going to question what the hell I do. Even the people in the building may question what I do, but you can't do it through articles. You can't do it. I thought it was Bush League when I read it. And it wouldn't shock me at all if that's not the exact articles that Dusty's talking about.
That man's 74 years old. All of that, I think, is something that he takes to heart. All right, coming up, D'Amico Ryans. He spoke of two things that are pressing issues coming out of the bye week that they have to execute better against the Panthers. We'll let you hear what that is and discuss that coming up next on the Drive.
All right, Ron Kraft Chevrolet in Baytown. Y'all know.
HIMS.com/JOY.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live and loaded. Yeah, sign her up. Let her sign her name in here. Yeah, unless Tyler ain't here. Let her sign.
How you doing, girl?
She's about 3, Tyler. So she's trying to sign her name.
Watch your mouth.
Tyler be the one walk up there and grab all the papers and the pens and say, "No, can't get it. I need to see your ID." Now we're having a good time out here. As if you are in the building, all right, 2 more opportunities as we're hooking people up with prize packs. 2 more opportunities. All you got to do, sign your name right here and put it in the raffle box and we will raffle off the next prize packs. All you got to do, ain't got to sign, don't got to put your address, don't got to put your email, all of that. All you got to do is sign your name, and then you have a chance to win. As we've got a couple of more prize packs to hook the good people up here, man. As we appreciate you coming out. My man right here, he just took a shot, man. He's been here since the beginning. There you go, chasing it with water. That's what I'm talking about. That's a man look like he's ready to make a bad decision this evening. That's what I'm talking about, baby. He's been here before I got here. That's what I'm talking about, man, hanging in.
Buttery
nipple. Come on out and have a good time. Yeah, you would love him, Tyler.
He is not a buttery nipple. I don't think he's a buttery nipple guy.
That looked like Jameson is what that looked like. That looked like something rough.
I mean, not that he wouldn't appreciate a buttery nipple, I'm sure, but he's more the Jameson guy.
Yeah, he's a Jameson guy that's versatile, that could get to a buttery nipple.
You know what got scary on me one evening?
God, Tyler, what's this going, man? Please, I'm
can't go anywhere.
Y'all ever had a pickleback?
Yeah, no.
Yep.
A pickleback.
A lot.
Basically, you chase a shot with pickle juice.
Oh no, I never done that.
Don't do it.
I'm good, man.
I mean, you got to be on a mission.
Unless I'm cramping,
bro. You don't.
I just like
it's a shot of it. You don't guzzle it out of the water hose. But I mean, it takes away, like, literally, man. You can do Jameson,
Everclear, all of it. You won't even taste
whatever
nothing.
you want to. When you chase it with pickle juice, you don't take. Pickle juice all you taste. I mean, it's one of them deals where you can do 15 of them if you want to, and end up face down in a puddle.
It won't taste.
Oh, it won't taste the bill.
I needed that time I was taking them shots of Everclear, boy. That Everclear, that'll hit you. That'll hit you in a different spot. So, yeah, come on out here. What are the picklebacks? Is that what you said?
I don't know if they're serving picklebacks.
I'm sure they're doing it. I bet they are.
Look, a better man. I mean, I'm a lesser man, I suppose. A better man doesn't need to pickle.
I'm sure.
You just hammer down the Jameson. I just like to enjoy it.
I'm sure they got the Henny Hustle. They got a little pickleback back there.
The Henny Hustle. How was that?
That was good, man. It's the second one.
That had Ron Hughley's name written all over it, man.
Right there, man. Got me, man. It's a winner. It's a winner. I have to say that. All right, D'Amico Ryans, as they have their game coming up against the Panthers, the bye week. He spoke himself. We've talked about different things we felt that could be priorities coming out of the bye week. He spoke himself. This first one that he said is a pressing issue and something they've got to improve upon coming out of the bye week, the pass rush. I'm right there with him. This is D'Amico Ryans talking about the Texans and what they need to do in terms of getting after the quarterback.
With our pass rush, I think we can improve just when it comes to the execution of what we're asking guys to do. And all the guys collectively, right, 4 guys rushing as one. I always say that, but it takes all 4 guys being tied in together when we're running our stunts, our games. It's just everybody being on the same page, being dialed in with the proper footwork, being exactly where they're supposed to be. That's when the sacks will come. That's when the pressures will come. So it's us just executing it better, and that'll get better as we continue to go throughout the season.
Let's see when them sacks. That part to me is when he says the pass rush, it's finishing the job. All right, and you look at where he comes from, when you had guys like Nicky Bosa who finished the job repeatedly, and there is I listen. I know many people love to throw out the pass rush win rate, and he got 109 pressures. Listen, I'm not saying those things aren't important, and I'm not saying that pressures don't sometimes lead to turnovers or errant throws or things like that. But when you finish the play with a sack, that means there's no chance for something down the field. There's no chance for him to throw somebody open. Like there's no chance. It ends the play and you lose yardage. And even if you get off the field on 3rd down or 8, that turns 2nd down and 8 to 3rd down and 14 or something like that. To me, finish the job. Don't tell me sacks ain't important, right? Because I'm telling you right now, if Will Anderson rose through with 6.5 sacks the rest of his career, or 9.5, like Jadeveon Clowney, he's going to be having a hard time getting the money that he wanted to get. Finish the job. Look, what I watched last week with Myles Garrett, he finished the job repeatedly and made big plays by taking the ball away and getting to the quarterback and not just winning his lineup against the tackle.
Look, I think the advanced stat stuff has done a tremendous job in the content, right? We're just going to generate content, whether it's radio or podcasting or TV. You know, what the hell can we talk about? What can we build a conversation around? Well, so-and-so only has half a sack, but, boy, he's winning at a 60% clip, right? I mean, there's not a coach in America or a player in America that's sitting around proud of a pass rush win rate that only has a sack. There's nobody in the league getting paid as an edge rusher because his pass rush win rate was good and because advanced stats show that he's a really, really good player. It's about one thing. It's about getting to the quarterback and wreaking havoc in the backfield, period. I mean, that's what it's about. And I think we can talk about those advanced stats. We can talk about all 4 rushers need to be on the same page and all on the same string and all that kind of jive. But at the end of the day, Will Anderson has to get home. And when you look at –
and all of them, to be honest.
All of them have to, but the only one with any kind of expectation. You know what? If Grenard doesn't have 10 sacks this year, hell, he's going to be playing somewhere else next year. He'll be a rotational guy somewhere else. Jerry Hughes, if he doesn't get 10 this year, there's a good chance he may come back in a backup role or he may retire. Right?
Yep.
I mean, Dylan Horton, he's going to get a little bit of run. If he gets 4 or 5 sacks this year, it was a great draft pick in the, 6th round or whatever the hell it was. There ain't but one guy over there with pressure on him, and ain't nobody wants to hear about advanced stats, and nobody wants to hear about being on a string and all that kind of jive. At the end of the day, he's got to get home. And here's where I'm going with all. This is the week to do it. This is the week to do it. They've got receivers that can't get over the top, receivers that can't create separation. They've got a suspect, leaky offensive line, and they've got a rookie quarterback that's good, that DeMeco Ryans should damn near be able to pinpoint the moments he has him hold the football. This is the week that if Will Anderson don't get home to this week, if it's not a different looking Will Anderson, I'm not talking about the Clowney-like tackle of the running back in the backfield and all that. We get it. I'm talking about sacks.
You want more than, hey, he collapsed one side of the line so Jonathan Grenard could get a sack.
Yep. And this is the week to do it. I mean, this offense and this quarterback, and as well as you've played on defense, this is the week to do it. I'm curious. I said this 2 weeks ago when we were talking about the game. I think it was the Atlanta game. Maybe it was the New Orleans game. Like at some point, folks are going to get tired of talking about playing hard. And I'm already there. At some point, people are going to get tired of talking about, well, he's winning, he's just not, quarterback's not holding the ball. Oh, well, it's about all 4 guys. At some point, fans are going to be like, hey, man, it's good to be winning again. It's great to show up, and it's great to have season tickets. It's great to go on the road and watch a game. But damn, I mean,
I got no use for you.
Will Anderson.
I'm with you, Clint. I want to see more out of Will. Also followed up by, I think you guys are making too much of trying to make something out of nothing. They are 8th in the league in points. I don't know that it is us.
They are 8th in the league in points. What, are you talking about Carolina?
No, the Texans. I guess defensively, are they 8th in the league in points? I don't know. In points per game given up, I don't know the stat on the top of my head. I don't care where they are in points. I just know. Don't look at us. The head coach said it. The head coach. That was the head coach.
H-Town on back.
That's when the sacks will come. That's when it was the head coach who said that these are things that need to pick up.
Yeah,
He's the defensive coordinator.
I just ain't
He's
cut.
the one running the defense. He said it.
I'm not cut from that cloth to just sit there and go, oh man, they're 8th in points, whatever the hell that means. They're 8th in points. Don't worry about everything. Don't worry about whether you're generating sacks, whether you're stopping the run, whether you can, you're good against the pass. Don't worry about all the details of it, man. They're 8th in points. But by the way, is that what they are? To look that one up.
I don't know. I'll tell you.
It doesn't change the point. But let me look that
LeVar
up.
Burton, man. I'm going to take your word for it.
I ain't taking the text line's word for nothing.
I hear you. I really don't care. I'm just telling you, the head coach is the one who brought it up. That's like saying, oh, man, talk about the run game. They're 3-3. What do you want them to do? But they brought it up. He said it. That was him. But it don't be. I mean, I'm just telling you. The coach say it's an issue, and I agree with him. All right, coming up, Dusty Baker retired. Is he done with baseball? Is he going to go back to Northern California and his winery and do things? Or will we see Dusty again? We'll let you hear what he had to say. And we'll look at the injury report, and there's one big name that looks like he is not going to be able to play on Sunday. We'll discuss that as well. And the Rockets got thrashed by 30 in their first game to the Magic. All of that coming up next. 5 o'clock Fire on the Drive.
Fellas, if you're out there and you're struggling with balding, thinning, or receding,
Sports Radio 610 presents The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley. It's the 5 o'clock fire. Brought to you by Regions Bank.
It is 5 o'clock. Congratulations. Hopefully you're off work and you are getting around in this rain that's rolling through. Hopefully you're off work, and luckily for you, old and
I like the way you dropped that down there.
Psycho T has the latest. And first, the latest is one. Shout out to everybody. Give yourselves a hand out here today. As it is coming down, pouring down rain, and folks still came on out to have a good time and support. I see you back there with that big, tall beer. Well, you need to get a refill. Somebody get that man a refill, man. He needs another one. We appreciate you all coming out and having a good time as we are live here on a little Thirsty Thursday. We're out here at Buffalo Wild Wings. We're at Buffalo Wild Wings each and every week. This location, we're in Humble, 6840 FM 1960. Hey, we are here till 6 o'clock. You might as well come on out and hang out with us as the party is being had. There's a big football game. We'll get to that here in a bit that you can stay tuned for. There are TVs all over the place where you're just a great spot to come and have a good time and watch some sports. Thanks to our good friends at Bud Light, as they'll be out soon to come take care of you for some things of need if you want it. So it's a good time being had out here as well. Remember, if you're in the building, if you have not signed up to be a part of our raffle, we've got 2 more prizes. One that we're going to hook somebody up with as soon as this segment is over. If you're in the building, all you got to do is sign your name and put that thing in the raffle. So come on out. Clint, Dusty Baker retired, and my thought is Dusty done? Is this him being done from baseball? This was him talking about what he's potentially going to be doing next.
I just want to say thank you from the field here in Houston. I haven't made up my mind yet what I'm going to do or where I'm going to go. First, I'm going to go home, talk to my daughter that thinks that she's my mother, and spend some time with my grandkids and let the Lord tell me where to go and what to do, with my life. And I still feel like I haven't done what I'm supposed to do in life, so I feel the Lord has some great things ahead for me.
There we go. Let's see if Dusty's thinking the Lord is saying San Diego. I don't know if that's that's what Dusty it's.
Let me tell you what. At 74, Dusty, your ass knows what you need to be doing with your life, and that's baseball.
Nah, that's what he said. Did you say San Diego? Padres?
I'm gonna go back to Cali.
I'm gonna go back to California and do my thing. Dusty also was asked the question if he would stay involved in baseball in some capacity. This was him with that answer today.
Yeah. I'm going to do that. I just don't know when and where exactly. And I got a son in MLB. If I got a son in MLB, I got to go watch him play. The one thing I'm going to miss is him being my roommate in spring training. And, he's going to miss those free meals from me. You know what I mean? But it's time for him to be a man now, My dad taught me how to be a man, and I taught him, how to be a man. And, like I said, I just told you that knowledge and wisdom that was given to me is not yours to take and go hide away with it. So I may not be a professor like the doc and some of these people, but, I'm a teacher. And
all right, so that's Dusty saying
God, I love him, and I'm gonna miss him so damn much.
I guess the Lord has told him he is gonna at least stay in baseball already, just not sure what exactly he's gonna do.
I just want to be in Dusty's head one time when he's a teacher teaches and a coach coaches. Like, and he says it like he's like it is. It is so high level.
Like somebody jotted it down.
That's it, man.
That coaches,
you can hit.
Hey, Dusty say a lot of things that go on funeral.
Yes.
on their stones.
Yes.
Right? Yeah, man. But no, man. I think he is going to remain in baseball. I'll say this, man. I hope he doesn't manage anymore. I hope he just starts to do something. It's hard to itch. He's a baseball guy. He's managed for 26 years and then was in the game for 19 as well as a player. So, baseball is in his life. I just hope, man, he gets to just relax. Because, you think about it, man. You're traveling. That's 162 games, and not just 162 games for him. With the success of the Astros, they're in the ALCS and the World Series. So, this I mean, that man said he ain't been home since February 10th. Like, it's Halloween. Like, that's
when home is the West Coast, man. That's that's what you sign up for, man.
So yeah, for me, if it's me, I hope like he finds some sort of role, maybe in a front office or maybe not even that, kind of, as a consultant or something where he can make up his own times, man. Because man, just go ahead and enjoy life with the family. But something tells me, man, something tells me, Clint, that we may have not seen the last of Dusty.
Yeah, I just don't think Dusty's going to do anything other than manage. He's going to have opportunities. You see the guys, the short list of guys that are on the Astros list. And, I mean, besides Dusty being 74 years old, you look at his resume, and it's going to be second to none of these guys that are on the list. I just don't. Especially now, even not that. Look, I think in MLB circles, nobody's surprised that Dusty Baker dealt with the sign-stealing fallout and the COVID as well as he did. I don't think anybody's surprised there. But it is something that's built his resume stronger now than it was 4 years ago. And so you got an organization that's locked and loaded from a personnel standpoint and ready to win, but the manager just isn't there. I got to believe Dusty Baker's going to be a finalist for that job, and there is one on the West Coast.
Yeah, I mean, and to be, we talked about it yesterday with the Padres. That is a team that feels like they're looking for a guy that's Dusty-like.
Boy, and if you're Dusty, you sure enough, they're a team that I would think Dusty would be looking for.
Oh yeah,
I mean they got dudes now.
He'd love to get over there and butcher that lineup, wouldn't he?
I love winning.
He'd love to get over there and do that one. But the team that was in the NLCS last year, and had a lot of expectations this year, but couldn't live up to it. So we'll see. I hope not. I hope he shuts it down, but I wouldn't be surprised, like you said, man, that he continues to manage.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, the Texans injury list is out, and we knew of the Robert Woods one. We've talked about that since the start of the show. He didn't practice today with the foot issue. And words and reports are that he is unlikely to go. But, Clint, this one gets me because yesterday you were clamoring and asking, hey, can we just get Titus Howard off this injury report? Can we? He's a full participant the last 2 weeks. He's a full participant yesterday. And they got the hand. Well, he was full yesterday, and he was limited today. And now it's not just the hand, Clint. There's a knee that has shown up. He was limited today with the knee and hand as an issue, but to me, I would think it's the knee that has made this thing limited, and we'll see what happens with him tomorrow, and we'll see what his designation is. But that one's one to watch. That if he's got some issue, if he's not even himself, and his knee is a problem, hell, you got your whole left side over there because Laramie Tunsil was limited in practice with a knee as well. You got your whole left side ailing with the knee. So
and I was fixing to say, well, hell, the good thing is Josh Jones is probably his backup, and he's not on there. And I look down at the bottom, and Josh Jones is down there.
Yeah, it's the hand. No, it's the hand that he hurt. He's good. Like, he's been full for about 2 weeks. So he's good, I think. But the Titus Howard one is to watch. That is going to be one that I'm watching big time. Because even if it's questionable, if he's questionable for the game, that's one you've got to look at in him with the knee because, like Titus, that completely changes everything if you don't have him available.
And that is one thing with this defensive front. I believe Derek Brown is healthy for the Carolina Panthers.
And Burns, that group out there. But the inside.
On the inside, though, man, that center guard situation with the Texans, boy, if Titus Howard's not in there, you look at Derek Brown, and I haven't watched him this year, so I don't know if he's playing his best ball or not. But I know he has the ability to be special.
Nick said he's one of the best at his position in the league. That's what Casario said yesterday.
I do not doubt that one single bit. I know he has the ability to be. That's for damn sure. I don't know how he's playing this year. I haven't watched every down of Carolina football and checked their interior defensive line every down. But Derek Brown has got the ability to be as special as anybody in this league from the inside. Now, whether he does it consistently and whether he can do it over a career, we'll see. But he's got some wild ability inside, and so you want to have Titus Howard in there. You want to have all hands on deck inside, really across the whole offensive line with, as you mentioned, Burns outside, Brown inside. Those two guys can create some problems now.
Yeah, so that is the latest there. Injury report, Brevin Jordan, he's limited as well. I think some goodness, Hassan Ridgeway, he returned as he's been on IR. He was limited again, but that's 2 days in a row he's dressed in practice. Sheldon Rankins, who did not practice yesterday with the knee, he dressed out in practice today in a limited fashion. So to be able to have all of those guys up front back, that is big too. To have both of those guys available to go along with the Khalil Davis and Kurt Hines, how they've been playing up front. That's a big thing for the Texans.
This year, have we had a game where Ridgeway, Rankins, and Collins were all healthy?
No, I don't think Ridgeway. I don't think he's played. That Tyler, check that. I may be off on that. I don't think that Hassan Ridgeway.
I think you're right because
I think he went on IR.
Week 1 or week 2 when we were having that conversation.
I feel like he went on immediately.
I think you're right.
Yeah. So,
but that would be. I mean, look, that we haven't seen full force what this defense is capable of doing with all three of those guys from an interior perspective healthy. And as you mentioned. What's your boy's name? 94.
Oh, Khalil Davis,
Khalil Davis has played
really well.
Hines, Kurt Hines played well.
They've held up. Yeah.
Those inside guys being full go and having everybody healthy could be a game changer for the Texans as well.
Yeah. So we'll keep a close eye tomorrow, especially on Robert Woods and Titus Howard, who Titus Howard just showed up, limited in practice with a knee issue. We'll keep our eyes on that moving forward for tomorrow.
5 o'clock fire.
All right, as we said here, come on out here to Buffalo Wild Wings. There's a big game tonight as the Bills, who you just really don't know what you're going to get out of the Bills, but they host the Texans' opponent for next week. The Texans will have the Tampa Bay Buccaneers coming in to town, and they'll be playing at NRG next week, 12 o'clock. So this will be one to watch. The Bucs, Baker Mayfield, who they started out really well. They have struggled a bit here the last couple of weeks, and this will be one to watch. You just never know what you're going to get from the Bills. And look at it. To be honest with you, the Bills. I'm pretty certain the Bills and the Texans have the same amount of losses right now. So both of them have 3 losses. As you start to look at AFC races, whatnot, both of them are in second place in their division.
Yeah.
This one looks like the Bills should dominate and win this game, but you just don't know which Bills team is going to show up and what Josh Allen is going to show up in terms of turning the football over.
Well, I mean, that's the storyline of tonight, because you can take that same verbiage and take out Allen and the Bills and put in Bucks and Baker Mayfield.
Yeah.
And so, I mean, either of these teams could show up and score 40, or each of them could show up and turn the football over 4 or 5 times and lay an egg. And so that's what makes tonight interesting, to be honest with you.
Josh has 9 turnovers.
Yeah, man. I mean, it's that big arm, man. That big arm and that athletic ability. You got to harness that stuff, man. You got to somehow corral it and use it sparingly, man. That going out there and just guns blazing stuff is you ain't gonna consistently win in this league, man.
Yeah, what's up with Baker? I've watched Baker a little bit this year, and he had some good things, but it just comes back to the issues that he has, and he's got a little bit of that Josh in him as well, where he makes like that. I watched quite a bit of that game against the Falcons last week, and to me, he was the reason they couldn't. Yeah, they couldn't win.
I hadn't watched a whole heck of a lot of them, but I know what he and that talent at wide receiver is capable of. That's for damn sure. And that, I mean, look, everybody, you know what you're going to get from Baker. You're going to get some rough outings. You're going to get some rough quarterback play. With those guys,
commercials,
right? Some good commercials.
Great commercials.
With those guys, what you really want, I mean, ultimately is at any point in time, just like the offense that he played in his damn near his entire life. Any point in time, you can go out there, you can win, you can put up 40 and win convincingly, but you can also go out there and lose multiple games to teams you have no business losing to.
Yeah.
It ain't no different. That's the mindset of Baker Mayfield. That's how it's always going to be.
the clock fire.
All right, I want to toss this one in. Deshaun Watson, who has been ruled out of the game. He was ruled out yesterday.
Yep.
He met with the media and said he is unsure how long this shoulder injury will linger. He said, right now we're not into a space where I should be out there. I'm trying to get to a percentage where I can go out there and be very, very beneficial for my team. Right?
I'm not going to let it take my joy.
Yeah. Just think there's something going on in Cleveland with Deshaun Watson. And this ain't about –
Is it in Cleveland or is it him?
Oh, I think it's both. Because they do an extremely poor job of I mean, Kevin Stefanski is the way he's handled the quarterback situation and reporting the quarterback situation and injuries has been a nightmare. I understand he may not know a whole lot, and he may be being misled by Deshaun and company, but they just can't get out of their own way. But, yeah, look, I'm a fan of Deshaun Watson, the football player.
Yeah.
And I thought that there was a chance that he could come back and be the player that he once was here in Houston. But I'm going to tell you, man, it appears, again, watching him play, watching his body language, watching how he communicates with his teammates, obviously mixing in, the playing, not playing, the injury reports, being cleared and not playing, and there is something different in a negative light about Deshaun Watson, the football player that we once knew. Personally, from an intangible standpoint, and from a leadership standpoint, from being the team guy, being able to relate to his dudes, as well as the player, intangibly what he's capable of doing, man, there's something there that's just off. And I wouldn't be surprised if we never saw a $230 million quarterback or a franchise guy ever again.
Looks like it. All right, coming up, we know the injury to Robert Woods. The question is that a big deal for the Texans on Sunday? Is that a big deal if they do not have Robert Woods available on Sunday? We'll get your thoughts and discuss that next. But before we do that, Texans fans out there, football Good game tonight between the Bucks and the Bills. Looking for somewhere to watch it, have a drink, have some wings, and you can have a good time right here tonight at Buffalo Wild Wings. So
I had me a Cobb salad.
Yeah, you did. You went a little different. Yeah, I had the tacos.
I had me a Cobb salad, man. A good, really, really, really good Cobb salad as well.
It was solid. You said the pulled chicken, didn't you?
I did. Pulled chicken got me. Usually, if somebody has pulled chicken on a salad,
they didn't work at it.
Typically, they're putting some time and effort into their salad. So I went ahead and gave it a shot, and then I got me a 6-piece. I got me a 6-piece wings on the side, that Chipotle barbecue dry rub. You know that's what I got to get when I come to
how much celery did you get,
Buffalo Wild Wing.
What'd you say, Tyler?
You know, I don't think there was any celery on that plate.
No, he didn't.
I don't think there was any. Which, if you're not gonna, no. See, you're taking it out of context now. You're taking it out of context. We never talked about not having celery. It's having brown, dry ass, skinny ass celery is not a good sign.
It's tragic.
I mean, I don't think there was any celery on that plate.
I didn't see it.
I guarantee you. Well, if it was good or bad, I would have known. There was no celery on that plate.
I hate that for you.
Yep.
I know you are. Yeah.
I didn't need it. Natural dental floss, but I didn't need it.
And it's not just dental floss.
I think it's an aphrodisiac.
Yeah, I think that's what you said.
Oh.
Yeah.
Google it.
Google it.
I'm telling you, is celery an aphrodisiac?
Boner alert.
Yeah, get you one of them celery. Get you one of them celery.
Get you one of them celery. All right. Hey, listen.
Sticks.
Get you one of them celery sticks to get yourself going. We understand that the odds are right now, as we sit here on Thursday, that Robert Woods isn't going to play. That's what the reports are. Tank Dell didn't play last week. I know there was some concern with that. When Tank Dell, you lose one of your receivers, you lose one of their potentially big play guys, was some concern there. This guy, Robert Woods, he leads the team in targets. Is this a big deal? You were concerned about Tank. Are you as equally concerned about Robert Woods not being there on Sunday for C.J. Stroud?
No, I'm not concerned. Let me be upfront. I'm not minimizing the value, the production, the performance, the play of Robert Woods in any way, shape, or form. However, I just firmly believe that they've got guys that can do what Robert Woods does and are more explosive than Robert Woods. And so I am, with this news, I would rather everybody be healthy. I would rather all hands on deck be available. But the opportunity this week with Robert Woods potentially being out to see Tank Dell and Nico Collins in that role, or even let's say John Mechie gets a little bit more run. Whatever it may be, I'm excited about the pass catcher on this team that gets the most targets being more explosive. I think it's a problem when in today's football, if you're the receiver you target the most is a possession guy that poses zero threat to get over the top, that poses zero threat to make an explosive play. I think you're falling short.
Yeah.
And there's no doubt about it. Any way you slice it, the guy that gets those targets, we'll see how he produces, but he is going to be a more explosive athlete.
But and here's my thing where, listen, I misjudged it. I didn't think he was going to be this important in this role. But as we've seen it, he does lead the team in targets. And for you, who has played quarterback at the highest level, you know the importance, or at least you would seem to understand what maybe CJ is thinking at times. It does appear when he's in trouble, that's where he goes. Or when there's I need a big down and I have depending and I know exactly what I'm going to get, he goes there. There's a lot of third downs where it feels like it goes towards Robert Woods. And he picks up first downs or big plays. I can think of in the Atlanta game down the stretch going to Robert Woods to get a big first down. Like it seems like goes when he feels comfortable or he's in trouble. That's the most place he feels comfortable.
Well,
I mean, you don't.
Look, I don't want to minimize what Robert Woods has done.
But you think there are people that can fill that role?
I think they have people that could fill that role, and with the ball in their hands, be more explosive. Number one. Number two, I think the offense and the position Robert Woods plays, and I don't mean the position wide receiver with a certain letter behind it. I mean the guy that has experience in this system, and Bobby Slowick putting him in position. This offense puts him in position to be the safety blanket, to be the guy that is over the middle of the field quite a bit, to be the guy that's available early on in progressions and early on in routes and shorter routes and mid-range routes. Like, I don't think, like, if you would have asked me before the season started, like, if they just come out and said, hey, here's, which they did, I just didn't believe it. Here's the starters. It's going to be Nico, and it's going to be Noah Brown, and it's going to be Robert Woods. I would have bet a house note that Robert Woods would be the leader in catches and targets. They told us that. They told us that's what they were going to do over and over and over again. I just didn't think that they were going to choose him and put him in the lineup over Tank Dell the way that they did the first game or two of the season, right? It's no surprise that he is leading this team in targets. I'm excited to see that more explosive player potentially lead this team in targets and what the overall product looks like given that being.
I think when I look at it, I'm like, yeah, they can fill that void. I think Noah Brown can fill that void. I think Hutchinson can fill that void. But I don't want to poo-poo the fact that C.J. Stroud makes the decision to go there. Like C.J. Stroud, who we're confident, like that's where he goes.
Yeah.
That's where he wants. That's where he goes, and he feels comfortable going there.
CJ knows that Robert Woods sees the game through a quarterback's eyes. He knows that whether it's pressure and I got to get my eyes back to the quarterback and give him a target to throw to, or if it's, hey, man, this is they're dropping 7 or 8 into zone, and the soft spot in this zone is right over the middle of the field between these two linebackers. CJ sees that. Robert Woods sees it the same way. There is a chance that there's going to be a little bit of a slip, a little bit of a fallback, if you will, with someone else that just doesn't see the game as slow and as clear and through that quarterback lens as Robert Woods does. You're probably going to lose a little bit of that. But on the flip side of it, you're going to gain wiggle. You're going to gain big play potential. It's a risk that I tell you what, it's a gamble that the Texans are having to make because of injury, and it's one that I want to watch. I want to stand at the craps table and watch him roll the damn dice.
Yeah, I wonder, does this mean that maybe Nico and Tank get moved around? Do we see Nico be placed in that position?
Yep.
Sometimes do we see maybe Nico being placed in that position and they put Hutch out on the boundary? I am intrigued. I just listen. I don't feel Robert Woods is great. I think Robert Woods is the third best receiver on this team, but clearly CJ and Bobby Slowick, but clearly CJ, the guy with the ball in his hands, it goes there.
Fair.
And I don't want to just say, oh, that's not nothing.
Right.
No, just insert Noah Brown in there, and it's just the same.
And I think it's fair. I think minimizing that would be a big mistake.
Yep.
I'm just excited about the exchange of that for the explosion, for the big play, for the wiggle, for the shake.
Yeah, I hear you on that.
You know
All
what I
right.
mean?
There's names that have been linked. Names that have been linked to the Astros for their new manager. Who and what kind of manager do you think they should go after? We'll discuss that coming up next on The Drive.
All right.
It's a Thirsty Thursday with our friends at Bud Light on Sports Radio 610. Live from Buffalo Wild Wings in Humble, here's The Drive with Stoerner and Hughley.
All right, welcome back in as we are live here. Buffalo Wild Wings having a great time. It's been a good time out here. Yeah, man. Congratulations to Byron, who's our final winner. We hook folks up as we hook folks up throughout the day, and we've enjoyed our time here as always. Remember, come out. Actually, Tyler, let the people know where we're going to be tomorrow.
We will be at Kirby Ice House Street. It's near Kirby, near the station over here on the west side of town. Not on the east side of town, but it's East Side Street. See you there.
Yeah,
there you go. There you go. Hey, man,
that had infomercial written all over it. Hey,
I want to make sure he gets it out now.
Yeah, that's that Upper Kirby area, isn't it? Nice area, man.
That's where Tyler and I watched Game 4 when the Astros finished off the Twins.
It is a great spot, man. Right, El Tiempo right around the corner.
Yeah, it's a good time.
It's a great spot.
So
great
we'll
area.
be there a little football Friday, and we'll get you ready for the Texans. By the way, real quick, we were just talking about what it would be like if Robert Woods is out. I do hope coming out in this in the rest of the season following the bye week, now as we enter week 8, I do hope, whether Robert Woods is playing or not, that they say, all right, we looked at what we do really well and what we don't do well, and we want to improve on the things that we do. I think Nico Collins needs to be a priority in the game plans every single week. Like, we got to get the guy touches, because Nico Collins arguably, and I don't know if it's still the case, but he may be the best receiver right now in terms of yards after catch, in terms of what he's able to do after he catches the ball, the yards he gets after and how many tackles he breaks. As we've watched that, he is 10th in the league in yards, and he is nowhere near any of the other 10 players that are in the top 10 in yards. And I hope that he is a guy that they are saying, all right, hey, we have got to find ways to make sure we get him touches. There's got to be some bona fide slants immediately right off the bat. We got to just find ways that we get him touches, and that he can't go in games with 4 targets like he has had before.
Yeah.
Or like he caught 4 balls for 80 yards in the last game against the Saints, I think on 5 targets. And I want to see that improve.
Ron, I think the biggest opportunity for Nico Collins to improve, beyond kind of what you're saying with Bobby Slowick possibly doing some different things with him, that's out of our control, out of his control. I don't know if that's in the plan or not. But the one thing that Nico Collins can improve is winning man-to-man. You know, he has done a lot of damage versus zone coverage, it seems like, man. And it's not that he has or he hasn't won versus man. It's that I just don't think this offense has committed to, okay, it's man, we're fixing to bang this thing to Nico, right? I think there is a huge opportunity in that area for Nico Collins to take his game even to a whole nother level. And right now, I don't know that he wouldn't be a pro. I don't know that he's not a Pro Bowl caliber guy, if we're being honest.
Yeah, no, and that's what I'm just saying. Like, I think coming into the year, I didn't know what Nico. I thought, boy, Nico could be I think there's still a chance that there is a number 2 receiver in there. I think now what he has shown, I think they've got playmakers. Yeah. I think it's starting to be more clear who their playmakers are, and there's an argument that he is the number 1 playmaker. For them offensively.
I think proven in terms of guys that have gone out there and do it. I don't think that's an argument. I think it's a short argument if it is one.
Him or Tank. If you want to say Tank, yeah.
But Tank's been hurt for a couple games.
True.
Tank's had a couple of games off. I mean, it's like I personally believe Tank is the more versatile, the more big play guy, the higher ceiling player than anybody on the team, anybody on the offense. But Nico is definitely, to date, proven to be the guy on this team that is going to produce at a higher level more times than not. I mean, the guy goes out and all but one game this year? I mean, he's had a handful of catches for 80-plus yards. A couple games he's gone over 100. I mean, it's pretty convincing what he's what he's done.
Yeah, I mean, you start to look who he's in front of him. He's got more yards than Devontae Adams, and on way fewer targets, like way fewer opportunities, which is crazy to me. Like Justin Jefferson hadn't played in 2 games, and Justin Jefferson's got I think somewhere near 20 more targets than he does on the season. Hadn't played in the last 2 games.
Right.
So that's where I'm looking at. All right, coming up behind us, Texans All Access, the Hall of Famer John McClain. He'll be on there with the guys this evening. You know John, as he is always with us in the 4 o'clock hour on Fridays. He'll be with us tomorrow. But
That's tomorrow.
That's tomorrow. Yep. He'll be out there. He'll be with us and Texans All Access tonight. So stay tuned for that following us as we get ready for this big game between the Panthers and the Texans. All right, we know that Dusty is out, and we've heard some names that have been kind of linked, and you know that's going to be a lot of names. This is a big job. Jobs like this one don't come around very often, and this isn't the kind of tainted Astros when they were taking over when Dusty took over. Was like, I don't know about that situation. We don't know what's going to happen there. No, this is a team that has been to 7 straight ALCSs. This is a team that was within 1 game of getting to another World Series. This is a team that has guys that are going to be here. We know Altuve's going to be here. We know Alvarez is going to be here. You know Tucker's going to be here. You know Framber's going to be here. Verlander's going to be here. They got a squad. This is a big job. Possibles that we've heard from: Buck Showalter, Donnie Ecker, who was in the Rangers organization, Craig Counsell, Ron Washington have been names leaked, Joe Girardi, Brad Osmus, Joe Espada. Those have been some names. Obviously, Joe has been here with the Astros. Those have been some names that have been linked. Clint, where's the option? Where do you hope that the Astros go in terms of their next manager?
Well, look, I think first and foremost you've got to recognize, which I'm sure Crane and Bagwell and Dana Brown do. But this is a unique situation. As Dusty when Dusty took over, in terms of really the priority being dealing with the sign stealing scandal and the fallout, and trying to keep the train on the track there. It's not that unique, but it is a unique situation. I think you've got a ready-made team, and this is not a ready-made team that is just a bunch of really good players that are in a clubhouse. It's like a general manager somewhere hadn't gone out and bought a bunch of really talented guys that have proven to produce in their earlier years in their career, brought them to one place and then said, all right, let's take this collection of talent and let's go win a World Series. Who's the manager to do that? That's not what the Astros are either, right? I mean, this is yes, it's a collection of talent. No doubt about it. They're coming off being the favorite in the final 4 teams left in the conference championships, the ALCS and the NLCS. The final 4 teams, they were the favorite to win it all. So yes, they are talented, but this is a unique clubhouse in the fact that the chemistry is second to none in all of sports. Right? The chemistry in this clubhouse, we've heard manager after manager, player after player, general managers, owners. We've heard people talk about the chemistry in this clubhouse. And that's a very powerful aspect or component to who the Astros are right now. And so I do think it's a unique, because you're not just going out and hiring the best manager. Like, you're not just going out randomly and going, yep, I got a group of guys that can play a little baseball, and I need the best manager that's won the most games, that's won World Series, to get in here and get these guys right. I think it's a much more complicated scenario than that, Ron.
Yeah, and I see it on the text line saying Brad Osmus would be disappointing. So would Showalter, Buck Showalter. Listen, here, my thought is, this is a team that has serious expectations and are ready to go right now, which means I don't think you hire somebody that doesn't have experience. I don't think you hire somebody where they're going to be learning on the job as a manager with this crew, right? I mean, you just looked at it. The expectations and what was looked at from Dusty from here was like, Hey, hell, winning the division, not good enough. Like there is expectations, and the Astros fans with the success should have it. They should have the expectations. They should have the unreasonable. We should win it every damn year. If we don't, we're pissed. Expectations, but you got to have the right dude to manage that. And you got to have the right dude to manage this group of guys, and I think it's got to be – I'm not saying it's got to be somebody old like Dusty or old like Bruce Bochy, but to me it's got to be somebody closer to the point of they've been here before and they're not going to be learning themselves and learning the job of a manager on the job with this group.
Yeah.
It's got to be somebody with experience. People are texting in A.J. Hinch. Like, I don't know that Jim's going to go there.
Yeah, right? I just don't know that bridge hadn't been burned. I watched the A.J. Hinch special on MLB Network afterwards, and I didn't get the vibe that he was like, yeah, I'm ready to come back. No big deal what just happened to me. I don't know. I wouldn't be opposed to it because I where I'm at, my number one priority is less about having like won a World Series before and more about it better be somebody that is either already familiar with this clubhouse and these players and the way they conduct business, or it better be somebody that Jim Crane, Dana Brown, Jeff Bagwell, somebody that they know is going to come in here and work with what's here versus an old school guy that's won big, that's won a World Series, that comes in here and goes, hey, I'm such and such. I've won World Series. We're going to do it my way, and this is the way that we're going to operate. And he disrupts the chemistry, disrupts what all's going on in this clubhouse, and has gone on in this clubhouse for 7+ years. To me, it's more important that you get a guy that understands that dynamic more so than a guy that drives a hard bargain on his way of doing things and he's won before. So if it's not a guy that is in-house, whether that's –
and I think for me, Joe Espada is the only one that I would say that I would give an exception to the thought of I'd like for somebody because he's been there.
Here's the thing about that, though, Ron. If it's Omar Lopez is the other one that's managed at the minor league system, that's been in the system for a while, like those two guys to me, if you are going to hire them, your ass needs to hire them tomorrow.
Oh, one of these guys.
You can't hire Joe Espada after you've interviewed 10 people and been like, oh, yeah, I guess Joe's the guy. He's in-house. Like, you've spent, I don't know how many years with Joe Espada, but he's interviewed for head jobs before, so he's clearly a head coach candidate. Nobody knows him like you do. And if he's your guy, you know it.
Yeah.
You know what I mean? Like he's been in your house. You know that's the guy you want to go with. You know what he's all about. And if you're doubting that at all, and where you got to interview 10 other people, if it's an in-house guy, you know that's your guy, and you need to hire him immediately.
Yeah. We'll see what happens. To me, I trust Jim Crane to make the right decision, but I would like. I don't know, boy, if it's somebody that, hey, this is their first year managing all of these guys with all these expectations and all of the pressure that comes with being immediately in the hunt. All right. We appreciate everybody who has joined and made this a really good time. I made this Thirsty Thursday a really good time as Clint's having some technical difficulties. It's just knocking everything off on this table. But no, we appreciate everybody here at Buffalo Wild Wings. Our good friend